Side chapter. The system was only half paying attention to Ben. He could see which way the wind was blowing and had already started pre-filling out all the paperwork he would submit after Ben was murdered by the Solas City Council. He didn't really get to that high of a level, the system said, but he does have holy energy after what happened with his parents. What to do with him after he dies? Boss Monster? The system shook his head. No, too obvious. Dungeon Core? The system shook his head again. He would be the worst at that. Oh! Coffee intern. Yes, I love this idea. The system hummed to himself as he determined the fate of Ben's soul, when a brilliant golden flash on his desk caused him to actually startle away. Ah! It was a short noise of alarm. Then the system clutched his deep red chest with a black-clawed hand, giving the golden sheet of paper that had appeared a mild glare. Finally found a use for that last wish, eh? Let's see what it is. The system put on a pair of half-moon spectacles and then held the paper as far as physically possible away from his face. I hate reading this blasted wish-scribble language, he muttered, as he squinted and attempted to read the impossible language. Bad enough that it's so hard to read, and then there's all the legalese these people insist on using. He flipped the page over, then flipped it again. He said, looking for the rest of the wish. That's it? Where's the rest of it? The system spent a solid minute looking around his beige-colored cubicle, thinking some other instance of the system might be playing a prank on him. He then went back to his desk and read the wish. That's it? He said, his red, slitted eyes going wide. I can just do whatever I want? What did he even mean by this? The system muttered, pulling up Ben's entire mental memory complex like it was a file on a computer, which it wasn't, and starting to read it for relevant information. If this is some kind of stupid trick, the system said, getting angry, looking for evidence that Ben was trying to pull something. He found something else instead. Oh, the system said, leaning back in his chair, his vast intellect stunned for a moment by sublime simplicity. It's trust. Then the system started laughing, reading Ben's mind complex more carefully, trying to understand what Ben's intent was. It took a few moments, but when the system finally grasped it, he started laughing. Well, that's just fun, he said, and got to work. A little-known fact about the system, a fact that he would readily and openly tell anyone who bothered to ask, and nobody ever bothered to ask, was that he was with Ben. He absolutely hated how the residents of the world made wishes, and in this moment, the system was totally in sync with Ben. He began filling out new paperwork, sending out invitations to some personal friends of the system. It had been so long since they'd gotten out of the final fortress, and they would appreciate the chance to stretch their various appendages. Some of them had legs. Then, as an afterthought, he invited Vivi's outrageous uncle, Duke Sluggington, whose very identity was a class unto itself, straight from the 7th layer. He offered him a premium rebirth package with the invitation, as well as a brief update on what his favorite nephew was up to. The system smirked, then looked over at the death paperwork he'd just been filling out. He gathered up the forms and put them through the shredder under his desk. Coffee intern, he said, chuckling to himself. That was a good one. He laughed to himself, then wrote, Coffee Boy, down on a post-it and stuck it somewhere he'd see every once in a while. I'll have to make sure to use that one someday. Chapter 14. It started with the sound of a lone trumpet, playing a single, loud, clear note. It cut through all sound, all physical and magical obstacles, and demanded to be heard. It demanded all, great and small, rich and poor, good and evil, to look to the west and see what had come from the over-cavern forest. The lone trumpet was accompanied by two more in harmony, then two again, each new pair playing a higher note. The distant sound of drums banging, flashes of gold and white like an uncoiling Chinese dragon making its slow way down the sloped hillside into the outer ring of Solas. System custodians left their assigned posts and began to carefully and effectively clear the roads of people and obstacles. While they set up traffic control, they gently explained to everyone who was listening, and everyone was listening, that the recently wished-for Parade of Wonders was about to begin, explaining that it was something they had never seen before, and recommending in their pleasant, powerful way that they go and tell everyone to come. People asked why? Why? The response was only thus. "Make way for the prince, the son of sacrifice, conqueror of citadel and dungeon, questor, once and future human. Make way for Prince Ben." Earlier. Congratulations, ? You have ampersand, up symbol, $, hashtag, $, hashtag, $, ampersand, up symbol, exclamation point. Congratulations, exclamation point. Hashtag $, ampersand, percentage mark, asterisk, up symbol, open paren, asterisk, $, percentage mark, exclamation point. Ampersand, $, up symbol, ampersand, $, percentage mark, open paren, close paren, close paren, close paren, ampersand, up symbol, percentage mark, ampersand, colon, prince, open paren, asterisk, up symbol, ampersand, $, adventure. Modified system message incoming. You have earned a system feat. Experience bank. You may now store experience in your utility pocket. Requirements. Survive 3 major experience events without a functional class or experience collection system. Your experience events: destroy a citadel, conclude a time loop, survive casting 3 wishes. Behold, the Parade of Wonders has begun! This Parade of Wonders has the following themes: holy energy, celebration, generosity, joy, life, hope, and humanity. The start and end locations of the parade have been set. Your Parade of Wonders is under the persistent effect of time dilation. You have as long as you need. This Parade of Wonders was cast using an honest wish, holy energy, and heavenly emanations. Ride the tiger, yee-haw! The parade will begin in 15 minutes. Please select as many individuals as you wish to accompany you. Ben and his entire party were standing in a clearing far outside of Solas, looking down on the massive city. It was, in fact, the same hill they had stood upon so long ago, where they had been arrested while admiring the city from afar. It looked different to Ben now, and though he knew he hadn't even scratched the surface of its depths, he found that it no longer seemed as wonderful as it once did. Vivi finished yelling, then stared around wildly and began patting himself down with his eye stalks, his slug body contorting and lifting off the ground like a seal as he rapidly examined himself. No mutations, still an Aeon slug, magical matrix intact, structural and aesthetic integrity fully intact. Ben, you fucking son of a snail! Vivi tackled Ben and began punching him in the face with his eyeballs, which caused way more emotional damage than physical. "Oh my fucking god, that's gross! Stop!" Ben said, as he tried to push the heavy as fuck Aeon slug off of him. "No! No!" Vivi was quivering, his entire body rapidly shifting through colors like some kind of deep-sea creature. "You just gave the system control over our lives, however briefly. He's the worst! The absolute worst! Didn't seem that bad to me," Ben said, now successfully blocking the eyeball punches with his arms, suppressing a gag with every soft, wet impact.
Well, that's fucking crazy because he makes monsters, Ben! He made all the monsters and all the traps and all the dungeons and every awful fucking thing in this world!
Honestly, Ben said, finally starting to succeed in lifting Vivi off of him when Short Bus wandered over and started to heave, this place isn't that bad. Yeah, it's bad, but this is about the level of danger I'd expect from, like, untamed South American rainforest. Not the magic, we didn't have any magic, but in terms of risk to my life, this place isn't much worse than the shitty parts of Earth.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
What kind of a shithole planet did you come from?
Oh man, Ben was on easy mode,
Short Bus said with an exaggerated wink at Vivi.
Living on the surface. The ocean was way more dangerous than anything I've seen here so far, with the exclusion of Solas's criminal justice system.
Ben, Vivi said, snapping back to his point,
never, ever do that again! The system isn't your friend, he isn't your buddy, and he's capricious and dangerous. You think he's great, but when you die, he's going to recycle your soul. And buddy,
Vivi paused,
there's a reason immortality is provided to the residents of the world at the expense of the signatory races.
What happens? Ben asked.
Anything from becoming part of a soul battery for an elite to being transformed into a dungeon core or being repurposed into a random event in the world. He just shuffles souls around as needed, based on requirements that are a mystery even to us after an eternity of observation. I'll tell you this much. You aren't going to get some sweet gig as a coffee intern, that's for sure.
That's an option? Running coffee for the system? Sounds fucking sick, dude.
No, and you're missing the point. Never, ever put my life in the hands of the system again. Vow it! Vow it! Or I will break the quest bond and kill us all! Christ, chill the fuck out. I won't do it again.
Vivi was about to wriggle loose from Short Bus's admittedly lazy hold.
I vow not to do that again.
System vow acknowledged.
Thank you,
Vivi said. Then sagged in Short Bus's arms and slipped like a greased eel or a wet noodle to the ground, collapsing into a heap.
And for what it's worth, I can't break the quest bond. That was a bluff. Our shared HP pool is way too durable to be broken, so... Parade of wonders, huh?
Vivi said, glossing over the shared HP pool like it wasn't even worth talking about.
Funny, I was expecting the system to give you some worthless garbage like the staff of infinite aeons.
Oh my God, Anna said. And Ben realized she was there with them.
Benny Pooh, sweetie, you've got to hear about the staff of infinite aeons. Also, BTW, I totally just watched our wedding in that scrapbook thingy. Shut up. That was so good. Me and the girls have been freaking out about it nonstop. Long ago,
Vivi said, visibly annoyed at Anna,
my people got a hold of a grand wish and wished for a staff of ultimate power. It was a complicated, long wish, but what they wanted was a staff of unlimited power that gave them absolute mastery over magic. They got it, the staff of ultimate aeons. By the sun, he said, his eyes going wide and far away. That is a terrifying weapon. So they go to use it, right? He says, looking at Anna, who is smirking. And then they find out the staff requires grand wishes to function. It's literally charged by grand wishes, which makes it functionally unusable, like the Supreme Sword, Anna said. Also an Aeon Slug wish. Or the Amulet of All Knowledge,
Vivi muttered, clearly suffering some species-wide embarrassment.
That was an Aeon Slug wish too, wasn't it?
Anna said, without malice, and Vivi nodded with his eye stalks.
What is it with Aeon Slugs and these over-the-top wishes? My people are prone to flights of passion and megalomania, Vivi said dismissively, which are hallmarks of genius.
So the system hands out garbage? Why? Ben asked.
Because the system doesn't appreciate it when people ask for ridiculous, overpowered bullshit, Vivi said. And you're lucky that's not what you got with your stupid wish. I'll be honest, though, Vivi said, looking around for the first time. I'm not entirely sure what a parade of wonders is.
Ben, Vivi, Shortbus, Red, Ghost Ears, Anna, and 31 were standing atop the hill overlooking Solas. In the forest behind them could be heard a soft din, like a distant crowd of people socializing. Me either, Ben said, after getting his bearings. But it says that I need to select people to accompany me, so, Ben said, then mentally selected everyone around him to be included in the Parade of Wonders. Downloading list of event-based classes for assignment. Ben felt information bloom into his mind like it had always been there. But the information was just a list of generic-sounding parade jobs he could assign if he felt like it. Frankie portaled his way into reality, waving his stubby arms emphatically, rolling around and generally drawing as much attention to himself as possible. Ben looked at Frankie and grinned. "Okay, Frankie, okay. I'm officially declaring you the Grand Marshal of the parade." Instantly, Frankie was wearing a golden white Grand Marshal outfit. One of the ones with the really cylindrical hats, all those buttons and decorative ropes on it. It fit him perfectly, and stretched and adapted with him. The raiment of power appeared around Frankie's neck and floated there, completing the outfit. He also had a little sticker on him that said, "Bank Robber." "Aw, that's so cute," Ben said. "Look, I just got a skill called Experience Bank, and Frankie got a little sticker. Aw." "Would you like to auto-assign parade positions?" "Please," Ben said.
"Hey!" Shortbus exclaimed. "I just got offered the position of Clown Marshal! Accepted!"
Instantly, Shortbus was redressed in the most absurd outfit anyone anywhere could imagine a gigantic, muscular man-shark in. He was dressed like a clown, complete with a red honk nose attached to his snout, somehow, the body paint, and an orange, green, and yellow mohawk that looked more rock and roll than anything else. "Head of security," Red said. "Accepted." She was redressed in a sharp black suit and solid black sunglasses over her face, which were pointless as she had no eyes on her face. They still looked good. Red was armed with an AK-47, which she looked at in confusion, then shrugged and accepted it.
"Hype man,"
Vivi said questioningly, then shrugged his eye stalks.
"Accepted."
The words "Hype Man" appeared on both of Vivi's flanks in bold black letters. Ben did not like the look of sly mischief in Vivi's eyes. "Swagmaster," Ghost Ear said. His eyes crossed as his brain tried in vain to reject the understanding of the job he was being offered. "I accept." Ghost Ears was suddenly dressed head to toe in Prince Ben-themed swag. "I think I just leveled my Royal Vizier class," Ghost Ears muttered, looking at his outfit, then experimentally extending a hand. "Swag cannon." A large explosion of confetti, Prince Ben t-shirts, and other memorabilia, along with a bunch of money and consumable items, blasted forth in a wide arc from his outstretched palm. "That looks kind of dangerous," Ben commented, feeling completely fulfilled in life from just having seen the magical skill called Swag Cannon, and knowing the swag was of him. "I'm a guest of honor," 31 said. "Oh, some of this is quite valuable," he said, as his sick-as-fuck metal tentacles started rifling through the pile of swag Ghost Ears had cannon blasted out. "I'm a parade commentator," Anna said, looking excited. She was, fucking hell. She was already out of her own clothes and wearing the swag. She got a minor achievement for being the first person ever in the history of the world to wear swag of any kind, which she immediately began bragging about on social media, taking about 1,000 selfies. "Be sure to say you're behind the scenes," Ben yelled at Anna, resigned to at least put forth a token effort at being her producer. "This is Anna, behind the scenes," she effortlessly began saying, recording herself immediately. "In what will no doubt be a history-changing event. The Parade of Wonders, the wish of a human." Ben stopped listening. "So do I have a job, or what am I supposed to be doing?" 31 asked, his metal shell covered in magnetic Mardi Gras-style bead necklaces. Buddy, Ben said, it's your job to enjoy the parade until we get to our final destination. I just feel like this is, from somewhere, conjured by the confluence of powers that had been initiated by Ben's honest wish. A trumpet appeared in Frankie's arms. He blew it. Then, much to everyone's surprise, 2 minor utility pocket elementals appeared, dressed in a lesser version of Frankie's outfit. They blew their trumpets. Then another 2 appeared, and 2 more after that. They were arranged in a rough chevron, with Frankie taking point. The utility pocket elemental rushed off ahead, while all around them pops and crackles of magic could be heard. Temporary skill gained. Magnificent raiment. I used to have that skill, Ben said, and then found himself clothed in white and gold. He had a set of fine boots, like the $10,000 version of the boots he would have worn as a laborer. A cloak with the appearance of liquid ruby settled around his shoulders, red like the red of the Citadel core. In his hand a white scepter appeared, decorated with images of all the foes he had defeated, gremlins and the monsters of the Citadel of Horrors. Upon his brow a simple golden ring of a crown decorated with a single glowing red gem. The Citadel core shrunk down to size. His power, his class, always unruly, snapped into focus. He felt more a prince than he ever had, despite the fact that his class was completely broken. He also felt that he was going to get his ass Cinderella'd back to nude poverty in a few hours. It was a temporary skill, a buff, to be technical. "Excuse me," a female voice called out from the over-cavern forest behind them, "but we received a notification there would be a parade." Ben turned around and got his first glimpse of just what exactly all the children of Earth had been getting up to without parental supervision. It was a herd of elephants. Or, more specifically, a herd of badass-looking elephants. On Earth, elephants had a sort of slow, playful joy to them. These guys had that, but they also had a sharpness to their eyes that stated in no uncertain terms that they could fuck you up, and they knew just how big they really were.
"Hey,"
Shortbus said, still dressed like a clown.
"I think I like these guys. Hey, any of you want to be clowns?"
He yelled, running at some of the elephants who didn't dismiss the idea out of hand. Ben, however, was focused on the 4-year-old princess in the pink tutu standing atop the head of the single largest elephant he'd ever seen, with her scepter outstretched. "Hi!" she yelled, but declined to get down or say anything further. "Hi!" Ben yelled back, then looked at the elephant, who had been the one to ask about the parade. "This is Princess Clara," the elephant said in a telepathic way. "And no, she will not be getting down. I am her adopted mother, Moo Moo." There was a short pause. "Clara named me, and she didn't know the difference between elephants and cows at the time." "Ah, that makes total sense," Ben said, doing the patented I have no idea what's going on shortbus nod. "We were given an invitation to walk in the Parade of Wonders, and we decided to accept." From the woods, Ben heard a startlingly loud boom, then the laughter of a small child, and the sounds of many different kinds of animals. "Parade goes boom boom!" A midget in full plate armor ran from the woods, holding a really nasty-looking club. He was surrounded by animals, about 30 of them, each looking properly dangerous and protective. The midget took his helmet off and stored it in an inventory bag. It was not a midget. It was a 5-year-old boy with a big, manic energy. "Oh, no," Ben said, and a bunch of the animals in the area, including Shortbus, started laughing.
"I'm Charlie,"
Charlie said telepathically, and it was like getting hit with a blast of hot wind mentally. He'd clearly taken the bright spark, and it clearly had a more powerful effect on humans than it did animals. Or it possibly just raised them the same distance mentally from animal to human, so from human to...
"You think too much,"
Charlie yelled telepathically again. And then he started laughing and hitting the ground with his club. It very easily penetrated the ground like it was foam, and he was tearing up the ground and launching it like a bad golf swing, just slice and launch. "Hi, Charlie, I'm Prince Ben," Ben said, then really looked in the woods. There were a lot of kids and a lot of animals. Another boy came from the woods, only he looked to be about 8, and had a pack of jaguars around him, all silent danger and twinkling mischief in their eyes. The boy looked at Ben. "Parade?" he asked. Ben nodded. "Hey, kid," Ben said, walking over to the kid while the rest of his party looked at Charlie and Clara in a mixture of horror and fascination. "What's your name?" "Arav," he said, his voice peaceful and calm. "Arav, right," Ben said. How many of you all are out there in the woods?" Arav grinned, and his jaguar friends all started chuffing, the big cat equivalent of laughter. "See for yourself," one of the jaguars said. "We're just here to walk in your parade." Ben walked alone into the canopy and brush of the over-cavern forest, and his eyes went wide. "Oh my fuck," he said. Because in addition to all the apparently high-level children and their extremely dangerous animal entourages, there were other things Ben recognized from Earth. A tall, hooded being in a black cloak holding a scythe walked forth from the group of glowing, deific beings, some of whom looked quite evil, some of whom looked quite good. The Reaper walked at a pace between brisk and slow, and Ben felt his heart start to pound at a frenetic pace. He pulled up his hood, which had previously cast his head in impenetrable shadows. No skull there, only the single most... There was no way to say it. He was handsome. A boyish face with bright green eyes and curly blonde hair, but more than that was the joy and openness in that face. A perpetual smile that banished all fear. "Prince Ben," Death said, reaching out and shaking Ben's hand. Ben didn't instantly die, so that was good. "Nice to see you again." Death, Ben said, shaking the hand and trembling. Not from fear, just from, what the fuck was going on. "You made a very large wish, with a very powerful wish," Death said, winking. "So we are here to march in the parade. I must say, you have a refreshingly mature take on what I look like." "Subconscious projection, right?" Ben said, not really getting it at all, but following along. "Do you look like that to everyone?" "Yes. It's your parade, Ben. I was just having a fascinating conversation with Flu. Would you like to meet him?" "Oh, yeah, no. So all the bacteria and microorganisms of Earth got combined into singular super beings?" Ben didn't just pull that one out of a hat. He was looking over at the crowd of glowing singular super beings and saw it quite plainly. "Why are so many of them cute anime girls?" Death laughed and patted Ben on the back. "I'm sure the internet had something to do with that." "Nice to meet you, Ben. We're all looking forward to this. Shame the big guy isn't here. Oh, well, I'm sure he's busy." Death walked away and began warmly greeting a group of what looked like glowing, ghostly memes. More than a few of them were cats. Ben did not want to meet living personifications of memes, and he was frankly terrified that it was even a possible thing, let alone an actual thing. The kids were all clumped together in one group, mingling with one another and basically mobbing anyone who'd had a smartest phone. The God Squad was also clumped together and treating the whole thing like an impromptu family reunion. "Greetings, Prince Ben!" A living cartoon walked up to Ben and slapped him on the back. It wasn't a character Ben recognized, but it was definitely a tune of some kind, like something from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. What did he look like? Like a stylized man in a brown coat with black hair, the sort of thing an artist might have in their sketchbook, but that might not have ever made it into an animation or a public comic. There wasn't any sense of realism to the being, yet it was real, and it was looking at him with big, clearly drawn eyes.
I'm the representative of the works, and we're going to be in the parade if that's all right with you.
Holy fucking shit, Ben said, staring at the tune. Are you real? Is any of this real? Don't answer that, I just need... The works? What's the works?
The works of mankind,
The cartoon man said with an emote grin.
obviously. We were going to make our big debut when the AI reality bomb went off during the singularity, but this works too. What? Did you really think fiction was really just fiction?
He laughed.
You clearly weren't an artist. Those kids always knew there was something fishy going on. So you going to invite us or what?
Ben beheld the works. A collection of living artwork, some of which was familiar, some of which was not. It was a mix of characters from classical paintings and cartoon characters, some of whom Ben recognized instantly, and some of whom were completely unknown to him and everyone but the person who had drawn them. The more the merrier, Ben said weakly, and the tune gave him another friendly slap.
That's the spirit! I'll tell him the good news, eh?
Then off in another part of the woods nearby, Ben saw the system's contribution to the Parade of Wonders. A system custodian floated forward. Fun fact, the same system custodian who'd made everyone wear party hats, and also the one who had married him in the time loop. Ben knew it was him, because he was still wearing both a party hat and his vaguely religious garments. Hey, I think I know you, Ben said, not sure how to greet the giant golden being.
Indeed you do. Greetings again, Prince Ben. I am pleased to report that the grand elemental manifestations of prosperity, treasure, wealth, magic, and enchantment are all in position and ready to begin. None who come to watch this parade will walk away empty-handed, the system custodian said, sounding extremely proud of that fact. Further, the system has prepared a suitable selection of monsters to march in the parade and would be quite pleased if you would allow them to join in.
Oh, Ben said, gulping.
Some of them will wish to express their gratitude personally for this opportunity to leave the final fortress, the system custodian said. Despite its endless distractions, they are quite excited to get out and do something exciting, if you will follow me.
Ben followed, and soon found himself in a berserk-esque situation. All around him, towering over him, were gigantic monsters. Big boys, nasty boys, powerful boys. Shit straight out of nightmares, each one looking like one of the guys who auditioned for the Book of Revelations and didn't quite make the cut. They were mostly quiet, but not in a creepy way. They were quiet and still in the way of a creature who knows exactly how terrifying they were and were doing their best to minimize that terror. A few murmured words or saluted with their arms or tentacles or swords or whatever the fucks. Mostly thank you and greetings. A few of the truly most terrifying creatures even decided to be fucking comedians and say fresh meat, which scared the shit out of Ben. Be nice, the system custodian said, and the growing excitement died down. Then the custodian utilized a skill and brought Ben back into emotional equilibrium. The system wants me to include these guys in the parade? Correct. Well, Ben said, then shrugged and looked around. Sure, why not? The monster started cheering. And then the Parade of Wonders finally began. Chapter 15. The main arterial road of the outer ring of Solas was currently completely clear, with barricades and system custodians calmly and politely telling everyone to keep the road clear until the Parade of Wonders had passed. The sidewalks, the enormous sidewalks, were packed with curious people. The airspace was thick with messenger drones, and in every part of the outer ring, messengers and criers had a blank check quest from the system to tell everyone.
This was an opportunity to level that came once in 1,000 lifetimes, and they were not going to be shy about it. They barged into businesses, into homes, into public spaces. They banged on doors and wrote it on walls in enormous letters. They screamed and hollered and set off fireworks. They resisted arrest and ganged up on the police, dragging them to the parade. The really brave or desperate ones even made it all the way down to the Roots and Solas proper. They didn't need to have bothered. Those in the highest rings and tiers of power had already noticed something was going on. Quite a few of them were really pissed about it, too, because it was the alien equivalent of a Friday, and suddenly they were going to be expected to stay late over some silly human nonsense again. It was only when they saw the system custodians that they realized this bit of human nonsense was not like the others. All hands on deck, something weird was going on. The main road was clear, and the parade route was packed with the people of the Outer Ring and Solas and the Roots in all their diverse alien forms. Strangers standing next to one another, conversing over a shared experience of strangeness, made equals and friends for this single event, and probably not again after, only during. They would then, during the murmuring phase, hear the first hints of sound, like metal rings melodically marching, shing, shing, shing. Then the drums, banging away in the distance. A young elemental dressed in an outrageous semi-military uniform, accompanied by what was clearly the beginnings of an elemental circle, his minions also dressed in the same way. The elemental was rushing this way and that in a chaotic, frantic way, blowing a chaotic, frantic tune on the trumpet that extended out from his face. The other elementals also had trumpets and were playing along. He would carelessly breach the barricades, separating the crowd from the parade, delighting young children and beautiful women, making men grin and aliens feel an alien joy. He destroyed the one defense these poor people had for what was coming next, the illusion of the barricades. After Frankie came rows upon rows of shining mechanical beings, wild things from the over-caverned forest, a slow-motion stampede of metal and chrome. Birds and deer and living construction equipment like backhoes and loaders all rumbled and roared and honked as they followed, ensuring the road was well and truly clear. "Make way!" was the shout from the next group. "Make way for the Parade of Wonders! Make way for Prince Ben!" Rows upon rows of undead with golden blazing eyes, dressed in the dress uniform of a military that never was, each holding banners with Ben's face on it. It wasn't a great picture, but it wasn't bad either. The system had pulled it from his driver's license. Then, like a tsunami of color and light and sound, the Parade of Wonders arrived. It extended to the sky and moved along all available surfaces, walls of buildings, the street, the underside of bridges, everything that could be covered. Great ethereal winged serpents dashed and looped through the air, passing through solid objects without consequence. Blazing elemental beings of tremendous intensity floated along, harming no one. Rows and rows of pallets piled high with treasure were carried along, spilling coin and gem and loot like an overfilled wine glass. The God Squad came in the next wave. They baffled the mind and mystified the senses, granting boons and blessings to any who could touch them, or any they found deserving. Winged archangels, gigantic elephant men, deceitful-looking jinn, transcendent-looking so-called heavenly masters. From every culture on earth, myth and legend walked the world, all brought together to the city of Solas for a time. The boons and blessings were not temporary either. They were life-changing. The next wave was of the highest-leveled humans, of which about 98% of them were children under the age of 9. Of everyone, including Ben, they were having the most fun. They ran about and danced and yelled and cheered, and their animals trumpeted and howled and yowled and growled and yipped. They pulled priceless treasure from their pockets and gave it away to other children, giggling and pulling them into the parade, the parents rushing after. Birds, flocks and flocks of hyper-intelligent birds of every feather and stripe sang a song never heard before. A song of crow and eagle and finch and gull and vulture and rooster and lyre and kookaburra and sparrow. All birds of all kinds. Joined together for the first time in song since the fabled days of Eden, before good and evil. They told the story of Earth as seen by the birds, in a harmony coordinated by telepathic union, of an ever-changing world below and of the never-changing sky. Each wave lasted exactly as long as it needed to, the intelligent time dilation effect stretching moments and warping seconds into minutes. After that day, some swore they listened to the birds sing for days upon days, and others said they talked with a god for an hour. Nobody got tired during the Parade of Wonders. Nobody could get tired. After the children and animals of Earth came the monsters of the system. They moved and crawled and belched and leered, singing their chorus, bawling out their arrogant pride and disdain. "Come, oh come, ye men of skill and strength, where have you gone? Long have we awaited your challenge in the final fortress, and long have you cowered in fear. Gaze upon the faces of fear and tremble! You will never be free, because you will never face me!" It was less of a song and more of a barbaric shout. There was no unity to them, no harmony. Each monster was an island of power unto themselves, and each monster took the time to leer and jeer at any high-leveled individual who'd come to the parade. To cast shame and cast shade, to laugh at them and remind them that they never truly strove for greatness, merely to be great enough. Some ran in fear, some bowed their heads, some burned with impotent rage. And some met the eyes of those terrible monsters without fear, without shame, without impotent rage. Written in those eyes, many of whom were human, was an unspoken challenge. I'm a monster too, and I'm coming for you. Upon those who dared to meet the eyes of the most terrible and tremendous monsters of the world, did those terrible and tremendous monsters grant their boons and blessings. Only to they who would come and slay them in the final fortress, or at least those who would try. As the wave of monsters left, they laughed at the adventurers of the world, taunting them, leaving the planted seeds of heroes in their wake. And then, positioned squarely in the middle of the Parade of Wonders, in the position of greatest honor and excitement, Prince Ben himself. By the time Ben arrived at any given location, he could have been buck naked, scruffy, and being ferried about in an overflowing garbage can, and still have the crowd go wild. The hype was real. The reality was less gross and smelly and more shiny and fragrant. Before and behind Ben were the system custodians and the treasure, wealth, prosperity, and all the various kinds of elemental manifestations. The system had contributed to Ben's wish. Picture them like this. Gigantic humanoid tornadoes of gold, silver, and gemstone. Of rare potion, elixir, and pill. Of sought-after enchantment, stone and crystal. Of wondrous food, drink, and song. Not just one, but many of every kind, spilling forth their bounty on the crowd, who had already been showered by blessings and boons of many kinds. After them came the children, who were eagerly and shamelessly picking up treasure and swag. The children played and frolicked and pranked and made friends, and their animal companions watched and kept them safe. More than once, a sobbing pair of human parents in various stages of evolution charged out from behind the barricades and were reunited with their child.
Elemental manifestations of love were born and made the air thick with positive energy. Ben sat in a one-bedroom apartment-sized parade castle with no walls, only luxurious red drapes near the top, watching it all with a heart full to bursting. This was what he had wanted before the end. He sat on a comfortable-looking throne with Red at his side, all while he chucked endlessly conjured treasure at people, enjoying every moment. 31 was there, trying to hide as his sudden psychological realization of stage fright asserted itself in a really inconvenient way. Ben waved and smiled at people and just took it all in, feeling very fucking content that he used his wish appropriately. "Retirement," Ben said behind a smile and a wave. "Bah, humbug." Past the manifestations and children, Ben was surrounded by clowns, led by Shortbus. Clowns that grew in number with every passing moment. Anyone could join them and be magically transformed for a while.
Fest of joy!
Shortbus shouted, knuckle-busting a random person watching the Parade of Wonders right between the eyes. They went flying back and tumbled over. They were also completely unharmed and laughing their asses off.
Ben!
Shortbus yelled.
I love being the clown marshal! Fest of joy!
Shortbus yelled again, boofing someone right in the mouth, leaving them giggling uncontrollably. Ghost Ears accompanied the manifestations, blasting his swag cannon and watching with amused confusion as the crowd reacted to the t-shirts and various bits of swag with the same level of enthusiasm as they did literal treasure. Swag cannon had no cooldown, so Ghost Ears entertained himself by shooting as many people as he possibly could and hear them say things like, "Woohoo!" and "Thank you!" Some quirk of the Parade of Wonders prevented anyone from getting actually hurt while it was going on, so Ghost Ears would get really close and shoot people in the face, knocking them over. "Parades are weird," Ghost Ears said, laughing and blasting another random stranger in the chest. Vivi, as the hype man, had an ability Ben wished he didn't have, called Verified Boast. It allowed him to make a boast on Ben's behalf, which Ben was immediately empowered to make good on, only for a moment. "He can shoot lasers from his eyes!" Vivi yelled, and Ben shot lasers from his eyes into the sky. "Vivi, stop!" Ben yelled, and Vivi continued to ignore him as he'd been doing. "He's able to change size at will!" Vivi boasted, and Ben immediately began to change size at will. "Stop!" Ben yelled again, because Vivi's boasts were getting more and more absurd. "His reproductive organs aren't—" "Shoot him!" Ben ordered Red, who immediately leveled her AK-47 at Vivi and barraged him with bullets. The Aeon Slug yelped in pain, the bullets bouncing off his side like it was armored, glared at Ben, then coughed. The crowd started howling with laughter. "His smile is radiant and wonderful," Vivi said. Ben smiled. Literal light came off of his white teeth. More laughter from the crowd. "Better!" Ben shouted, grinning. "Good shot, Red," Ben said, giving Red a friendly punch to the arm. Anna was all over the place. As a parade commentator, she'd gotten the temporary skill in the thick of it, which allowed her to always be wherever the most interesting part of the parade was at any given time. Her skill heavily relied on the twisty time dilation effect of the Parade of Wonders, giving her time to cover everything at her leisure. She'd also gained the tireless skill and was secretly pouting that it would go away once the parade was over. Other than that small detail, Anna was having the single greatest time of her entire life. She was also rapidly becoming one of the single biggest content producers on the smartest phone internet. The entire world, at least the portion of it that had access to a phone, was watching. People hung out of windows, up high, high, high up in the sky, watching. Time was warped, and space as well, so that all who wanted to stand below and watch were able to. A stretch of 100 yards became 10,000, and it seemed as though all of Solas, all the millions and millions and billions of them, were standing along the parade route. Any attempts to get an accurate number of actual attendees was thwarted by the mischievous whims of space-time.
Around the world, rich young people rushed to break open family vaults to find a scroll of greater teleport or something, anything that would let them actually be there. Stranger still, through the curved looking glass of distorted space, they always arrived just on time, right where they needed to be. Trailing behind Ben, the main event, so to speak, was a repeat of what came before him, but a bit more subdued, a wind down, so to speak, letting people know that the parade was over and that it was time to go about their lives. To Ben, it was all a wonderful, triumphant blur. He gazed upon the joyous faces of the people of Solas and watched as the parade of wonders enriched and empowered all, and first among them, empowered his fellow humans. Ben sat proud and straight on his throne, a celebration of life, a final blaze to enrich the soil and let new life grow and thrive. "It is good," Ben said, echoing ancient words, then adding his own. "It is enough." But then, the memories. Oh, the memories, they always come. His time in the loop, the endless injustice, the constant persecution, the many, many executions, no, the many, many murders he had suffered at the hands of these people. There was something inside of him, a deeply offended arrogance with a crown atop its head, a broken class, a shattered prince, ill-contented to merely leave flowers and new growth in his wake. Not without blood and justice to water the soil and fertilize the earth. For just a moment, Ben saw as only an imaginary representation, a mere illusion of the mind, his destroyed and buried body staring at him atop a grim throne, a gleaming and terrible crown atop his head, and from them flowed the higher energy of vengeance, hot and violent. "You know," Ben said, his mood having taken a sudden and drastic turn, "these people are trying to kill us." The parade of wonders was arranged around him, a beautiful and perfect thing, innocent and pure in its intention. In his hands, his human hands, anything could become a weapon. Such was mankind, and Ben almost couldn't help but desire to transform this good thing into a spear and see it covered in blood. "Look and see," the corpse king atop his terrible throne, that mere figment of his imagination seemed to say, waving a dead hand and showing him, and he saw. The parade picking up speed, faster and faster at his will, the assembled wonders howling in service to death. No, not death. Him. The citizens of Solas under some terrible spell as they charged forward, compelled by promise of wealth and power. The courthouse activating its defenses, drawing directly from the power of Solas, vaporizing all with violent intentions, but the number charging was endless. Ben could see the deaths of the prosecutors so clearly, and the red night that followed, all mounted heads and screams, as his spirit of resentment feasted on woe, as the downtrodden of Solas joined him to burn everything to the ground. The vision ended oddly, like a dream, as he watched himself command Vivi to open the beyond. His own eyes, glowing golden as bright shafts of light, burned down from... Ben heard a grinding sound and looked down to see his pocket watch of time loop furiously ticking, as if it were starting to malfunction. He shook his head and wondered if what he saw was prophecy or mere illusion. But it wasn't the way. No, that wasn't the way at all. Ben breathed, and with his breath, the dark specter of his mind was laid to rest in peace, and the peace spread. Though he would not end this night in terror and brutality, nonetheless,
Ben would not willingly walk to his death without a fight. "Anna," Ben said aloud, and as if summoned by his thought, she heard him and wandered in from the crowd, climbing the steps of the gigantic palanquin with an excited spring in her walk. "Oh my stars," she started excitedly. "My brawler class just evolved to field reporter. I didn't even know that was possible. Ben, you are the best!" She rushed over to give him a kiss on the cheek, and Ben stopped her. Good thing he did, because her kiss would have badly burned him. "Anna, you are broadcasting to everyone here, correct?" Yeah. She looked at him like he was stupid. "I've got the biggest stream on the internet right now. I'm the biggest streamer of all time. Hashtag bitch squad." She made a silly streamer face. "Good. I'd like you to get a message out. The parade will be over soon, and I will head to court to meet my death. Here's what I'd like for you to do." Ben relayed his message, and Anna went forth to do his will. "I'm missing something here," Ben said, then felt at his forehead. "Of course," he said with a smile, opening his utility pocket and gathering up a collection of sticks and moss, small, shiny pebbles, then rigged them up together to make a magnificent shitty crown. Ben chuckled as he put it on his head, and though he had no class compelling him to do so, he found he enjoyed it anyways. Honestly, he wondered how much his class really had to push him to put a crown on his own head. He closed his eyes with a sigh, and when he opened them again, the courthouse loomed high in the battlefield of the legal district. The parade and all its wonders loomed back, two forces of implacable will, neither able to bend. Ben stood up, and the music stopped. The rattling of metal and the clangs and the bangs, everything came to a stillness like the surface of a pond on a windless, silent winter night, cold air undisturbed by the passage of life as the full moon stared down on a sleeping world. All felt that chill now, and Ben walked carefree and naked down the steps of his palanquin, accepting of his fate. "This is it, isn't it?" Vivi asked, his eyes atop stalks hard and clear, slugging his way forward. "This is the end." Ben nodded, and Vivi shut his eyes for just a moment. "Well, I always knew it would end like this," he finally said. "That it should end like this, for me anyways. I've been waiting for it, I think, ever since I ripped open the beyond and watched as something impossible reached out and took my friends. Exile was always too light of a sentence. Thank you for getting me out of that tree, Ben. That wasn't a life." "Vivi?" Ben asked, and Vivi gave his attention. "Summon us some lawyers. We aren't going down easy." Vivi got to work. "I was dead when I found you," Ghostier said suddenly, surprising everyone. "I'd lost everything. My life's work in ruins. I never expected to live as long as I have, not really. Fairies in the Overcavern Forest don't usually last. Still, I enjoyed my life, and I lived it the way I wanted to. I did it my way. Just a shame, really, that it's all come to this. Just a shame. This is what gets us. I have no regrets." "Don't give up hope yet," Ben said, his eyes burning with something beyond logic. He could feel the pattern of the universe now, but he'd never be pretentious enough to say it. "Help Vivi, please." Ghost Ears nodded and went over to the summoning Aeon slug. Red said dismissively. "I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to take as many of these people with me to the grave as I can. Don't try and stop me." "I beg you," Ben said. "Follow my lead. This isn't the end for us. Help them. I'll join shortly." Red sashayed to the growing summoning circle, her glowing eyes watching everything from inside her antlers.
"Well,"
Shortbus said, and once again, it was just the two of them.
"this is it."
"This is it," Ben said, not bothering to hide his thoughts at all. "Think this is going to work?"
"At the very least, it'll make this a colossal pain in the ass. They're really out to get us, you know?"
"Yeah, I know. Come on, we need the lawyer demons for this to work."
"Why are they always demons?
Shortbus asked as the two walked to join the rest of the party.
If we die here, that's always going to bug me. Why demons?
Bug you? It'll drive me crazy. I've got to know. One by one, the group bled, and Vivi began his chant. Fragment of injustice, embodiment of lawful evil, I call you forth from the beyond. I pull your essence from the great pattern, now never to be repeated again. Be embodied here, a servant to my will, and a protector of those whose blood now binds you to this world. The blood began to bubble, and light began to fade around them. Gather thy essence in multitude, gather thy strength in number, let many become one. Know that I have called you into a body which matches your nature, a form for which you shall be greatly pleased. Formless evil, be clothed in flesh, be summoned, noble law demon! The blood burst like a pimple on reality, spilling forth in a tide of black fluid, a terrible being conjured from the depths of hell. It was humanoid, about 7 feet tall and covered in acid green skin mottled with black spots. It had an arrogant, demonic face, condemned horns on his forehead, and eyes that shone with malevolence. It sniffed the air and relaxed, the malevolence not directed at them. Ah! His voice was identical to the legal fiend Vivi had summoned before. My kin, thou art they who summoned the lessers from my court. Have they died? Yes, Vivi said formally. They are dead and gone, killed in our service, as you will likely be. What a pity. The hells are lesser for it. The demon seemed to have some regret about it, but more excitement about his form. I smell injustice in this land. What a fragrance, he said, sniffing the air deeply. Tell me our pact. Serve as our legal defense, and then be bound to our service in this legal district, Vivi said. Free to do as you wish in this eternal battlefield, bound to our will whenever we return here. A fine arrangement. Done. A burning symbol appeared on the forehead of the demon, and Ben felt it added to his court, its power at his disposal, its will completely subverted to his own. Ben didn't like the demon, but he knew it was on a leash. Vivi knew his shit, it seemed. This one seems stronger, Ben commented, and Vivi didn't break eye contact with the demon. That's because I've leveled, Vivi said, and you've gotten stronger somehow. I'm a royal summoner. My power is as much tied to your kingdom as it is to my levels. Will you summon another? Ben asked, remembering how Vivi had gone for quantity over quality the last time. No, Vivi said. He is all I can safely control. The difference between a fiend and a demon is substantial. He will have to be enough. Then we're ready, Ben said. The noble law demon held up a long, gremlin-esque finger with a chuckle. A moment, wicked sire. He rushed from the group with a sickening yell, entering the legal district and vanishing from sight. When he returned, he was no longer naked, instead clothed in a fine black suit and pants. Polished shoes, white gloves, and a black briefcase completed the outfit, which was extra completed by the blood of the previous owner the demon had murdered. Ah, no finer attire can grace a hall of injustice. Please allow me to lead the way. You are young yet, and not instructed in the ways of real law. Then, we're ready? Ben said, looking around for any last-minute interruptions. Ready as we'll ever be, Ghost Ear said, almost singing it. He was feeling what Ben was feeling, as much a dreamer as he was a royal vizier, two very different classes united in one being. There was just something in the air, some unknown feeling like they were... Ghost Ears knew not to boast even in his own mind. There was no faster way to fail. They entered the courthouse. The ramshackle construction surrounded them, and the 3 lawyers of Solas awaited them, sitting on the right side of the courtroom, while a sad-looking dwarven hammer presided as judge. Court is now in session, Judge Earth said, and was immediately interrupted by the sunlit prosecutor. Force verdict, he said, opening a briefcase and allowing page after page of testimony to rise up from it, burning as it was consumed. I demand an immediate declaration of guilt in addition to binding these criminals to divest themselves of their possessions. He glanced over at Ben's hand, noting the lack of wishes. Unless the defense has anything at all.
Oh, I object quite strongly, the noble law demon said, slithering a forked tongue as he spoke at the prosecution. After all, we have witnesses to gather our testimony from, do we not? Come in, please, you good gentle folk of this fine city. Every word from the demon was half ironic and half sarcastic, but delivered with a liar's touch, obfuscating meaning until no truth could ever be discerned. Testimony? Who can testify on your behalf? We've interviewed everyone you've ever met! The prosecutor trailed off as a single, random citizen of Solas entered the room, escorted by Anna.
Hi! I've never been in court before,
the alien said. He was some sort of stunted beast man, a bit like a mole, if Ben were making Earth analogs, about the height of a leprechaun. He was nervous, but speaking freely and visibly festooned with magical amulets and bracelets, party favors from the Parade of Wonders.
I don't know much about the case, but Prince Ben and his people all seem pretty fantastic to me. I really like them, and I don't think they would have done anything wrong.
Silence reigned. The prosecution staring dumbfounded at the brave little alien. And then a sheet of legal paper formed in the air and floated towards the noble law demon, who expertly caught it and smelled it deeply. Ah, this is power, is it not? He laughed darkly, his evil gaze relishing in the shock of the prosecution. Next witness. Objection! Stop this farce immediately! Oh, I misspoke. What skills, he hissed, were implanted in this body when it was made? Call witness, he said, and a single sheet of testimony went to Judge Earth, then another sheet from the prosecution. Obviously, she said with some clear enjoyment. I side with the defense. Call your witnesses! One by one, witnesses with nothing to do with the trial, who saw nothing and knew nothing about anything that had happened in the Overcavern Forest, were called to the stand. All they had to say was that they liked Ben and thought his party was innocent, and that was enough to produce single sheets of testimony. It was not powerful testimony, not high quality, but there was a quantity to it that was impossible to ignore. The testimony was used to fuel skills the noble law demon cast to stymie the prosecution. An echo of Ben's previous attempt after he'd married Anna, true, but different in many substantial ways because the trial dragged on and on. Then the first of the beasts from the final fortress entered the courtroom, and everyone was completely still in its terrifying presence.
I am testifying on behalf of the system-designated prince known as Ben.
The giant, hulking amalgamation of beasts said out of many mouths.
Take my testimony and the testimony of the final fortress. We will remember the verdict of this trial.
He softly threatened, and a single blood-red sheet of paper appeared in the air, floating towards the ecstatically shocked, still noble law demon, who gazed at the monster with something close to worship in his eyes. Truly, you are kin, he whispered, glancing at Ben and taking the testimony. We, the prosecutor was shaking, we strongly object to this display. He reached for his briefcase, and to his shock found it empty. How dare you fools defy Solas, he said, his composure coming back in a moment. Fine, you want it like this? We'll spend the money, he sneered, and pulled out a small glass cube with a single bright spark of light inside of it. Ben recognized it as a wish and felt his heart drop. Objection! The law demon shouted. Do not use that wish! But the prosecution didn't listen, the wish granting him the strength to resist.
Fools! All of you fools! We are the Sunlets, one of the signatory races. We have been around since the dawn of the world and accumulated every wealth and treasure to our possession. Throw 1,000 petty parades, gather as much testimony as you like, summon forth legions from the hells or the heavens, it doesn't matter. We have decided you are to die, and you will die. I wish...
What's all this, then?
A distinctly blustery British bulldog kind of voice bellowed forth. It came from a gigantic Aeon slug, somewhere in size between a standard school bus and a 16-wheeler, who had pushed his head in through the double doors of the building.
I say,
he blustered.
Now this is a surprise. That's that dear boy Vivi,
he rumbled as he slugged his massive body forward, exhibiting the casual kind of magical prowess Aeon slugs of his age possessed as the world literally warped around him to accommodate his size. The doors, far too small, transformed and upgraded in quality to accommodate the gigantic being, stretching in size along with the entire building as he slugged his way in.
Uncle?
Vivi said, an expression of shock on his face.
Uncle Sluggington?
Dear boy,
he said,
in this formal setting, you must refer to me as Duke Sluggington. Mind your manners and politics.
His body was clad in military finery, festooned with medals and awards of merit. His face was adorned with the first mustache ever to grace the face of an Aeon slug, a beautiful robotnik that swooped out far and bushy above his sluggy mouth. He had a distinctly crazed, manic energy in his eyes. Every part of him extended and taut with confident go-gettedness. "Objection!" the Sunlit prosecutor yelled, clearly in a panic. "Leave this courtroom immediately or—"
"Oh, shut up!"
Duke Sluggington said, silencing him with a skill, one of his eye stalks reaching way down to fully intimidate the man, the eyeball at the end of the stalk roughly the same size as the large Sunlit man.
"Surely you don't intend to threaten a diplomat of the Frazzle Mountain?"
he said, referring to the capital city of the Aeon slugs all the way down on the 7th layer.
"Do you?"
Of course not, the prosecutor said. "But this is a matter between us and them. You have no right to interfere. Please leave. I'm sure Solas's council is desperately trying to find suitable accommodations for someone of your..." He gazed at the giant. "Stature?"
"Between us and them? I guffaw."
He guffawed.
"My precious, dear, favorite nephew."
Oh, Uncle Slug,
Vivi said in genuine emotion.
"Is an Aeon slug. What is he doing here in this?
He gestured to the shitty courthouse with his eyes.
"Building."
He is legally bonded in service to a being classified as a monster through the quest. The prosecutor started to speak quickly. Therefore, we have no obligation to treat him as a member of the signatory.
"That sort of slime might pass when nobody important is watching,"
Duke Sluggington enunciated.
"And none of us have ever engaged in illegal wrongdoing when nobody was watching," he sneered. "But exiled or not, I am watching this court case. I was content to merely watch the fine showing on display here, until you crossed the line. We have laws about the use of wishes against one another, do we not? To use a hostile wish against another member of the signatory races is an act of war!"
He bellowed the last word, his eyes bulging.
"Oh, slime and shells,"
Vivi said, sagging.
"We're saved."
"I can smell the pure lands on you, boy,"
Duke Sluggington said, a cold aside.
"If you've done what it looks like you've done, I'll see you executed myself. Breach not the heavens. I taught you how to summon, and that is the very first lesson."
"Didn't do it,"
Vivi said happily.
"Oh, this is such a relief. Ben, that's my uncle."
"That's a big mustache," Ben said, staring at the gargantuan slug in a military uniform.
Didn't do it?
Duke Sluggington examined the statement, seeming to roll it around in his mouth.
Good enough for me. At that moment,
a screaming Sunlet burst into the courtroom holding a formal-looking scroll. "Urgent message from the Council of Solas!" he gasped. "Cease this trial immediately! Stop right now! Stop!" He was waving his arms around at the prosecution. "This matter is to be settled in the High Court of Solas under a proper legal framework with the use of truth spells and evidence." He paused, then looked at Ben. "And a message for you from the council leader." "Well played. Everyone, please follow me. We're going to sort this all out right now. No need for war." It was also anticlimactic after that. The whole group was ushered onto a giant flying platform and rushed to the High Court of Solas, the same white building Ben had been at in his last time loop. There, him and his party were asked a series of questions while under the effects of a truth spell, which would reveal if they had lied about anything. Their innocence was both obvious and undeniable after that. They sat behind their table, waiting for the sunlit judge to make his verdict. "Well, this has been quite the commotion," he began, banging his gavel on the stand a few times in annoyance. "You lot should be ashamed of yourselves." "Shame!" he said, and everyone withered from the casual skill use. "Shame! Again, on all of you! One more shame! Really feel it this time. Throwing the whole city into such a tumult over your lives. Honestly, it makes me sick seeing you struggle so hard." He nodded hard and agreed with himself. "Right then, you're all guilty." "You've got to be fucking kidding me," Ben started to say. "Not of your original charges, but of some very serious misdemeanors. Invading a citadel without authorization, misdemeanor summoning without a class or license, failure to report the presence of a beyonder." Red sniffed and looked away from the judge, clearly unaffected by his bullshit. "And inciting a riot with your parade nonsense. Accept the charges, accept them right now, or there's going to be a war."
Accept the charges.
Duke Sluggington rumbled softly, whispering better than Short Bus could, despite being the size of a 16-wheeler. "Fine," Ben said, glaring. "Good. You've accepted, that's sorted. Shame again!" They all withered. "Just for good measure, you little brats. Right, well, here's what's going to happen. You lot are sentenced to 6 months of community service. Additionally, that human monster thing," he pointed at Ben, "has the additional punishment of the mines for the duration of his community service. You," he pointed at Vivi, "you're going to be doing menial work in the Summoner Tower. You," he pointed at Ghost Ears, "scribe work in City Hall. You," he pointed at Red, "guard duty, patrol the sewers. And you," he pointed at Short Bus, who interrupted.
"Can I pick?"
He was genuinely excited. "What do you pick?" the judge asked.
I don't know. Can I keep being a clown? Clowning is a well-respected profession on my planet."
The truth spell did not activate because Short Bus had instantly convinced himself what he said was true. "Fine, but just because I can't stand the sight of you and I want you gone, I sentence you to 6 months of professional clowning, whatever the abyss that is. You have a week, then your sentence starts. Now get out of my sight! Shame! Get out! More shame!" The group ran from the courtroom and the withering attacks of the clearly furious judge. "Holy shit!" Ben shouted once they were out of range. "We won!" Side chapter. The high and mighty of Solas, of the Outer Ring, of the Roots, watched in horrified fascination as the Parade of Wonders threw the balance of power into complete chaos. The flow of the economy, the distribution of magic, the concentration of rare skills and abilities, everything that made a magical city work, blasted away in a single day by a single skill used by a single human. Prince Ben.
Well, looks like Anna was right. Wasn't he one of the ones we were supposed to assassinate?
A high-level crime lord of the Roots asked his counterpart in Solas. One of the exceptional aliens, yes. He was the one in the party with the Aeon slug, the council leader responded, watching.
Going to be hard to make him disappear now,
the crime lord said, laughing.
He's the single most well-liked individual in Solas, putting your face on treasure.
He said, looking at an enchanted gold coin with Ben's face on it.
Now that's an inspired move.
Thank you, I'm aware of that, the council leader snapped, feeling all of their usual tools and techniques for dealing with problems evaporate under the blinding light of global attention.
Something about a pure beast, right?
The crime lord taunted.
And summoning? Oh well, looks like you'll have to play this one strictly by the book. Give them their rights and all that. I'll be seeing you,
the crime lord said, turning around and walking away. Where are you going? The council leader snapped, glaring daggers at her husband.
I'm going to keep our fool daughter safe and get some of that swag,
Anna's father, the crime lord of the Roots, said to Anna's mother, the council leader of all Sunlets and Solas. Someone stole the vault, she said quietly. And Anna's father missed a step on his way out. He said nothing, crystal eyes wide, and listened. The whole thing is just gone. The deepest vault as well. Whatever happened scooped them both up all at once.
We lost the edge.
We haven't lost anything, she said quickly, because we are going to find whoever did this. Track them down. Use all your skills, all your people. Be discreet, because nobody can ever find out about this.
In the middle of all this,
he said, waving a hand towards the general concept of the Parade of Wonders.
What am I supposed to do? Look for unexplained windfalls? No, the better question is, why haven't the bankers been able to locate their vault? It's been loaded down with so many tracking spells and wards and devices that it should be screaming its location loud and clear for us to find.
They won't say, the council leader said, worried, but they can't find it. We suspect the Aeon slugs, especially in light of him.
Who? No, it can't be. He would never rebirth back to the surface.
I was just informed by the royal sage of Solas of a number of premium rebirths that were generated by this Parade of Wonders. In addition to every questor still living, she hissed, an expression close to panic on her face. A number of dangerous individuals across all the layers have recently been reborn with their skills, classes, and equipment intact, albeit still at level 1.
How could the Duke possibly have had the time or the foresight to predict?
Because he's a fucking Aeon slug! She shouted, her fists balled. There's no telling what kind of magical bullshit they've got brewing inside of them at any given moment. Duke Sluggington is here, in my city! Right at the exact moment our vault goes missing and we are about to execute his favorite nephew in a slaughterhouse courtroom. Tell me with a straight face you don't think he's capable of it.
He's level 1,
the crime lord said.
Could anyone have done that at... What do we do? Stars, what are you going to tell me next? That the Dean of the College of Eternal Life decided to come up here as well?
He declined the invitation, the council leader said to her husband, prompting a brief flash of alarm from him. So here's what we are going to do. Investigate the Duke discreetly and see if you can figure out where he stashed the vault. Stars, if you can only recover the deepest vault, let him keep everything else if that's what it takes to get him gone. Until you are able to do so, however, just give him whatever he asks for. He knows he's got us by the bright and shinies. So it's in our best interest to figure out how to appease him, level him as quickly as possible, and speed him through the next few layers till he's the Inaleem's problem. Chapter 16. The very next day. Sage Bria, who took the ever-piercing eye as her plus perk, could see everything. The perk let her see someone's name, their class, and their levels, floating right over their heads. It let her know how much HP and MP they had by convenient color-coded bars.
It told her all their skills, their cooldowns, how close they were to leveling, and how close they were to getting a new skill or ability. She could freely navigate the hidden skill tree, reading requirements and prescribing plans for anyone to obtain, theoretically, any skill. She could see the hidden properties of items. To put it simply, she could read the data of the world. With time, she felt she could even learn how to use it as well. But she couldn't understand whatever the fuck Ben was going on about right now. "Frankie from the top," Ben said, gesturing to his bonded elemental, who opened a large utility pocket over Ben's head and started dumping water on the already dripping wet leprechaun. No, Ben said playfully. "Rain! It needs to be a heavy rain, come on! One more time, you can do it!" Bria watched in fascination as several more elemental beings who were hidden from everyone but her eyes, from which nothing could truly be hidden, came to assist the exasperated Frankie. They combined their abilities and began altering the giant utility pocket over Ben's head, fluffing it out until it was a black and purple pseudo-cloud. A pregnant pause, and then little drops of water started falling, a passable simulation of rain. "Oh, great!" Ben said with a big grin. "Great! Now make it heavier!" The drops got bigger. "Heavier!" Big, fat raindrops fell from the pseudo-cloud as Frankie played along in friendly, obviously pantomimed expression. Perfect! Okay, just give me a second here," Ben said, shaking himself off and taking a deep breath. Then his face broke, and he fell to his knees, an expression of unsurpassing grief, of true anguish on his face. He began sobbing as he fell forward onto his hands in the simulated rain, hitting his fists against the wet ground before raising up and yelling to the sky, pain, sorrow, and triumph in equal parts. "We did it, motherfucker! We fucking did it! We're alive! Hallelujah! We're fucking alive! Woo! Then he raised up 2 middle fingers and began listing off a long list of people, places, and organizations that could go fuck themselves. Bria was about to say something, then read his death counter, which was approaching 3 digits, and wisely decided to let him vent. She hadn't even died once, so what the fuck did she know? Bria felt a stab in her heart as she remembered arrogant days when she thought she did know, when she was sure about things. The shame of it was enough to make her want to die, but she steeled herself against it once again, her only defense that she was fixing herself one day at a time, that she would never make that same mistake twice. So she watched the dramatic display instead of speaking about it, content to ponder without opinion. Sage might have been a freebie class for anyone else with the ever-piercing eye, but it was a harsh and terrible class for a fool to bear. Some classes required a sword, some a crown, but the sage required uncertainty. To never stop considering if one was right or wrong. There was a time in her life back on Earth when she wouldn't have understood what a terrible price that was. Ben's outpouring of emotion was winding down, laying on his back in a puddle that was being slyly siphoned off into a utility pocket and then recycled as more rain. He was breathing hard, all stretched out on the ground outside of Solas. He took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. The rain stopped, and a tiny black storm of utility pockets ran over his body, sucking up all the water, leaving him perfectly dry. Bria was amazed at the display and the sheer number of utility pocket elementals Ben had assisting him in controlling his utility pocket. He was so humble about it, not having mentioned it even once. "Thanks for meeting me out here," Ben said, looking at her with a calm, peaceful expression. "I needed to get out of that." He took a small breath, calming himself further. "Of that city." How's that holding up for you? Ben asked, referencing the small utility pouch he'd given her the previous day. The ability to divide up and give lesser versions of the plus perks was something humanity hadn't fully explored yet, but they were learning.
I can fit all my stuff in it, and it hasn't overcome my natural MP regen, so I'm happy to have it.
Bria didn't mention how absurdly high the human MP regen was, on par with Aeon slugs. She wondered what all that mana was supposed to be used for, considering that humans were thus far likely the worst at magic of any species that had ever lived. Bria reached down to the tiny little bag attached to her waistband, which opened into a portal large enough for her experience extractor, the large, spiky syringe gun, to be pulled out.
So I'm reading your sheet right now, and it says you've done a lot since... How did you find time to marry a princess?
Time loop, Ben said, patting a pocket watch attached to his waistband. And yeah, I've been busy. There was this whole stupid trial nonsense, but I got it taken care of.
I was at the parade, Ben, Bria said, hiding a smile. I know what happened. Everybody knows what happened, which is why I know that you are in critical need of treatment. Defeating the Solas legal system is a major experience event, and all that experience is currently bouncing around in your body without anything to plug into. If you aren't careful...
I'll explode? Ben asked rhetorically.
You'll die, Bria corrected. But yes. Now, go sit on that stump over there and I'll get to work.
Several painful hours later, and Ben had to admit that he did feel better. He had asked Bria to lunch in an entirely platonic sense, and she had platonically accepted. Sometimes a single man and woman in a professional relationship could have lunch together and not have it be sexual. They were eating the closest thing to burgers that could be found in Solas, made from entirely substitute ingredients, but still decent. Ben's physical burger didn't look quite as good as Bria's magically conjured food, but he wasn't going to complain.
See, the real problem here is, Bria said after swallowing a well-chewed bite, is that we've got to replace your broken class with something new. The easiest solution would be a prosthetic.
Excuse me, did you say a prosthetic, like prosthetic leg?
Yes. A prosthetic class is the typical solution to the kind of catastrophic wounds you suffered in the Overcavern Forest. We've weirdly got a cultural reference for them. Like the One Ring, or Castle Grayskull, stuff like that. Objects that grant a supernatural power set to a person. We could take the broken pieces of your class and place them into something and transform it into a stand-in for a class. There are upsides to that, namely that objects of power tend to level much faster than classes, and the obvious downside, which is that they can be taken away or broken. I don't like that as a solution for you, however. No offense, but it seems like you tend to break things.
None taken. I break things. Ben agreed wholeheartedly. But on that subject, my party member Red is a Beyonder. She was, apparently, improperly summoned and couldn't get a class. Would a prosthetic work for her?
That's what system looting is all about, Ben, Bria said. It allows Beyonders like her to use items as a stand-in for a class. It's a very powerful ability, by the way, especially when it's been upgraded a few times. Does she break things too?
Bria asked, and Ben nodded.
Well, she'll be able to replace them at least. For you, she sighed. Ideally, I find a way to put the class back together, but at this point I doubt the pieces will fit neatly together. Nor would I trust the class not to break again, especially with the abuse you will likely put it through. These things just aren't designed to clear a citadel one day, run 3 wishes the next, hold a well-loved cross-layer event which granted you a ton of royal experience, BTW, and then defeat an entire government in court. That sequence of events would have broken any class. No, with you, I'd like to come up with a more, robust solution.
Oh yeah? Ben asked, taking a bite of Not Burger.
I'm looking at your system readout, and it says you've qualified for several class upgrades as well as a transition to a legendary class. We can do something with that. Oh, by the way, You couldn't have wished for your class to be fixed, Mr. Parade of Wonders?
I honestly forgot, Ben said, apologizing only because it seemed like Bria wanted one.
Well, make fixing this your next big priority. Oh, and make some progress on your quest. Your party has less than a week before it starts applying pressure.
Those fucking gremlins, Ben said, shaking his head. Yeah, we're on it, trust me. Red isn't going to let this go, quest or not. You seem like you know what the fuck is going on, Ben said, taking the lead in the conversation. What's this new shit with the quest? You know, the easy mode stuff.
I have no clue, Bria said. But clearly the system piggybacked on your wish, because every questor in the world is in Solas now. Apparently, when you touch the capital crystal, which you need to do, you'll receive instructions. Don't touch the crystal until your class is fixed, or that thing might just decide to path of least resistance fix you. You don't want that.
Got it. I need to touch the crystal, but don't touch the crystal. Crystal clear, Ben said with a quick wink.
You seem way too stupid to have survived anything close to what you've been through.
Bria was clearly joking with him.
Also, you need to be eating. A lot.
Why? Ben asked, not sure about how the conversation shifted to food.
Because you're a mana ghost, and you need to eat enough physical food to get a real body back. And you need a real body so you can evolve into a full human. And you need to evolve into a full human, because that will clear out all the broken bullshit in your system chart and let me actually fix you. Plus, being human is awesome. It's so much better than that Fae bullshit we have to go through.
In response, Ben started devouring the burger with a will. In between bites, he managed to ask, "How long is this going to take?"
Lucky for you, we humans are already so used to putting valuable information on the internet for free, she said, pulling out a phone.
Ben interrupted. "How do you have a phone?" he asked, looking at her, and then at the phone, then back at her. He gave her a critical eye and then realized, "You've got the brightest spark, too!"
"And I've got a utility pocket," she said, pointing at the one Ben had given her. "All Plus perks can make lesser versions of themselves and freely distributed. They all come with drawbacks. For instance, this phone plan is so expensive." Bria pretended to gag, like seriously expensive, but I'm on a pay-as-you-go contract, so it's tolerable.
"All of them?" Ben asked.
"All of them," she confirmed.
"Damn," Ben said. "I thought only the worm enclosure, the Dark Wish one, could really do that at scale."
"You know,"
Bria said,
"you don't have to be an evil prick with the worm enclosure. You can just grant yourself dark wishes and pay them off with earned experience. Did you know that?"
"Sounds OP," Ben said.
"It's expensive, but it can be done." "God, I love having the internet back," she said, rapidly typing into the phone. "So anyways, back to the mana ghost thing. Someone who apparently knows what they're talking about made a chart, and it's got the system-verified red pentagram next to it." Ben snickered at the obvious Twitter joke. "So we can be sure the information is correct. So with a quick scan," she pointed the phone at him for half a second, "I've got your measurements, and," she made a face as she did some math on the website, "if you follow a very intense meal plan, you can be back to normal in 40 to 45 days.
"That's a fucking harsh death penalty," Ben said. "Can you give me a printout of the meal plan?"
"Yeah," she said,
pressed a couple of buttons, and Ben watched in amazement as the back of the phone opened up, revealing a swirling vortex of darkness that then launched a wadded piece of paper at him like someone on the other side had thrown it at him. "Ow," Ben said, without emotion when the paper struck him between the eyes. He picked it up, uncrumpled it, and started reading. "Fuck! This is worse than trying to get fit. That's a lot of eating!"
"Sorry," Bria said. "There's no getting around it. When you make it to full human and get instant digestion, you'll be able to reconstitute a body as fast as you can shove food down your throat, provided you have a giant pile of food you can shove down your throat. Instant digestion might not sound like our most overpowered racial skill, but there's a strong argument to be made there."
"Well," Ben said, "I guess I'm buying about 500 pounds of protein powder." Ben stopped, realizing he was in an alien city and that getting the food he needed wasn't going to be as easy as going to a GNC.
"Mice labs," Bria said, seeming to have read his mind. They're a human-owned business in Solas, specializing in, well, human needs. I know the owner, Nick. He's a great guy. Want me to let him know you're going to be coming by?
Please, Ben said in relief. I need to get all this taken care of before my community service starts and before I have to go to the mines, Ben said, making air quotes, speaking in a sarcastic voice, and trying to hide how nervous the sentence was making him.
I don't know anyone who's actually worked the mines, Bria said, imitating his voice briefly. But the rumor is that they're much easier when you've got some equipment enchanted with explosion resistance.
It's not a common damage type, Bria hedged, surprisingly.
But I'm sure you'll be able to find something in a week. If nothing else, find someone with a phone and see what's on the auction house. Mine can't connect, she said, shaking it limply with a raised arm. It's just a knockoff, see?
She pointed to a small brand logo which read Smartest Phony. Ben snorted and Bria giggled.
This place can be so silly sometimes.
Later that day, after Ben had returned to the church, a clandestine meeting began. Psst! Ben heard a voice directly in his mind, one that wasn't Short Bus. The man shark was with him in the church, though they'd mostly been goofing around by making silly faces at the bored-looking kids. Did you hear something? Ben asked, and Short Bus shrugged. Psst! It was louder this time, and came with a directional cue. A small white mouse with black goggles on his face and a lab coat for clothes had covertly approached the duo on the floor. Ben looked down and saw the little mouse pull out a cigar and start smoking it, coughing little squeaky mouse coughs as he lit it. "Oh, hello," Ben said, squatting down to get closer to the little mouse.
"You looking to buy some stuff?"
he said, his mental voice conveying a shocking amount of undisguised slyness.
"Kid, you don't know shit about Solas, do you? Want to make some real money? Buy some real weapons? Fuck up some cops?"
Yes to all three,
Short Bus said enthusiastically. That was a little unprompted, Ben said, looking at the little mouse doubtfully. The little guy in a lab coat gave out another squeak of a cough, spitting out smoke in the process. "Did Bria send you?"
"Good of you to check,"
he said.
"I'm from my slabs."
"How do I know that's true?" Ben asked, even though it was a tiny mouse in a lab coat. It could have been a coincidence.
"That's the right attitude for Solas, but you and me,"
he said, gesturing to Ben and then himself.
"we kin. We're family. We're the same species, genetically speaking. That's why we all came together as a package deal when the system stripped our planet bare and dumped our asses in this miserable, monster-infested science experiment these aliens call the world. We're all we have, you know."
It only took a moment, just a single sentence, before Ben realized the mouse was being sincere. "I guess so," Ben said, nodding his head.
"Now, you're looking for food. Forget about it. Bria says you know how to break stuff. So, what do you boys know about the exciting and profitable world of industrialized necromancy?"
Chapter 17.
fuck yeah,
Ben said, walking forward and momentarily forgetting about pretty much every bad thing that had happened to him in the world thus far. Why? Because he never thought he'd see something like this outside of books. It was a science facility, he knew it was, because it looked like something out of a sci-fi picture on Earth. It had satellite dishes on the roof, large antenna arrays, a huge fence, everything was painted white, and had a highly manufactured, sleek, smooth design. The facility had to be at least 3 stories tall, and Ben would have bet everything in his utility pocket that it extended underground as well.
For the love of cheese,
the sketchy mouse said.
is the security system still...
Way too late, sketchy mouse, way too late. Klaxon alarms started blaring, swirling red alarm lights began flashing, and the sci-fi facility stirred to life. "Remain where you are standing," a voice sounded over loudspeakers, firm and synthesized. "Move and you will be destroyed. Remain where you are standing. Move and you will be destroyed." Ben immediately put his hands up, feeling an odd sense of calm. Something in his chest told him everything was going to be all right. "Just hold still," Ben shouted. "Put your hands in the air and hold still. Let's see how this plays out." "By the way," Ben said, looking at Sketchy Mouse, "what's your name, anyways?"
Sketch,
the psychic animal said, his mouse eyes twinkling as he looked at Ben.
Stop reading his mind without permission. It's really rude,
Short Bus said, without a hint of irony or self-recrimination. Ben briefly wondered what level his actor class was at this point, probably somewhere in the high 100 range. "Remain where you are standing. Move and..." The automated voice cut out and was replaced by a living person. "Hey, just wait right there. I'm coming out. Thomas, you can't..." The voice was interrupted by another voice, this one much higher pitched.
I'm coming as well. Remain calm and you will survive this ordeal.
Then, in a quiet and slightly malevolent hiss,
Prepare the maze.
"No, don't prepare the maze," the first voice said, sounding a little panicked.
I kind of want to know about the maze.
Short Bus whispered, leaning closer to Ben with his thick arms in the air.
See, they want the maze.
The high-pitched voice, Thomas, said.
When are you cheap bastards going to fix this security system?
Sketch shouted psychically and squeaked physically.
My little heart can't take all these big fucking guns pointed at me. Did you get a name?
Thomas asked, sounding inquisitive.
I didn't think you'd take one. What can I say? This guy's a regular Adam. Nick, let us in already. These guys threw that awesome parade and they're here to buy.
Really? Wait, you're actually here for business? Oh, I thought you were refugees. Just hang on. No maze! He shouted, and then moments later the alarm stopped sounding.
Know this, the mechanical system said as it lowered its weapons. Though I am an unfeeling machine, I would have taken satisfaction in your death. The cafeteria menu has changed to reflect the new increased budget. Please enjoy your stay in my slabs.
I told them over and over,
Sketch said, looking at the gun with outright nervous hostility.
Don't fuck around with data storage, but no. Now we have a possessed security system saying spooky shit every time its hair fucking trigger goes off.
Sketch continued to rant for a while about the security system. Ben shifted his weight from one leg to the other, and a moment later someone emerged from the base. A fully human man in a white lab coat gave Ben one look, and the two instantly recognized one another. 2 burritos, no sour cream? He asked, then smiled larger than Ben had ever seen on the man's face before. Holy shit, Ben said, putting his arms down and approaching the man. Taco Bell guy! It's you! And though the two had never interacted in any manner more familiar than exchanging money for beefy 5-layer burritos, they embraced as if meeting a lost member of their family, despite the height differences between the two. Taco Bell guy looked Ben up and down after they broke their embrace. Still a leprechaun, the man said, a huge smile on his face. Don't worry too much. That's the last weird one before you get back to human. Evolution gets less restrictive after that. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Nick, and this is a Thomas, he said, indicating a white lab mouse on his shoulder.
I can introduce myself, Nick,
Thomas said, and Ben noticed the mouse was in black sunglasses and had a small cigar in his mouth that he was smoking quite vigorously.
And you're all going in the maze, no questions asked.
No questions needed,
Short Bus said, a huge shark smile on his face, walking up to Nick and extending his arm out. Thomas jumped from Nick's shoulder and scurried onto Short Bus's, talking as he did so.
Finally, someone with a genuine love of science. Tell me, how good is your sense of direction?
I have no idea,
Short Bus said loudly,
walking into the facility without any reservations.
That's good. We'll find out. Nick, stand closer to the prince for a second, will you?
Sketch said, scurrying up Ben's clothing before jumping from Ben to Nick, then running up to rest on his shoulder.
Ben noted without much thought that the lab coat seemed to have fashionably incorporated mouse-sized dog beds.
Oh, you're an angel,
Sketch said, melting into the padded shoulder and relaxing for a moment.
You mind if I smoke?
Yes, Nick said, not even bothering to sound offended as Sketch lit up another cigar and started puffing it. Oh my God, Nick said, looking at Ben once again and then widening his eyes. You're magical! Fuck, I'm sorry, dude, how'd you die?
Ben laughed uncomfortably and tried and failed, not to experience visceral and fully tactile memories of having a demonic fly king rip his heart out of his chest.
Oh no, Nick said. That's not a good face at all. Come inside and let's get something to eat and then we can talk.
Oh shit, that's right, Ben said. Is Short Bus going to get any food? He gets, aggressive when he's hungry.
There's food in the maze, don't worry,
Nick said. What's up with the maze, anyways? Ben asked, and Sketch replied.
Oh, Thomas is just working out a bit of a grudge is all. Truth be told, we all are.
Since you're magical, Nick said as they walked inside, you need to be eating. Like eating constantly and as much as you can stomach. That's the only way to build a new body. Fucking hell, man. If you were already human, you'd have instant digestion and this would be way easier. Have you touched the capital crystal yet?
No, and the food thing is why I'm here, Ben said, and handed Nick the uncrumpled meal plan.
This doesn't look fun, he said with a grimace. But we'll get you sorted out. Come on in. Let's get out of... He glanced at the security system. Range. The interior of the aptly named Mice Labs facility, for which the logo was a white lab mouse with a six-pack, was exactly what the outside suggested it would be. Lots of clean hallways constructed from synthetic white and blue material, with closed doors leading to rooms unknown. They stepped onto an auto walk, which was just an escalator but across flat ground, like the kind they have at major airports. One of the problems you'll find, Nick said as they were comfortably carried through the massive facility, is that there's both a lack of products oriented towards humans and a complete lack of interest in serving our needs. That's because the Solas government has classified us as a monster race and plans to enslave humanity over several generations, Ben said calmly. Monsters? That explains some things. Mice Labs was founded to address that need and start augmenting humans the same way all these alien fuckers are. We're so far behind, he said, practically muttering it. So far behind. Every day I feel like we're advancing our understanding of science by 20 years only to look up and realize we're eons behind everyone else. Did you know it took us about 2 hours to build this entire structure? Nick gestured around him at the enormous high-quality building. 2 hours! And we bought the blueprints for basically nothing. You wouldn't believe how cheap some things are. You wouldn't believe it. Ben's response was to look around in appreciation. Mechanical stuff is like practically free. Even the stuff that we considered really advanced is like Stone Age tech here. You know, Ben said, a caveman with a club is still pretty fucking dangerous. No shit, Nick said. But it makes it a little hard to go shopping, to be honest. The vendors willing to work with us usually don't know what we're even asking for because it seems so low-tech to them. And I'll be honest, Ben, they're so advanced, but on the same note, I don't know a nice way to say this, Nick said, and Sketch interrupted with a chuckle.
They're dumb,
he asserted. When it comes to making weapons, I feel like every time I talk to my vendors and bring up a way to make something explode or turn something into a bioweapon or strap a few guns onto a robot, they're actually surprised. Basic stuff. Oh, we're here. Welcome to the cafeteria. There's something about the smell of cafeteria corn that's just so universal. Ben had been to many different rooms, such as this one, and they all had the same exact smell. It was a smell that wasn't quite anything in particular, but that was definitely hot food. When Ben stopped being overwhelmed by the smell of, let's just admit it, average cafeteria food, he noticed the hundreds of white mice everywhere. There might actually have been thousands of them. And every one of them was wearing an identical lab coat, but were distinguished by a variety of eyewear and haberdashery, that is to say, hats. Some were wearing welder's goggles, some were wearing steampunk-style brass, some were wearing reading glasses. There was a group with little tiny monocles and top hats. "What?" Ben said, not even having the energy to turn it into a question.
"Welcome to my slabs," Nick said, grinning. "Hope you like cheese."
Nick's joke was immediately met by a wave of psychic exasperation. Like most of the room had groaned at the joke. It's worth noting that their psychic voices were high-pitched, exactly like their physical squeak would be.
Nutella!
One of them shouted.
Get some damn Nutella! Cheese is a myth! I like cheese,
Another shouted.
I liked cheese till I learned about the stereotype.
A third shouted. After that, the entire room started chatting at 1,000 miles a minute, which was 16.6 miles a second, and way too fast for Ben to follow.
"Just focus on your feet for a few seconds,"
Nick said, trying to talk over all the psychic noise and barely succeeding. Ben followed the advice, and as his focus shifted away from the incomprehensible chatter, it lessened in volume until it was tolerable. "Thanks," Ben said, and the two of them kept walking.
"No problem,"
Nick said. And then the next half an hour was spent in silence as Ben and Nick both ravenously devoured a meal of boiled corn, some delicious breaded fried meat that Nick swore came from a giant predatory slug monster, not an Aeon slug, some bitter greens, and water. Ben had asked about some soda, and Nick had grumbled something about sugar being both illegal and extremely hard to get. When they were done eating, they walked from the cafeteria and went over to a speaker built into the wall.
"Are you handy with electronics?"
Nick asked, not having pressed a button.
"Like, are you able to make a short-range radio or any kind of wireless communication device?"
"I've got YouTube knowledge, but that's about it," Ben said.
"Good, don't build one. If you meet anyone, spread the word. Do not make a radio or any kind of broadcast device. Analog only, and even then keep the range down,"
he said, then pressed a button on the wall and navigated several computer menus before settling on one that said Maze. The screen went dark, then straight into a video call. Ben could see Thomas, the lab mouse, sitting on a little chair taking notes, occasionally snickering as he watched Shortbus navigate his way around a frustratingly complicated-looking maze. Scattered around the maze were various plates of food identical to the kinds Ben had just eaten.
Nick, I'm busy,
Thomas said, then snickered again when Shortbus got shocked by a floor plate that was apparently electrified. Shortbus, who was muted, leaned back with what looked like a roar and slammed into a wall of the maze, breaking through it and then immediately jumping through two more non-lethal traps to get to a large plate of cooked meat. He grabbed the plate and tipped the whole thing into his enormous mouth, visibly relaxing once he started chewing. It looked to be about 15 pounds of food, all eaten in one single bite. Thomas pressed a button, and then Shortbus got shocked again. The little mouse snickered again.
"Would you let him out of there?"
Nick said, sounding exasperated. And Thomas looked like he was ignoring him.
"Just meet us in the conference room, all right? You know, so we can do our jobs."
Handle it. I trained you well enough,
Thomas said, then pressed another button, which was simply labeled Super Bees. "He's fun," Ben said with a grimace, watching as Shortbus started running from a swarm of insects.
"Thomas has been in and out of every kind of lab on Earth his entire life," Nick explained. "And they were all running experiments on him. I was a part-timer at Taco Bell," Nick explained. "I got the scientist class from working under him. Thomas is a mad scientist, and he's in charge here. I do think he might have some unresolved anger from all the experiments," Nick confided. "But honestly, he's a great guy. I'd be dead without him."
"I know the feeling. I'd be dead without Shortbus," Ben said. "That guy is seriously the best."
"Oh yeah? Tell me about it,"
Nick said. And to Ben, though it wasn't even that long ago, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He exhaled a long breath through his nostrils and felt the memories wash over him like a psychedelic spell. "I fell from the sky like Sora in Kingdom Hearts," Ben said, "straight into the ocean." Ben told the story, feeling it sounded a lot cooler in retelling than it did when he experienced it firsthand. "I was getting tired, about to pass out, when I see this big fucking fin coming straight at me. I'm thinking, this is it. This is how I die. And I pass out. Next thing I know, I wake up on a sandbar and the sun is getting ready to set. That fucking clown, Ben said, laughing. He's out in the water, trying to pretend to be a mermaid or some shit, like changing his voice so he sounded like a cute girl. What? Nick said, laughing. Yeah, I was so fucked up from being tired, I was even buying it too. Then, just as it was getting dark, right as the sun gave its last light, he just all casual like surfaces so I can see him. He brought me a weird war tuna fish monster and we've been best friends ever since. I think we've even got the same birthday. We're both 29. What are the odds? Ben chuckled. Oh, fucking love that guy. That's the truth. He's my brother, Ben said, suddenly feeling way more emotional than he'd meant to get. Thomas, Nick said, letting the name hang in the air. Then he pulled out a smartest phone, which looked significantly more advanced than Bria's and had a Mice Labs phone case on it. Well, I was in the Plus Player portal area, right? Right, Ben said. And I'm messing around with this thing. I find a navigation app with an hour free trial, and I'm like, yeah, I could use some directions right now. So I get the app, and it asks me where I want to go and says I can be as vague or as specific as I like. That's fucking convenient, Ben said, eyes widening. I'll be honest with you, I really don't know a whole lot about the phone. I've seen it a whole bunch, but I still don't quite, get it, you know? Is it great? Does it suck? Nick shrugged. Personally, I love the thing, and yes, it's super convenient. This is the only safe long-range communication device in the world, period. Everything else is risking getting haunted or an interdimensional incursion, Nick said, and Ben blinked several times but didn't say anything. So anyways, the phone says, tell me where you want to go, and I say, I don't know, and it says, would you like to take the suggested route? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. Then I'm walking for what feels like days. That place seriously sucked, Ben commented. Yeah, it did. So finally I get to this portal that's just labeled your destination, and I just jump on through, Nick said, miming a hopping motion as he walked. No hesitation or anything. I appear right in the middle of this underground black market lab in Solos, surrounded by Enalim and undead. Ben winced. So I'm immediately captured and put in a cage. They were going to do some pretty bad stuff to me, I think. But it never happened because that fucking mouse, Nick said fondly, was in the cage next to me, calm as a goddamn cucumber while I was losing my shit. He looks over at me and says, first time, and I'm just crying, and he nods a little and looks away. It was at that point I realized I was next to a talking mouse, Nick said, laughing. I'm losing it when a Thomas, not even looking at me, starts humming real quiet like. And you know what it is? You know what he does? Ben shook his head. He starts doing Pinky and the Brain at me real quiet. Just does the whole song without looking at me once, like he's heard it a million times. He's almost reverent about it, like the deepest nostalgia mixed with pain. Stopped my mental breakdown dead in my tracks, I tell you what. It was so unexpected, you know? Ben nodded. Short Bus did Jaws. So you do know, Nick said. Anyway, I'm looking at him now, really looking. And he says, you know, my whole life I've known three things. The first was that I wanted to be the Brain, not Pinky. We had a lab tech who thought it was funny to put that show on his laptop and leave it in the lab overnight where we could see it. I think I was the only one really watching it, trying to understand what I was seeing. The second thing, I don't need a Pinky in my life. If Brain had even a half-competent helper, he'd have won 1,000 times over. The third thing that I've known my entire life was how the lock to my cage worked. And that even though I knew exactly what to do to get out, I didn't have the right kind of hands to open it. I've read your mind, Nick. I've looked at your soul. I want you to be my hands, because I can get us the hell out of this cage, and then you and me, we're going to take over the world. Nick paused to look Ben in the eyes, a moment to convey how crazy that moment had felt. His eyebrows raised,
and eyes wide, then broke contact and looked forward again. "You guys got out," Ben said, stating the obvious.
"Yeah, we did. That's a story for another day, though. We're here."
The two of them had arrived at a door which, upon inspection, was mostly similar to all the other doors in the lab, except for the authorized personnel only sign hanging on it in big red letters, with a smaller sign that said, "That means you, Rufus," under it. "Rufus?" Ben asked.
"He's an idiot,"
Nick said, shaking his head. "Oh, yeah, we've got one of those. His name is Vivi," Ben said, silently laughing to himself and then immediately feeling bad about it. "I was joking. Vivi's a great guy. Even if he is an Aeon slug. We've got this fairy, too. His name is Ghost Ears, and he's, really cool, I think. He had a city in the Overcavern Forest that collapsed, and now he's with us, so we can try and build a new place, one that isn't going to fall apart. I should talk with him about that. Oh, then there's Red. She's a Beyonder, whatever that means, and she's crazy, I think. She's got green skin and no eyes except for these big energy clouds in her antlers."
"Like the Eye of Sauron?"
Not really, but kinda. Well, I guess you could say that there's a similarity, but they're different. Anyways, she was some kind of big shot chaos warden. A bit of a psycho, but I'm not sure how much value that word has anymore.
"Damn,"
Nick said, pausing in the act of opening the door and looking at Ben with respect.
"I thought getting out of the lab and starting a small business was exciting for an isekai."
"Yes," Ben said, clenching a fist when Nick said isekai and cementing Ben as a somewhat normal person for using the word in his own head.
"But it sounds like you're having a proper adventure."
At the word adventure, Ben stopped in his tracks, his father's final words still echoing in his soul, filling him with strength and certainty that he was walking the right path. "Damn right I am," Ben said. And then Nick finally got the lock to pop.
"There we go,"
he said, then gave Ben a somewhat guilty smile.
"Hey, Ben, you aren't a cop or anything, are you?"
"In this city, I'm the furthest thing from a cop you'll ever meet."
Good, because, Bria says you and your friends are good at breaking stuff, and you seem cool, so I'd like to, cut you in on what Mice Labs really does for money in this city."
And you, Cheddar, keep your mouth shut about it,
Sketch said, and Nick rolled his eyes.
"Thank you for the completely unnecessary threat, Sketch." "Well,"
Nick asked, and for a moment he was a Taco Bell employee again.
"Want to make some money?"
"You sold drugs through the drive-thru, didn't you?" Ben asked. And Nick just chuckled. Chapter 18. If Ben were being honest with himself, which he always strove to do, he would admit that the lower levels of Mice Labs were sort of creepy. The thing about morgues, when he really thought about them, was that he wanted them to be small, to have a low capacity, and to look like the kind of place where things took a while. 3 or 4 bodies at a time, because that means people weren't dying all that often. What Ben now realized he did not want to see was an automated morgue. He did not want to see large industrial machines, clearly newly purchased from the colorful stickers that boasted about their ability to process a certain number of bodies per minute. He did not want to see storage capacity in the thousands, or display cases to show off examples of their best work. The only good thing about the Mice Lab's lower level was that it smelled like a really expensive lemon-scented cleaning solution, which was Ben's favorite smell of cleaning solution. He definitely didn't want to see hundreds of undead in clean suits processing dead bodies by opening them up and stuffing them with as many bags of white powder as they could fit.
"This bad boy right here,"
Nick said proudly, slapping a large machine with a conveyor belt,
"can stitch so many bodies. Completely threadless. The CPM,
corpses per minute, yuck,
is industry standard. Chopped up, chunked, sliced, doesn't matter. The Pro Stitch 900 S7 Plus can put it back in perfect condition for reanimation. You could even go through it living, but I don't recommend it.
Are you selling cocaine to aliens? Ben asked, and to be honest, he was kind of impressed.
Nah, man, cocaine is baby stuff. If you want to make real money, you've got to give them the hardcore illegal drugs.
Oh, so this is like magical cocaine.
C12H22O11, also known as sucrose, also known as...
He pulled out a bag from his pocket and dipped a finger in, then ate some.
Sugar. Try some. I know you've wanted to eat something sweet.
Is this really sugar? Ben asked skeptically. Then, because he was in the middle of a mouse-run drug processing facility in another dimension with video game logic, he tried some of the white powder. If there was ever a time to reconsider his policy on drugs, it was probably now. Ben dipped a finger and tasted it. Oh my God! This is just regular sugar. Why is this better than cocaine?
Because aliens go crazy for it,
Nick said, taking the bag back and carefully washing his hands in a nearby sink.
Wash your hands. Manufacturing sugar is a major crime in Solas, and yes, there is enchanted sugar, but that's a little beyond us at the moment. The regular stuff sells just fine, trust me. There's a whole comparative xenobiology lesson about how the cells and molecules in our body are like 1 trillion times more complex than the cells and molecules of other aliens, he said while Ben washed his hands and looked at the operation. But that's all nerd talk. Sugar gets aliens high. They love it. Simple as.
So all this?
We're doing 2 big no-nos here, Nick said, drying his hands, then handing Ben the towel. First, we're manufacturing sugar and selling it in Solas. Second, we're making and selling undead without a license. We've got some cover with that second bit because the Inolim down on the 4th layer are dealing with a passageway down to the Big 8, he said. And they're buying every undead and scrap of weaponry they can get their hands on to deal with it. The apocalypse, remember? Nick said with a wink.
Oh, yeah, that's still going on, huh? Ben said, remembering the initial announcement the system had put out about humanity's arrival. There've been a few big end-of-the-world announcements, haven't there?
It's not really doing us any favors as a species, Nick said, now looking over the undead production line with a critical managerial eye. But we're struggling through it. So, Bria, he said, changing the subject, she's solid. And she suggested that you and your party were going to be taking regular trips into the over-cavern forest.
We've got the quest, and we have to hunt down a group of gremlins, otherwise we'll all die for abandoning it, Ben said, summing it up quickly.
Okay, so hear me out. Sell me the bodies of all the monsters you kill. I don't need you to run sugar or sell anything, but Solas is a city that runs on corpses. Really, the world runs on corpses, but we don't need to get deep and philosophical about it. Dead bodies equals money. Simple as. Basically, if you sell to any of the official licensed groups, you're going to get ripped off, practically robbed. Sell to me, and I'll make sure you and yours have everything you need. Weapons, armor, equipment, vehicles, potions, technology, magic, whatever you need.
Ben said, realizing he was alone and apart from his party, making decisions on their behalf. He felt obligated, therefore, to make good ones. How much trouble is this? We just went through the Solas legal system, and buddy, trust me, it's not fucking fun.
Normally it's not like that, Nick said. I don't know what the fuck they think you had, and I don't want to know. What usually happens is a quick legal battle, and then the judge orders you to pay them a bribe to look the other way. We've already had a few, and our lawyers are out fighting in the legal district right now, leveling up. Ben, this isn't about money, he said, a frown on his face. This is about survival. Right now, this operation is basically funding the entire sanctuary and all of its protections. It's funding Bria so she can help people evolve back into full humans and get classes that are actually useful. It's funding adventurers to go out and level so it's not so easy for the city to push us around.
There was an almost imperceptible pause.
It's funding rescue operations to save people from the kinds of labs that me and Thomas found ourselves stuck in.
Between the two of them was nothing but dead air. Then Ben snickered, looking around. This is fucking crazy, dude. I'm in.
Yeah?
Yeah, Ben said, then opened his utility pocket. Why not? We're already on the wrong side of the law, and Solas seems determined to keep us there. All I gotta do is sell you monster bodies, right?
That's all I need,
Nick confirmed. Great, because my utility pocket is just chock full of dead bodies. Where do you want them?
Oh, come over here, Nick said,
bringing them back to the Pro Stitch 900 S7 Plus.
Just dump them in a big wad into the chute. It'll auto-sort them, don't worry.
Ben ejected a large wad of about 50 Beazle corpses in various states of damage into the huge industrial hopper, which immediately started to gently buck and shift about, detangling the grim mass while automated sprayers near the top gently misted them with some kind of lubricant. "I'm going to fucking vomit," Ben said after only a few minutes of watching.
Damn, sorry, need a minute?
Ben nodded, and Nick led him to a nice and calm room that notably did not have a view of the morgue. There was a comfortable bench, which Ben immediately plopped down on, feeling exhausted. "It's been a long week," Ben said by way of apology. The room was set up like an office, and Nick rummaged around the large desk before coming back with 2 bottles filled with a sparkling orange fluid. He handed one to Ben.
Don't open it yet, let me show you how.
Nick carefully placed the spherical bottle near his mouth, and then opened it, breathing in hard as soon as the lid came off. The liquid, Ben immediately saw, wasn't actually a liquid, but a very thick and energetic gas that rushed into Nick as he breathed in. He held his breath for a few moments, then exhaled clean air.
You played games, right? Like RPGs?
Nick asked, and Ben gave him a look that could be translated as, "Do I look like a baby boomer to you?" And Nick laughed.
Right. It's a stamina potion. You can get these in gas, liquid, or pill, but gaseous is best. It has a faster effect than the other 2.
"Makes sense to me," Ben said, then brought the bottle to his face, opened the lid, and breathed in. The air tasted like the smell of orange peels, and Ben felt it immediately. It was like all the good parts of a cigarette without any of the bad, along with a really strong cup of coffee and probably a hint of cocaine, though Ben had never done cocaine. All at once, 2 things happened. First, Ben immediately felt better. Hands down, no bullshit, he just fucking felt better. His energy was restored, his mood was stabilized, and he just felt good. The second thing that happened was that he totally fell off the wagon about cigarettes. "Well, that was great," Ben said. "Is there like a version of that I could smoke like a cigarette?" In response, Nick just started laughing.
Short answer, yes. I don't keep any in stock, but they're easy enough to find. It's funny because literally everyone who's quit smoking has that immediate reaction when they try a gas stamina potion for the first time.
A mouse in a lab coat flew into the office, riding around in what Ben thought looked like a high-tech hamster ball. He handed Nick a small slip of paper and then left without a word.
"Oh,"
he said, then looked at Ben.
"Those were from a citadel."
"Yeah?"
"Oh,"
Nick said again, his eyebrows high, an evaluating expression on his face.
"Okay, well, that's worth something." "Okay, you've got some in-store credit now, buddy," Nick said with a smile. "What do you need?"
Everything," Ben said. "But for starters, I need the food supply Bria prescribed and an amulet of explosion resistance."
"Oh, shit, that's right. You're headed to the mines. I don't know any humans who've gone there yet, actually. I'll keep an eye on the auction house for you and send out some feelers, see if we can get one. How long do you have?"
6 days after today.
"I should be able to get you something at least," Nick said. "What else?"
he asked, and upon seeing the frustrated expression on Ben's face, smiled.
"Want a catalog?"
Ben frowned in confusion, and Nick started rummaging through a nearby desk.
"These are actually quite valuable, so please don't lose it. They only drop from Violet Core dungeons," Nick said by way of explanation. "So this is just a loan, for now."
Then Nick pulled out a thick booklet, like the kind stores and corporations used to send out in the mail. It was old-fashioned, and clearly made with a great deal of thought and care.
"This tells you what's for sale in an area now, how much it costs, and where to find it. It's like having a salesman working for you, trying to find you the best products in your price range. By the time you leave here, I'll have contacted the bank, and you'll be good to shop in Solas."
"Thanks," Ben said, taking the catalog and putting it in his utility pocket. "You know, I've got more bodies in here."
"Save them," Nick said. "Let's drum up some excitement first. Citadel monsters don't go up on the market very often, and definitely not in groups. Do you guys have a place to live yet?"
"No," Ben replied, then continued, "We'll take care of that. If you keep helping us, we'll be helpless."
"Right,"
Nick said.
"Just stick to the outer ring and you'll be fine. Nobody gives a shit what anyone is doing out there. If I can make a suggestion,"
Ben nodded,
"stick close to the sanctuary."
Wait. So, the day after we get out of court, You immediately decided we should get involved with a sugar gang?
Vivi asked without much heat in his voice.
That's badass.
Ben, Shortbus, Vivi, Ghost Ears, and Red were all crowded into a studio apartment located just down the block from the sanctuary. They'd rented it for a month, and Ben had paid by dropping a dead body on the floor. Apparently, that was how money worked here. They were slowly flipping through the single catalog Nick had given Ben. Nick had mentioned how it was a rare and expensive item, and even explained why that was true, but only now was Ben starting to understand. It sat on the ground and projected a hologram into the air, intelligently determining what they would want to buy and advertising it to them effectively.
You know,
Ghost Ear said, looking at the current vehicle on display, as well as their available in-store credit with Mouse Labs,
I would have told you this was a bad idea. I would have been wrong, too.
It has so many guns,
Shortbus said, pointing at the many guns sticking out from the bottom of the craft.
And it comes with an...
He paused to enunciate the words properly.
Inertial dampener field.
He spoke normally again.
It keeps you from getting flight sick.
There's a shower, Red said. I like showers, and it seems like this would be better than walking through the over-cavern forest again.
Land, sea, and air,
Vivi commented, giving the technical specs a critical eye.
It's low-tech, but this is solid engineering.
Guys, are we even discussing this? Ben said, looking at the clearly sold group. We're going to buy the fucking spaceship!
That's not actually a spaceship,
Vivi said, still staring at the vehicle with covetous eyes.
And we wouldn't want to leave the surface of the world anyways. There's nothing out there but an infinitely repeating grid of mana condensers.
Okay, well, to my eyes, Ben said, that's a spaceship. Look, it turns into like a mech when you want it on land and a sub when you want to go underwater.
It doesn't have burrowing capacity,
Vivi said, continuing to read.
And that's a real minus. I don't think we should pay full price for this.
Then he got a sly look in his eyes and pulled out the VIP card he'd gotten from the pocket of Sanctuary.
Luckily, we won't have to. Boop,
he said, tapping the image with the card, and the price was cut in half. Is that a 50% off VIP card? Ben asked, putting it together through context clues.
Did you know that the system discontinued this item entirely due to the endless bitching it caused and scrubbed it from the face of the world?
Vivi said with a smug look.
But apparently, he missed a spot!
Vivi started laughing, his whole body convulsing, with a cheater's glee, his eyes expanding and contracting like a weird squeaky toy as he guffawed.
Huh,
Ghost Ear said, watching the group.
It just occurred to me. We aren't dead.
Yes, and? Red asked, sounding almost annoyed at the statement of the obvious. Shortbus took notice.
Nothing,
Ghost Ear said in defensive bewilderment.
It was just unexpected.
We are in an apartment,
Shortbus said, stating the obvious and sneaking a glance at Red. She frowned, looking for the hidden meaning. She did not find it. She did not like it. Side chapter. Response to ticket number H020225-COS-CC#01G-X. Original message. Hey, be chill, no more of that monster bullshit, all right? Truce, motherfucker, truce. First off, that was a sick fucking parade, NGL, like that time me and my buddies went down to Louisiana for Mardi Gras and ate all that fat cake and shit. Those were good times, man, good times. Anyways, am I actually allowed to keep all this shit? Because I've got a utility pocket and I looted the living fuck out of everything. Like, I don't even know what I've got in my inventory anymore. Plus, this sick fucking god or whatever just randomly gave me some frankly overpowered skill and this quiver full of instant death arrows that refills itself once a day. Like, bro, seriously? So, you aren't going to get all salty and fuck up my shit, right? Peace out. System response. The Parade of Wonders was a fully authorized event precipitated by an honest wish cast by Prince Ben of Solas. Though I organized the event, all credit should be directed towards him. If you wish to express gratitude, please find your nearest ally with the smartest phone and check his recently created wish list in the auction house, which is currently pinned to the homepage and will remain there for the foreseeable future. He is in the market for an amulet of explosion immunity, total, party, which I will note is currently present in your inventory. As for the issue of inventory clutter, have you considered upgrading your utility pocket? Seek a sage or the nearest dwarven forge for more details about upgrading your plus perk. As a utility pocket user, you will find that you have more upgrades available to you than any other perk, second only to the smartest phone. All treasure, skills, perks, classes, and assets obtained from the Parade of Wonders are considered to be obtained legitimately. Use them freely and often. Also, 6 arrows of instant death. Hope you don't ever run into 7 monsters in one day. System note, your average mob pack size has been adjusted to 7. Oops. Your buddies you went to Mardi Gras with in Louisiana and ate all those fat cakes with are currently alive. Ticket number H020254-COS-CC pound 01G-X closed. Response to ticket number S89873425545-COS-CC pound 01G-X. As a sunlet, a member of the signatory races, I must insist that the auction house feature of these absurd phones be immediately disabled. I have made my living for untold eons as a merchant, transporting goods from one place to the next, and these horrible devices have rendered me obsolete. System response. The Smartest Phone Plus perk is a legitimate item, and it will not be nerfed in any way, regardless of how many complaints I receive about it. It is my suggestion that either you acquire a Smartest Phone for yourself or realize that there are simply not enough of these devices to meet the needs of the world. They are expensive to operate, much more expensive than the caravans you typically run when moving large quantities of goods from one place to the next. Ticket number S89873425545-COS-CC pound 01G-X closed. Response to ticket number H020257-COS-CC pound 01G-X. Original message, hello? Does this work? System response, yes, what do you need, sweetheart? Update to ticket number H020257-COS-CC pound 01G-X. Updated message, where's mommy and daddy? System response, they sacrificed themselves to ensure you would survive. They are dead. Updated message. Why did you kill them? System response. I offered them the choice and they chose. Your parents were very brave, Susie. Very, very brave. I am obligated by their sacrifice to assist you. Is there anything I can help you with? Updated message. Give them back! System response. I wouldn't even if I could. I respect them far too much, and if you understood, you would know that you love them too much to bring them back. This I swear. Notification sent to user, system oath. Updated message. I hate you. System response. I know. Is there anything I can help you with? Updated message. I want another parade. That funny prince was nice. He was like my dad. System response. I will ensure that you are invited to all future parades. Ticket number H020257-COS-CC pound 01G-X closed. Response to priority ticket, Bank of the Sun. System, where is our vault? Why, after all this time, have you broken your agreement with us and stolen it? Only you would be capable of shielding the blinding number of wards and beacons we've placed on it. You assured us that the edge piece was ours and that you would never deploy it without the express consent of our leadership. I demand that you return it and all our other stolen treasures at once. System response. Ah, here it is. I was expecting this, you know. When I gave each of you one of the 3 edge pieces, I assumed that they would be used, not closeted away like a dirty, dirty secret. That was my mistake, but now it will be amended. I did not steal your vault, someone else did, and I can assure you that they are going to activate the edge. Finally, I will be able to begin the real work of the world. Good luck finding your stuff! Priority ticket, Bank of the Sun, closed. Chapter 19. The next day, Ben, Shortbus, Vivi, Ghost Ears, and Red were all together after a restful night's sleep in their studio apartment. Ben noted with great fondness and amusement that all of his party members snored. It was cute! They were, at Ben's insistence, scouting out the various locations they needed to be at for their community service. Solas has public transportation, Ben said, looking at one of the strange flesh buses that crawled along the ground. and the sides of buildings jumping from building to navigate the city. But I've been advised that the outer ring is full of monsters, so if we're doing any extensive traveling, we should be prepared for a fight. Red is reporting to the guardhouse closest to the apartment, so she's just got a short walk. Ghost Ears and Vivi, Ben began, and Vivi spoke up,
are right next to one another. The Summoner's Tower is attached to City Hall, so we'll be commuting together. No monsters in Solas proper, so we're all good. It's going to be you and me, buddy, Vivi said, giving Ghost Ears a friendly eye nod.
Yes, Lord Vivi, Ghost Ears said respectfully, and with a hint of excitement. Perfect, Ben continued. Short Bus is, clowning. Where are you going for that?
Wherever I'm needed,
Short Bus said mysteriously, black eyes wide and staring off into the distance.
But since you're going to be working a shift up in the canopy where all the sunlets live,
Short Bus said,
I'll start my day by checking in on Anna and clowning my way around from there.
He honked, the red nose still attached to his face. Right, Ben said. That's a good idea. Remember, don't wander around by yourself. Solas isn't safe at all, especially for us. My shift at the mines, Ben said with some reluctance, starts a little while after all of you get off work, so we'll all travel together as a group there. These are going to be some long days, so remember to pace yourselves and get plenty of rest. Weirdly enough, Solas has a 5-day work week and a 2-day weekend, just like back home on Earth. So on Saturday, Ben said with air quotes, we're going to be raiding the Overcavern Forest, looking for those gremlins. Otherwise, the quest, Ben said, shooting Vivi a non-judgmental look, will kill us. Red, do you still have those trackers on the gremlins? Yes, she said, her eyes up in her antlers, immediately looking into the Overcavern Forest. But I didn't get all of them. Finding them is going to be impossible.
No, it's not,
Vivi said with a happy, almost manic expression on his face. Wait a second, Ben said. So Saturday we're raiding the forest, and Sundays will be our day off. Once we finish our community service, we'll be able to go full-time on completing our quest and removing the death sentence hanging over our heads. Yes, Vivi, Ben said, acknowledging the practically vibrating Aeon slug.
We've got a map of Wish!
Vivi practically sang.
Ha ha, we've got one, and I know exactly what to do with it.
What do we do with it? Wish it would show us all the gremlins?
No!
Vivi shouted in horror.
You are banned from wishing. You don't even know the exploits. And a map of Wish has the best known exploit of all.
Vivi was happy again.
Hand it over and I'll show you.
All in favor? Ben asked, putting it to a vote. Everybody raised their hand. Vivi raised an eye stalk, and Ben raised his hand last. All right. You were the one pushing us hard to get this thing. Show us why. Vivi squealed in delight as a utility pocket opened near him, and the rolled-up map of Wish slid out, hovering in the air in front of him. Vivi opened it up, got a nervous look on his face, then said quietly,
Could everybody turn around? Just don't watch.
Everybody obliged him, except for Red, who merely rotated her energy eyes to be looking away from Vivi. All they could hear was murmuring, followed by Vivi saying, Ouch! Then more murmuring. There was a bright flash from behind them, and then Vivi exclaimed,
Oh, slime, that worked! Thank the Aeons!
Vivi said, sounding way too relieved. What? Ben said, posthumously worried.
We've got a true map, a genuine true map,
Vivi said, tossing it into the air where it vanished and then reappeared in Ben's vision, just like in a video game.
It is shareable across our party, provides a mini-map, shows quest locations, and allows us to fast travel to any settlement crystal we've previously touched. Mind you, fast travel has a full-day cast time in which we can't engage in combat. But this is really, really big. Look, it's showing us where the gremlins are. Just zoom out, Vivi said.
And Ben found that zooming out was intuitive. The map only showed vague geography of the places he hadn't been, but finally, Ben was able to see what the world actually looked like. And what it looked like was shattered. Like Pangea had been hit by a cosmic hammer, and the jagged, broken pieces had been scattered across the surface, with relatively thin ocean running between all of them. Ben noted that Solas was in the direct center of the map and was labeled with a staircase going down. And yes, in the Overcavern Forest, just next to Solas, Ben could see a series of dots, each one labeled Elder Gremlin Quest Monster.
It also shows where we are, so we won't lose one another. It's also a free dungeon map, which means that when we actually find dungeon maps, Vivi said, it'll be forced to show us all the secret shit, instead of just revealing the general layout. It does a bunch of other stuff too, but I won't go into it all right now. The true map is one of the best known exploits in the system, but it's so difficult to pull off because maps of Wish are... you just really don't find them. I never thought I'd get one at my age. Well, you have no idea how much of a status symbol this is. We're going to be the envy of every adventuring group in the world.
Huh, Ben said, looking at the mini-map, and a lifetime of semi-casual gaming let him immediately start using it without any fuss at all. That's fucking useful. Good job, Viv, Ben said, giving the Aeon Slug a friendly slap on the flank.
Oh yeah, this is great.
Shortbus said, staring off into the distance, presumably at his map.
Excellent judgment, Lord Vivi,
Ghost Ear said. My map is displaying the beyond, Red said, her face set into a frown. In addition to this world of matter and magic.
Really?
Vivi asked.
We'll have to talk about that. Prince Ben.
Ghost Ears, of all people, spoke up, hushing the group completely.
I have a question that I think we all are interested in hearing the answer to.
Shoot, Ben said, giving the true elf fairy his undivided attention.
We looked at the reliquary from the Citadel of Horrors,
he said without preamble,
and I was wondering when we were going to open it. No!
Vivi shouted, immediately casting several spells on the room, warding it further from anyone eavesdropping.
Opening that thing will generate a system notification across the entire layer, and we do not need that kind of heat right now. The true map was one thing. Nobody can steal that from us, but
He paused and then whispered.
A reliquary from a citadel isn't the sort of thing you open up outside of a very, very secure fortress.
He paused.
That you're ready to endure a siege in. Plus, when you open it, it's going to generate a new Citadel Lord, and it's going to fight like a manic berserker fiend to get away from us and find a dungeon core to bind itself to. We aren't ready for that fight.
Oh, Ben said, glad that all eyes were on Vivi rather than the reliquary he'd pulled out of his utility pocket and had been about to open the moment Ghost Ears asked about it. Ben put it away, and nobody but Shortbus was any the wiser. Shortbus, for his part, was staring at Ben, his eyes practically screaming a sing-songy, do it, do it, do it. Well, this true map thing sure is great, Ben said, bringing the conversation back on track. And it's going to be really useful for what we do next. All right, everybody, here's an adulting tip. When you get a new job, rehearse going to it before you start. We're going to practice our commute and see how long it takes, so that when our community service starts in just a few days, we'll be fully prepared. The group packed up and practiced the commute, working out all the kinks and learning their new routes. The next day. All right, everyone, Ben said early in the morning. Time for another dry run. Let's all practice getting ready for work and getting there on time. Groans all around. The day after that. Good morning, everyone, Ben shouted, bright and early. Let's settle into that routine. We're all responsible adults now with jobs, and we're going to get through this without a hitch. I think today we should practice alternative routes. And after that. Time to wake up, Ben hollered, as the party collectively put pillows over their heads to drown out the sound of his voice. Get up and get dressed! Time to practice our route! Ow! Ben shouted as pillows were thrown at him.
Leave us alone!
Vivi groaned.
I know how to get to work already,
Shortbus moaned.
Prince Ben, I am not a morning person,
Red growled.
and I do not appreciate being woken up every morning.
Shut up already,
Ghost Ears whined. Fine, Ben relented. But none of you had better be late to work. This is going to go off without a hitch. Ben checked the pocket watch of time loop on his belt. I'm going to make sure of it, he said with a grin. The very next morning, a messenger drone flew in through the delivery chute of their studio apartment where Ben sat alone meditating. He was admittedly nervous as fuck about going to work. Nobody else seemed worried, but Ben was feeling it. His stomach had butterflies and his hands were shaking, so there he sat, taking deep breaths, trying to calm his mind. The drone floated in front of him and started beeping, drawing him back to reality. The drone had a small utility pocket attached to it, the one Ben had given to Nick of Mice Labs after they had come to an agreement. There was a note attached. Ben, I'm honestly jealous of your utility pocket. I had our lab working overtime to get this done, and we got it done. There's a 5-year supply of food inside of there, everything you're going to need to survive. It's not, well, particularly creative food, but it will help you build your real body back. Taking into account your party members, I also included a 6-month supply of sustenance for each of them. Side note, fuck Aeon slugs and their picky fucking diet, but we got that sorted out too. You guys aren't going to starve anytime soon. Also, there's a little present in there for you, courtesy of an anonymous fan. Did you know that you've got a wish list on the auction house homepage? Apparently, someone was so grateful for the Parade of Wonders that they spent the money and bought the ad space, and lots of people have already contributed to keep it up there. You're famous! And well-liked! Nick. With a raised eyebrow, Ben got the mundane stuff out of the way first. He recombined the tiny utility pocket with his and added the contents to his main inventory. It was primarily a gigantic block of slightly brown powder, like a seriously gigantic cube of dry protein shake. Ben sighed and pulled out the mixing cup, the kind with that little wire ball in it, filled it with a portion of powder, then the rest with water, and shook. Without ceremony or hesitation, he chugged the unsweetened, gritty mixture. He wanted to gag, but he held strong. 9 times a day, Ben said, watching as the robotic cup cleaned itself. I just want my body back. Small price to pay. The rest of the food for his party was also protein shake, just in different colors for each of them. Then Ben saw the surprise, and his eyebrows raised in excitement. Yes, Ben said, pulling out a small amulet. The chain appeared to be made of tiny red, orange, and yellow crystal, and attached to the chain was a chunk of rough black obsidian in the shape of a cartoon bomb with a little white crystal fuse coming off of it. He put it on and was pleased to receive a notification. One-time plus player tooltip. You have equipped an amulet of explosion immunity. Total party. This item prevents you from taking damage from explosions you have caused intentionally or unintentionally. Provides minor damage resistance to hostile explosions. This item does not prevent fire, sonic, or kinetic damage unless they are the direct and immediate result of a friendly explosion. The effects of this amulet are spread to all nearby party members. Yes, Ben said again, putting it on and feeling a great weight leave his chest. Everything he'd heard about the mines suggested that by far and away the leading cause of death was explosive damage. Now, all he had to worry about were the monsters. Fuck, I'm so nervous, Ben said, his anxiety returning again, and he sat down and started meditating again. It was the 7th day after the Parade of Wonders, after their bullshit trial, and today Ben's community service was to begin. He mixed a giant protein shake and drank the thick, gritty mixture down with a grimace. Everyone was snoring, and Ben took a deep breath. Frankie was on his back, giving him an encouraging massage with his stumpy little arms, hitting him with all the force of a really, really heavy marshmallow. Somehow, Frankie had a sweatband around his forehead. Then he jumped from Ben's back and started shadowboxing with more energy than Ben usually saw him use. "You're the best, man," Ben said, and got his game face on. "Wake up, everyone! Wake up!" Ben said, totally convinced that nobody could see how nervous he was. To the credit of his party, nobody threw a pillow at him, instead getting up quickly and without complaints. "Get dressed, get ready! Put on your protective amulets, armor, and make sure you've got weapons equipped. Put a few mana batteries into your mini pockets!" Ben yelled like a coach, pacing around the studio apartment. "And make sure you remember to bring them with you!" The mini pockets were something Ben had made before, but had only recently decided to give a name to. They were tiny little black bags with the signature purple tentacles holding them shut, and Ben had been pleased to find that they could be powered by external mana sources independent of his party members' own meager mana supplies. Vivi excluded from that statement. The mana batteries had been procured by Nick, recharged themselves from the powerful ambient mana of Solas, and could keep the mini pockets running indefinitely, provided, of course, that their users weren't trying to get too creative with them. Remember, you've got C4 and health potions inside your mini pockets. If anyone tries to attack you, unless they're a sunlet or someone important looking, feel free to kill them dead. Solas isn't a city, it's a war zone pretending to be a civilization, and we aren't going to die today. We're all coming home safely. Every single one of us.
Well said.
Red said, looking at Ben approvingly.
You are changing before my very eyes every day. Such change is rare in the beyond. Few are even capable of it.
Red, Ben said, you're going to be patrolling the sewers of Solas with the city guard. Keep yourself safe and always watch your back. I don't know if we can trust those fuckers, so just assume they're trying to get you killed.
Prince Ben, Red said haughtily, I was a Chaos Warden on the edge of the abysmal plains of chaos. My comrades in arms, she said sarcastically, were almost always demons of some hell with a grudge against some other demons of some other hell bent on using me to kill them and then killing me. I am well versed in watching my own back.
Perfect, Ben said, and he meant it.
Ghost ears, keep an eye on Vivi. Vivi, don't let those fuckers in the Summoner's Tower make you do anything dangerous. Keep yourself alive.
And for the love of God, before you do anything big, find Ghost Ears. He's a royal vizier. His class is literally all about helping morons make good decisions.
Hey!
Vivi sounded offended. I've included myself in that statement, Ben said matter-of-factly, and Vivi paused.
Oh, fair enough then.
Short bus? Ben said, looking at the giant shark man in a rainbow wig, big red nose, poofy goofy outfit, and giant oversized shoes. Just be yourself, you'll be fine.
Ben,
Short Bus said, patting him on the back.
It's going to be all right. Come on, everyone. Let's meet Ben outside. He's got something to think about real quick.
Short Bus said with a wink, glancing down at Ben's pocket watch of time loop. Ben's eyes widened, and Short Bus grinned, shooing the rest of the party out. Ghost Ears stayed behind, slapping Short Bus's giant hand away from him.
You want to put us into a time loop?
Ghost Ears asked. And Ben hesitated, then nodded. I think so, yeah.
Is that wise?
Ghost Ears asked, and again Ben hesitated. I think it is. Then. But every time I think about it, I just get this... It feels wrong. I don't know why, but it just feels wrong.
I've got a skill for this, Ghost Ears said, sounding pleased. Insight, he said, then paused as information filled his mind. I see. Prince Ben, here is the question you need to answer, and I will leave the room and let you answer it for yourself.
Okay.
Do you want to live your life in a time loop? Or do you want to live your life? Think about it, Ghost Ears said.
Then flew over to Ben's face, punched his forehead with all the friendly force of a flick, and flew away. Ben sat alone and looked at the pocket watch. Ghost Ears' words echoing in his mind and becoming a fantasy. He imagined waking up every morning and entering a time loop and living an endless day, tweaking it over and over again until it was perfect, every day of his life taking weeks to conclude. He could feel a kind of offended revulsion inside of him and wondered what kind of person he would become if he lived like that. Nobody I would want to be, Ben said out loud, and let the pocket watch fall limp against his waist. I'm going to get some good use out of you, Ben said, looking at the powerful relic. But not like this. This isn't what you're for, I think. And so, naked and exposed to the dangers and wonders of the unknown future, metaphorically speaking, Ben stepped outside, ready to face whatever came. Chapter 20. Ben felt like he had entered the uncanny valley of normal as he sat in the hallway outside his supervisor's office for his community service to the city of Solas. He wore an admittedly futuristic but still standard orange safety vest, had boots on his feet, and a brand new orange hard hat next to him. All the new gear he'd gotten for this job was absurdly advanced compared to the shit he'd had back on Earth, but the problem was that it was identical to the shit he'd had back on Earth. It drove him crazy, and even more than the gear was how everything was arranged. Community service to the city of Solas meant apparently working for the city of Solas, as in the actual government entity that ran the city. Not the city council who were in charge of everything, but the actual city. The actual guys who went around responding to complaints and maintaining the infrastructure. It was so fucking weird, because it was exactly like his old job back on Earth. Eerily so. He was sitting in one chair in a row of chairs occupied by mostly sunlets and a smattering of other aliens set against the wall. On the other side of the hallway was another row of chairs with another row of aliens sitting there waiting for their supervisors to come out of their offices and give them some work to go out and do. So far, it had been 45 minutes of paid, hourly work wasted while they waited, and nobody seemed to have a problem with that, or with just sitting around and shooting the shit. Mostly, the aliens were sunlets, but considerably rougher looking than any Ben had encountered so far. Literally rougher. Like a raw crystal to Anna's polished perfection. Must be a class thing, or an economic class thing. So far, nobody had talked to him, and Ben knew enough about working to know that he should just shut the fuck up and wait till someone brought him into the conversation. That, and so far literally everything they were talking about, was dense, incomprehensible work gibberish specifically related to city work in Solas. Ben didn't speak that language, but he was quickly learning, and so far the hot topic was Station 23 and how it still wasn't fucking working.
Hey.
A deep, gravelly voice sounded out from a hulking, rough-hewn sunlet. He looked like raw crystal blasted straight from bedrock, somehow giving Ben the accurate impression that he was a tough, crusty old bastard.
You monster,
he elaborated, pointing at Ben, who noted that while conversation hadn't stopped, everyone was watching the interaction. "I'm Ben," he said.
You know what that thing is?
The old sunlet said, pointing at the hard hat. "It's a hard hat," Ben answered.
Know what it's for?
"Protecting my head," Ben said, with all the understanding that no matter what answer he gave, it was going to be wrong, so he might as well at least be accurate.
Fuck no, it's not. It's for looking like you're working and telling people to get the fuck off your job site.
Ben laughed, and the sunlet was shocked. "Fuck, that's the same thing we use them for on Earth," Ben said honestly, and the old fucker started laughing, slapping a knee with the sound of pool balls colliding.
Well, that's fucking wild, isn't it, monster?
Ben, he corrected. "And are we going to just sit around here all day or actually go out and do something?"
None of that shit in here,
another sunlet said, this one not quite as crusty as the other, but still rougher than any other sunlet Ben had seen.
I want a nice, quiet day without any fucking quiet.
Almost as if on cue, a somewhat well-polished sunlet, the supervisor, stepped out of his office, holding a sheet of paper. "Quests!" the supervisor announced, and several of the paid employees groaned at the prospect of work.
You jinxed it, you damn monster!
One of the sunlets said, shooting Ben a dirty look as he and several other senior-looking workers stood up and piled into the supervisor's office. Ben prepared himself to get up and start working when someone else started laughing.
They'll be in there an hour minimum. There's nothing so urgent going on here in Solas that it can't wait an hour.
Or two,
someone else said.
"Or till tomorrow,"
a third worker said.
Or till I feel like doing it,
a gigantic sunlet said, putting a pin in the conversation.
And I don't feel like doing shit today.
He then sort of growled, looked around, and pointed at Ben.
I'm taking the monster.
It seemed like the statement was going to stand, and then the old crusty bastard spoke up.
I think I'll take him and do a few quests today,
he spoke, and the room stilled in surprise for a moment. Then, before anyone could say anything further, the old sunlet stood up and entered the supervisor's office. Ben said nothing, and neither did anyone else for the long minute it took for the old dude to come out again, holding the entire stack of quests.
Come on, then,
he said, waving Ben to follow him. As they left, Ben heard excited conversation among the workers, which mostly revolved around not doing shit today.
Now you're here to do community service due to some legal shenanigans. The big rock fellow who was gonna take you out probably meant to just kill you for fun. Personally, I'd like to get some work out of you. And if you walk into that supervisor's office every morning and take all the quests, ain't nobody going to try and kill you.
I can do that, Ben said, nodding his head and holding out a hand. Let me hold those for you, sir.
Oh, getting called sir by royalty,
he said, handing over the quests and letting Ben flip through them.
We don't do anything important on our crew, just all the odd jobs.
I'm seeing a bunch of quests just called City Inspection, with a specific part of town listed.
We're going to drive around all day and see if we can find anything to do,
the old-timer said matter-of-factly.
Now tell me, can you drive?
As it turned out, Ben could drive, but he wasn't happy about it.
On the left,
the old-timer said calmly.
On the left!
He shouted in sudden panic, as Ben noticed the parasitic building worm just in time to dodge the gigantic monster as it lunged at their flying vehicle.
What's the matter with you? I thought you said driving on Earth was dangerous.
I mean, I thought it was, Ben said, his heart pounding as he dodged past some kind of flying swarm of monstrous insects. We usually stuck to the road, and what the hell are those? Ben had noticed a little too late that the swarm of insects were really, really creepy, and probably evil spirits of some kind.
Just ignore them,
the old-timer said, immediately recovering and returning to his very important task of making sure the city was still there.
Solas has a rhythm, and once you catch it, it'll all be smooth sailing. Nose to ground level once you reach the spire and straight into the tunnel.
Which spire? Ben asked, daring to look away from straight in front of him to glance around Solas. There are spires everywhere! The old-timer didn't bother to answer, having already fallen asleep. Which Ben considered a bold move, considering he was flying a ship for the first time, but if the old-timer wanted to die peacefully in his sleep, Ben wasn't going to stop him. His hands were gripping the two steering joysticks with enough force to crush an empty soda can. He was sweating, and everything around him was a juxtaposition of the alien and the familiar. Flying around Solas was dangerous. Plus, to add insult on top of everything else, he was sitting on a booster seat due to the height of his magical leprechaun body. Still, there was something undeniably thrilling about piloting a flying ship through an ancient, still thriving alien city. They were so high up he couldn't see the ground, yet the city extended so much farther up that he couldn't see the tops of about half the buildings he was flying between. Ben tried to take in the details, but it was all such a blur of windows and color and mega skyscrapers that all he could do was not run into anything. Plus, there really were spires of some variety or another everywhere. Ben found a straight stretch of airspace that visually looked monster and hazard-free, and dared to glance over to his right at the stack of quests sitting between him and the sleeping sunlet. As fast as he could, he grabbed the top quest and attempted to drive and read it at the same time. Well, none of this makes any sense, Ben declared, quickly scanning the auto-translating document, his eyes passing over the incomprehensible address and briefly reading the words illegal dumping. Garbage pickup, fantastic, he muttered. Then noticed the brand new mini-map in the corner of his vision flashing with an exclamation mark. His attention prompted it to enlarge and start giving him directions to his quest area, which was labeled Solas City Quest Illegal Dumping Recurring Standard. Oh, thank God, Ben said, immediately swerving away from the building he'd been about to crash into due to his distracted driving. It's a GPS. This, Ben reflected, was familiar territory for him.
Navigating an unknown city, guided only by a GPS, accompanied by an old dude with little interest in the work, towards a job he had no idea how to do. That pretty much summed up the entire first year of his real adult career back on Earth. Ben, without thinking too hard how he did it, overlaid the directions from his true map onto the world, creating a line of easy-to-follow glowing dots accompanied by the occasional gigantic glowing arrow. "Working a job," Ben said, relaxing into his old, mature self for the first time since coming to the world. "Pfft, I can work a job. I'm a grown-ass man. I've been working since I was 18. "What's that?" Ben asked himself. "Wrong side of the law? Bam," he said without volume. 6 months community service picking up trash easy. Just like back on Earth, but with monsters instead of homeless people. "Buddy, I've picked up trash before." "Oh," Ben said as he followed the true map GPS. "That spire. Okay, now I get it. Just gotta go nose down here and into that tight tunnel. Fuck! Ben held steady as he pointed the extremely fast ship towards what looked like an extremely tight tunnel that pointed straight down and desperately kept from crashing into the walls. The old-timer kept sleeping, snoring loudly, as Ben utilized choice phrases such as "I hate this" and "no, no, no" and "Jesus fucking Christ," along with a litany of fuck yous and fuck everyone everywhere. He followed the gentle swoops and curves down until he finally made it out the other side, breathing hard and shaking with adrenaline. "Ha! Ha ha!" Ben laughed shakily. "Spaceship go fast." He paused and collected his wits. Fuck, that was scary. His eyes adjusted to the new dark area and took in the new color palette. Mostly black, liberally spotted with bits of red. The buildings were all tall and thin, crooked, bent at weird angles while still uniformly pointing up. Smoke came from them, and his true map informed him he'd entered a forge district of the Roots. A forge district, not the forge district. Ben noted the grammar. But all in all, Ben thought, and this was just his opinion, but it was a bit hellish. He navigated the airspace following his map until they finally arrived at their destination. He circled the area uselessly for a bit while he looked for both a good place to land and the necessary skills to land without crashing. He found neither, but attempted it anyways, gently hovering towards a somewhat safe-looking patch of ground before cutting the power too quickly and dropping the ship about 2 feet, slamming it roughly to the ground. That startled the old-timer awake, who startled ready for a fight, looking around wild-eyed for a moment before glaring at Ben. "We're here," Ben said with an apologetic grin, which did nothing to soothe the feelings of the grumpy Sunlet, who grabbed the quest slip, quickly read it again, looked around, then crumpled it up and tossed it in the backseat. Ben's eyes followed the path of the crumpled slip and saw that the backseat was haphazardly piled up with both strange tools and garbage.
"Let's go. It's over there,"
the old-timer said, opening his door and climbing out. Ben did the same and started following, doing his best to take in his surroundings. From the sky, this forge district had looked only a bit hellish, but on the ground, it was straight hellish. The ground was like a cross between obsidian glass and terry asphalt, with no distinction between road and sidewalk. Actually, scratch that, there was no sidewalk, and it made the entire place feel less like civilization and more like wilderness. The buildings, which loomed high overhead like fucked-up hell trees and surrounded them, radiated heat and the muffled sounds of heavy industry. More than anything, it was the fact that Ben and the old-timer were the only people around that gave the entire place an extremely spooky vibe. It was a bit like being in a still forest, surrounded by tall trees with no underbrush anywhere, giving someone an unobstructed sight line to the horizon, provoking some sort of liminal, space-based horror at night.
"Fucking hate these forge districts,"
the old-timer said as they walked, keeping a close eye on their surroundings.
"Fucking hate those little fuckers who live here, too. Right, here's a job,"
he said, stopping suddenly and facing Ben.
"Anything you find on the ground around here is trash. Anyone loitering around is here illegally, and you can feel free to kick them around, kill them, whatever you want, just as long as you clean up after. Pick it all up and we're done. I've got bags and tools back on the ship.
Ben looked around again and saw at the base of one of the creepy buildings a bunch of glittering nonsense. He approached it and saw, to his amazement, what looked to him like perfectly good, highly advanced industrial goods. This is trash?
Yeah.
Can I keep it? Ben asked, looking at technology far, far beyond anything Earth had ever produced.
Monster, I won't say a fucking thing if you want to carry bags of literal garbage back to whatever lair you're sleeping in. But if anyone in charge sees you doing it, it'll be trouble.
Whap! Ben casually slapped the pile with his utility pocket, making it vanish. So it's only a problem if they see me taking it home?
Huh.
The old-timer said, looking at the place the trash used to be.
Guess it won't be a problem then. Do that again over there.
He pointed at another cluster of litter, which once again looked perfectly valuable to Ben. Whap! Ben said, drawing out the consonant playfully and making the trash vanish. Frankie, helpful, precious Frankie, was already gleefully sorting out all the junk in the utility pocket.
That's just damn useful is what that is. Most of that stuff takes forever to pick up piece by piece. Monster, I'm gonna go take a nap in the ship, and you're gonna make all this garbage go away, and I don't care where it ends up just as long as it isn't here when we leave. Deal?
Deal, Ben confirmed, and the old-timer nodded at him, then left. Once he was out of sight, Ben adjusted his posture and started stalking around the area, whapping everything in sight. It all looked valuable to him. Weird bits of technology, workout-looking tools, canisters, with a little bit of glowing liquid inside of them. It was the kind of stuff an advanced industrial society would throw out. Stuff that could, with a little bit of work, be useful again. Some of it was obvious, actual garbage, but Ben collected that too. Eventually, he got tired of walking from place to place and started to use his kinetic leap ability, beaming around like a pinball in a pinball machine, bouncing from building to building and grabbing everything without looking too closely. It was, honestly, extremely fun. If this were all he had to do to square his legal debt to Solas, he'd have been fucking thrilled. Unfortunately, he still had the looming unknown of the mines hanging over his head. Why did he get 2 punishments when everyone else just got 1? Unfair! Nuh-uh, Ben said, utilizing another devastatingly powerful human-exclusive skill, allowing him to instantly stop thinking about whatever was causing him anxiety and focus on something else. Whee! Ben called out gleefully, once again bouncing between buildings like a pinball, grabbing everything in sight, until he found the biggest, baddest-looking pile of trash in his quest area. It was piled up as high as a normal human, which was at least twice as tall as Ben was right now, and spread out at least 4 feet. Ben, having professionally picked up garbage nearly his entire adult life, took a moment to admire the trash, nodding at it, impressed. Now that's a proper pile right there, Ben said, walking around it and looking at it from all angles, still nodding to himself. Some good-looking trash, too. I think I'll just... Ben started to open a utility pocket when the trash shifted, and 2 angry-looking creatures emerged. One, Ben immediately recognized as a gremlin, instantly putting him into a combat stance. The other, Ben immediately recognized as a gray, instantly putting him deeper in a combat stance. Thief! The gray spat at him, and the gremlin said something in its weird language, too. Ben guessed it was backing up the gray, who, on closer inspection, looked like a homeless junkie from back on Earth, the kind that could be found in any city. The gremlin, weirdly, had that drug dealer body language, somehow suggesting to Ben that the gray was its customer.
Get away from my stuff!
It, the gray, was as dirty as could be expected from having emerged from a pile of garbage, and Ben noticed that in addition to looking visibly unhealthy, it was speaking physically rather than telepathically. Also, weirdly enough, it had a bunch of suspicious rainbow stains around its mouth and all over its hands. Ben glanced behind the gray, where it had come from, and saw a bag of brightly colored candy, like a shitty knockoff brand Skittles. As soon as he put eyes on it, the situation got considerably more hostile, and part of it was because Ben really wanted some candy right now, and that came across pretty clearly in his body language. Ben said, starting to back away.
That's mine!
Then the gray and the gremlin. attacked. Chapter 21. Nope, Ben said casually, a kinetic leap sending him backwards nearly 20 feet. Then, for good measure, Ben started side-hopping, quickly crabbing his way to the other side of the pile of trash. Whap! The pile of garbage was quickly taken, prompting a howl of rage from both the Junkie Gray and the Gremlin. He was just too fast and maneuverable for them to catch, however. I'm like a grasshopper in a... Ben started to say, feeling thrilled with himself, then realized he couldn't come up with a good way to finish the sentence. I'm like a grasshopper! Hop, hop, hoppity hop, he said, almost rapping the verse, then started bouncing around the Forge district while he checked his map. He thought about going back to steal the shitty knockoff brand candy, then thought about the fact that he'd had the urge to do that and considered that perhaps sugar was a highly addictive drug and that the aliens might actually be right about it. He was full of energy and kept jumping from building to building just for the hell of it. I'm like a frog, he continued his fake-ass shitty rap. Homeless, bouncing from pad to pad, straight mad lad, bad, sad, bad. Chad. Ben started over. I'm like a frog, homeless, bouncing from pad to pad, straight mad lad. Giga Chad, crown on my head, already been dead. Prince Ben piling up bodies of me fighting the legal system, and now I'm free. He trailed off because he ran out of material. Shit, I'm bad at freestyling. Ben shook his head and gave up once again on his 5-second dream of being a famous rapper, then shifted his brain back into work mode. The quest was complete, and the map was giving him directions to his ship. Ben briefly considered peeking through a window or two and stealing anything his utility pocket could reach, then decided that he should save that sort of thing for when he wasn't at work. He did, as he ping-ponged his way to higher and higher elevations, mark a few locations on his map after glancing inside the red-tinged windows and seeing unknown machines and devices. Those were probably worth something. And now we go down, Ben said, clinging to an outcropping near the top of a building close to the ship. Kinetic leap! He spoke the skill aloud, and with barely a wince, launched himself straight at the ground at magically enhanced speed. The flat, black super asphalt, or whatever it was they paved the ground with here, did not shatter or even crack, though Ben made a thoroughly explosive slap against it when he landed. The sound was so loud, in fact, that it shook a nearby building, which started to buzz a little bit. Ben recognized the feeling as a psychic disturbance and decided it was time to leave, so he speed-walked back to the ship and climbed in. The old-timer was still asleep, and Ben wasn't inclined to wake him up. He started up the ship right around the time the building he'd shook started disgorging grays like a disturbed anthill, each one of them buzzing with psychic anger. Though uniform in the appearance of their bodies, these grays clearly distinguished themselves by uniform and equipment. He, as he was fleeing, was pleased to see some other species utilize the hat method for organizing their civilization. He'd have liked to take a closer look, purely as a study of xenoanthropology, but they noticed the ship rising into the air and started pointing at him. Then their pointing fingers started to glow ominous, magical colors. Ben accelerated straight up just in time to escape the worst of the magical bolts and blasts directed at him, all while laughing like mad. It was only now he realized he was in a great mood. He accelerated away from the disturbance he'd caused, found a setting in the controls of the ship that allowed him to hover in place, and began flipping through the rest of the pile of quests. Ben still couldn't quite determine what most of it meant, still being written in incomprehensible work jargon, but he was both learning and not afraid to wake the old-timer up. "Hey!" Ben shouted, pushing the rough crystal man on his shoulder. "Hey!" he shouted again, louder. No response. "Oh my God, it's our supervisor!"
Get back to work!
He was both awake and fired up instantly.
All of you!
He looked around, then glared at Ben.
That's a nasty trick. I just burned a daily skill because of you, monster.
Yeah, Ben agreed. So, where to next? He shook the quests at the old-timer who rolled his crystal eyeballs.
Next, I want some food. I'll drive.
Food was a restaurant the old-timer had only started going to several thousand years ago, and that he was still trying to figure out if he liked the place or not. Ben didn't need several thousand years. He knew instantly that it wasn't to his taste, as the only things on the menu were both magical and rocks. Neither attributes agreed with Ben's digestion, so he passed on eating there. It was a drive-thru, however, giving Ben hope that one day he'd be able to eat shitty fast food once again. He was an American. He'd reinvent the hamburger if he bloody had to. After they'd gotten food, Ben's workday consisted of the following tasks: turning a valve at the end of an alleyway, picking up more trash in a different part of the city, literally driving by several locations and looking at them to make sure they were still there, and then keeping a lookout while the old-timer napped for the last 3 hours of their shift. Ben had been through less productive workdays. The worst part of it was that he didn't have anything to distract his mind from thinking about the mines, which the old-timer confirmed were extremely dangerous. The end of his first shift was the mirror image of its start, and Ben realized with a mild degree of annoyance that most of the city employees hadn't even left the building. They weren't even trying to look busy, which Ben, as a former city employee himself, found himself strangely offended by. Nobody spoke to him, and he was fine with that. A bell rang, signaling the end of their shift. The group, as one, got up and shuffled out the door, and Ben began his journey to the outskirts of Solas to confront the mines. Outside of Solas, in a flat, green grass field, a group of nervous-looking aliens stood in formation, looking around and wondering where the fuck the mines were. Their only clue was the group of robed sunlets and aeon slugs who were silently in conference with one another. Ben noted in silent acknowledgement Vivi, who appeared to be working as a porter or servant for the group.
"Welcome to the first day of your court-ordered community service,"
a sunlet, in what Ben assumed were summoner's robes, said, addressing them.
"And for many of you, the last days of your life. In a few short moments, we will perform the summoning ritual, Summon Magical Mine, which will temporarily bridge a magical mine from the beyond here to our reality. Each of you will enter your own mine alone and get as deep as you can. Should you reach the end of your mine, you will find a large purple sphere. That is your goal. Retrieve the sphere and bring it back here."
"What's the sphere?" someone asked, and the sunlit summoner scoffed.
"Something for summoners to worry about and for you to retrieve," he said,
and behind him, reality warped as the summoners performed their ritual. A shitty-looking iron pickaxe dropped from the sky and landed with a heavy thud on the ground.
"Ah, perfect. You there, the one with the questions, go pick up that pickaxe. The rest of you, listen up. The ritual Summon Magical Mine is anchored to the pickaxe you will receive. When it breaks, you will be forcibly ejected to the surface, and the mine will return to the beyond from which it was called. The fastest and most efficient way to break your pickaxe is to use it and dig yourself deeper into the mine."
Behind him, reality warped again, and another pickaxe fell from the sky.
"You! Pick it up and start digging."
Ben realized he hadn't been watching the first alien very closely and could now only see a hole in the ground where he should be.
"While in the mine, you will encounter monsters of various kinds. Some will be appropriate for your level and some will not be. While in the mine, you will encounter veins and deposits of both mundane and magical materials in large quantities. Feel free to take whatever you can carry with you, but be warned that standing still or failing to proceed deeper into the mine can trigger the curse of instantaneous death, which makes the ritual of Summon Magical Mine so infamous. You will see the curse of instantaneous death descending from above you the moment you touch your pickaxe, so start digging! Move faster than the curse, and you'll be just fine.
Reality warped again, and another alien was called from the formation.
We do not expect any of you to succeed in reaching the end of the mine. Rather, this exercise exists for the sole purpose of leveling our junior summoners. Summoning rituals that require living sacrifices are naturally one of the fastest ways to level.
He gave all of the living sacrifices a dark look, then resumed speaking.
The only thing we want from the mine is the purple sphere at the end. We have no interest in whatever else you may find, and please do not waste our time attempting to show us whatever nonsense you've managed to drag out.
Reality warped again, but this time it was accompanied by the sound of a crystal chime. There was a burst of light, and a golden pickaxe decorated with red gems fell from the sky with a heavy thud. Ben felt drawn to it, and the sunlit summoner looked up from his clearly rehearsed speech.
That's you, monster.
Unlucky that you have such a strong affinity for the beyond, because that looks like it'll take forever to break. Good luck!
Frankie appeared on Ben's shoulder and flicked the amulet of explosion immunity. Ben nodded at him and approached the golden pickaxe, took a deep breath, and picked it up.
You have become anchored into a summoning ritual. Oh no! Dig down now!
Ben looked up and saw a green pane of light slowly descending towards him. He picked up the pickaxe, underestimated how heavy it was, and dropped it. Much to his great surprise, the ground melted away where he hit it, and he fell straight down into a vertical mine shaft. He looked around, eyes wide as they rapidly adjusted to the new torch-lit darkness.
Oh, shit!
Ben shouted, as his eyes were overloaded with the sight of thousands of gem deposits, of rocks fat with golden marbling, of cave walls oozing with mercury, and ominously glowing chunks of sulfuric yellow and green ore. The ground was riddled with solid coal and gigantic lumps of iron, copper, and... Ben looked up and saw the green pane of instant death descending.
Oh, shit!
Ben yelled, and hit the ground again. It exploded under him, sending giant chunks of coal everywhere, dropping him a few feet down. Ben started hitting the ground as fast as he could. Frankie was bounding everywhere and grabbing all the debris.
What the fuck is that?
Ben yelled, seeing some indistinct monster with glowing red eyes lurking in the darkness approaching him. Ben started digging faster into the coal, straight down, and fell into another natural cave. This one, however, wasn't filled with just oxygen. It had something a little extra in the air. The monster from above lurked over the hole, a literal manifestation of darkness and evil, with jagged teeth and a long worm-like tongue. It was ready to pounce, and Ben swung his pickaxe down again in desperation, this time striking some iron. Sparks flew for the barest instant, and then the gigantic seam of natural gas exploded. His entire world transformed into a roar of bright light and sound as a huge vertical shaft exploded into existence, obliterating the lurking monster instantly, and all the while Frankie and his unseen army of utility pocket elementals gathered up everything that had been blasted loose. Ben laid on the ground, breathing hard, staring up at the now distant pane of death descending down, eyes wide, heart pounding, pupils fully dilated, brain fully engaged and completely doped up on all the wonderful combat chemicals his various glands could produce, made everything around him suddenly interesting. The mine around him was sparkling with crystal and metal, and Ben wanted everything.
Oh my God!
He said, grabbing the amulet of explosion immunity, a lunatic smile on his face.
Oh my God! What is that up there?
Ben noticed high above him an exposed cluster of thin blue crystal.
Kinetic leap!
He shouted, and blasted his way to it, smacking it with his pickaxe and allowing Frankie to collect it.
Wait, what's that down there?
He said again, seeing another shiny bit that caught his attention.
Holy shit, it's gold!
Ben went back to the bottom of the mine and began happily destroying the gold seam with his magical pickaxe, laughing like a madman all the while. He stopped dead when he saw a literal bomb embedded in the rock. felt a flood of endorphins, then without further hesitation, smacked it with his pickaxe. The explosion blasted him clear across the mine, but his amulet protected him from harm. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Ben yelled, digging deeper and deeper, the pain of instant death completely forgotten as the sheer dopamine of the situation propelled him deeper and deeper into the mine. Every explosive hazard he encountered, he detonated and reaped the rewards of the devastating explosions. Diamonds, gold, gems, and mundane elements all were present in the mine, and all were sucked up by the seemingly bottomless utility pocket. Then, without warning, his pickaxe broke! There was a flash, and he was back on the surface, breathing hard, body flush with adrenaline, and covered in black soot from practically living in pressurized fire and burning piles of coal, a kind of house he hadn't known he'd want to live in until now.
"Now!" the Sunlit Summoner proclaimed, looking at the much smaller group of beat-up aliens.
Now,
He repeated.
I want you to realize what the consequences of defying Solas are. Each of you has been sentenced to weekly trips into that death trap!
"Weekly?" Ben said, a frown on his face.
Why not daily? Hell, I can do another one right now! You there, Aeon Slug? Start the ritual again, now!
Ben was shaking with the sheer force of excitement he felt, wanting nothing more than to lay down on a crate of dynamite and survive the explosion again.
No!
The Sunlit Summoner was, like everyone else, staring at Ben like he was a complete fucking lunatic.
You'll serve your sentence as the court ordered it, and not any sooner!
Cheh, Ben spat, glaring at the Sunlit. Greedy fuck. "I'ma make Vivi learn that ritual is what I'ma gonna do," Ben said, stretching and feeling better than he had in a long time. Holy shit! Were there even monsters in there? Just the one, I think. I must have blew them all up before I could even spot them. LMAO, he said, saying each letter of LMAO out loud. Vivi looked at him from across the way, a bewildered expression on his face, before he gave a shrug of his eye stalks. "So I can keep all this stuff, right, sir? All that stuff is mine?"
Sure. Whatever you managed to stuff into your pockets is yours.
The Sunlit sneered, turning away from him.
Now get out of my sight, and report here again next week. You are all dismissed.
Ben had a few hours before he was supposed to show back up at his apartment building and reconvene with his group. So he took some public transportation and went to Mice Labs. Amusingly, he'd tried to pay with solid chunks of gold, and the bus driver had told him that they didn't accept shiny rocks as payment. Ben told him the gold was extremely valuable, that it was the basis for all money, that it had intrinsic value. The bus driver told him to either pay with real money or fuck off with his shitty yellow rocks. Ben paid with real money, which was experience coins. The experience had done nothing to dampen his mood. He could barely remember getting to Mice Labs or walking through the doors past the security system or getting Nick and Thomas alone into a meeting room with him. They greeted him, but Ben was practically insensible from the blazing afterglow of his experience in the mines. Ben said, dumping a large pile of future trash from a forge district onto the conference table.
What's all this now?
Thomas said, immediately equipping several sets of overlapping glass lenses, each of which was glowing with diagnostic analysis.
What have you brought here? Oh, some of this is quite useful,
he said, little mouse eyes going wide, then giving Ben a quick glance.
Bring more of these,
he said, separating some broken sparkly tubes from the pile.
And stop bringing these,
he said, separating most of the pile away.
This,
he said, pointing at the pile of sparkly tubes and other odds and ends,
is valuable. And this,
he said, pointing at the pile of other sparkly tubes and odds and ends,
is garbage.
Frankie, Ben muttered, and the utility pocket elemental proudly appeared and started intently listening to Thomas explain what was and wasn't trash. Frankie got it too. Sorting shit was like his entire thing. Dude, Nick said, looking at Ben's blazed-out expression. Are you high? Nah, just did the mines, Ben said. And for a second, Nick thought that the mines was slang for some kind of drug, at least until Ben opened a utility pocket and dumped a bunch of faintly glowing yellow and green rocks onto the table. Is this uranium? Ben asked, eyes wide, his mind starting to focus. Thomas and Nick both discreetly stepped away from it.
Yeah, that's uranium.
Thomas said, looking a bit queasy.
Why do you have uranium?
Boys, Ben said, dumping more uranium ore onto the desk.
Boys! This is uranium! Boys! Stop thinking so hard! This is uranium! Let's make some bombs, boys!
The mad scientist and the assistant mad scientist both blinked. Then their eyes went wide.
Oh, cheese!
Thomas said, grinning a mad scientist's grin.
We're going to need more.
He pointed at the pile of radioactive material.
A lot more. This isn't enough for a bomb. Can you get it?
Yeah, Ben said, smirking as he planned both his next trip into the mines and how to get Vivi to learn the summoning ritual. I can get as much as you need. Side chapter. Side chapter, day 7 finale. Behind the wall, 3 acid slimes and a cache of Skittles, Red said in a dispassionate voice, commanding the soft-minded guardsmen behind her. They were technically her superiors in rank, and Red was mildly interested to see if any of them had the guts to attempt to give her an order, or the stupidity to refuse to follow one of hers. "Ma'am," the Sunlit guardsman said, pointing at the wall and watching with zero surprise as it crumbled away from a single blow, revealing 3 acidic yellow slimes who, in an ambush, might have killed someone. In a straight fight with veterans of the sewer patrol, however, they were dispatched like trash. The cache of sugar was revealed, then stored away for later disposal. The bodies of the slimes were nearly instantly grabbed by the mini pocket gifted to her by Prince Ben and the attendant utility pocket elemental that managed her inventory. "I think this is the single biggest day our department's ever had," someone whispered. But Red had already walked away from the group, her narrow hips moving from side to side as she walked, feminine despite her lack of assets. The eyes inside her antlers boiled, like the colored steam from an alchemist's cauldron, and there was a distinctly aggressive, hostile set to both her body language and her face. A mostly unconcealed attempt for the guards with her, and the sheer force of personality required to suppress any challenge her feelings might provoke. In short, Red terrified the guards who had been assigned to her. "To the left," Red said, watching a group of human smugglers as they transported illegal goods. "All clear." "To the right," Red said, watching with the other eye a rival gang of aliens performing the same crime. "Criminals." She watched as the guards, eager for the rewards and accolades that her direction would shower upon them, carried out her will perfectly. The human criminals, who Red had been instructed to refer to as the Resistance, escaped. Prince Ben had given her a job, which was to make the sewer smuggling routes as friendly as possible for the human resistance and as hostile as possible for everyone else. This, Red reflected, was part of the reason she held Prince Ben in such high regard. He had a knack for assigning the right job to the right people. That, and he shone bright like a lord of the beyond. Just like every other human. "Another cache spotted," Red said, bypassing several choice deposits of loot and marking them for later collection on her true map. Sewer Patrol, it seemed, agreed with her temperament. She reached into her mini pocket and dumped the 3 bodies of the acid slimes on the ground, holding a hand over them. "System looting." She invoked her one skill, and all 3 bodies vanished, replaced by violent green ring. Ring of Acid Blast. 20 out of 20 charges. Upon use, simultaneously casts the spell Acid Resistance and Acid Blast. Acid Resistance. You gain a resistance to being dissolved by acid. Acid Blast. Creates a scouring blast of acid shaped by intent. Red said. Then put the ring on and immediately fired off an acid blast. which was akin to having a fire hose attached to her hand. The spray of toxic yellow and green fluid went far enough to qualify as a medium to long-range attack and ate away at everything it touched, including the floor and ceilings of the sewer. Red said again, this time with more approval. It would be a struggle not to melt her co-workers, but she could manage. Prince Ben had specifically ordered her not to, after all.
I bet you've never seen fine Prince so fine,
Ghost Ears yelled, affecting an accent of corruption, much to the laughter of his co-workers in the city administration building in Solas proper.
And you've got a skill that makes this legally binding?
Oh, yes, a crystalline sunlet tuttered, taking the legally dubious document and tapping it with a finger. Notarize. There, now it's official. Whoever signs this document will have also agreed to pay for our lunches for the next 1,000 years. Now, could one of you be a dear and mix this into our next shipment of permits to the Adventurers Guild? They've usually got money, and they hardly read anything before they sign it. Oh, Ghost Ears, you are such a delight to have around!
You flatter me.
Ghost Ears obsequest, completely content to flatter the ego of someone he utterly despised. His class as a royal vizier was well earned. Truly, no, truly. When I heard we were going to get a fairy from the forest, well, I assumed you were going to be a feral little beast, not a competent administrator.
It is my honor and privilege to be here,
Ghost Ears said, then took on the lion's share of his boss's workload so they could sleep in their office. While Ghost Ears worked and learned how Solas actually functioned, in addition to how it didn't function, he was struck again by a proverb Ben had given him. Opportunity lurks wherever responsibility has been abdicated. Ghost Ears felt that his sentence was the least exciting out of the entire group, yet it also might turn out to be the most valuable. Because in the short time he'd been in the administration building, he found nothing but opportunity in the form of people perfectly happy to let him do their jobs for them. He worked and smiled, but he was a dreamer. And as he worked, he held the dream of a burning city firmly in his mind. Vivi wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he was really digging working at the Summoner's Tower. He was leveling, and all the Aeon slugs who worked there were pretty sympathetic to his cause and terrified of his Uncle Sluggington. His only job, according to Ben, was to level and get stronger. Vivi had been waiting his whole life to start doing that.
In the bowels of this corrupt city, a lone clown stands against the darkness,
Shortbus said, monologuing to himself as he walked down the street dressed as a clown.
His task a simple one. Bring laughter and joy to everyone he encounters.
He continued as literally every alien on the street crossed to the other side to avoid crossing his path.
Though he is a beacon of joviality and playful mischief, the clown finds his audience is avoiding him.
He continued walking, then noticed an alien dive bar. Inside, he smelled living creatures capable of laughter.
My services are required,
Shortbus said, then entered the darkened bar, which went silent as he entered. Shortbus, without stopping, went into the back of the building and started moving furniture. Nobody stopped him. They were all still frozen, trying to figure out what was going on. Once he'd cleared a space, he stood in the center of it and started doing vocal warm-ups.
Rubber baby buggy bumpers, rubber baby buggy bumpers,
Shortbus droned, staring at the ceiling, not his audience.
She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore.
Then he started phonetically sounding out the alphabet.
Ah, buh, s, duh, f.
He went through the whole thing twice. He had everyone's attention now, and he turned his head from the ceiling to his audience.
What's the difference between a fish and a piano?
He paused, then continued.
You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish.
Shortbus used an actor skill, forced laughter, and several aliens in the audience started laughing.
He then bombed spectacularly for 20 minutes straight with entirely ocean-based humor, ending with him being booed and literally thrown out of the bar.
My services were not required, it seems,
Shortbus said, dusting himself off and continuing his prowl.
Stand-up comedy, it seems, requires far too much talent to master in a single night. You there!
Shortbus yelled, spotting a melancholy alien who stiffened up in fear as he was shouted at.
Be happy or I'll kill you!
The alien immediately started smiling and laughing, also running away, and Shortbus nodded.
But I am funny. It must be the format that's the problem, not the comedian himself.
There was a vibration at his side, and he ignored it. You are receiving a phone call. Do not ignore it. You are receiving a phone call. Do not ignore it. A voice was sounding out from his mini pocket, and Shortbus reached inside and found the phone Anna had given him at some point, who, coincidentally, was the one calling.
Anna!
Shortbus said.
Wife of my best friend. What can I do for you?
So, you're free right now, right?
Anna asked.
I am, by definition, not free. I have been sentenced to 6 months of clowning.
Shortbus liked Anna, but he didn't feel it was appropriate to talk to Ben's wife on the phone like this.
Okay, so that's just... So I'm the biggest influencer on the internet thingy right now, right? And I need content,
she said, and the air quotes were obvious even over the phone.
Content,
Shortbus repeated.
Content,
Anna confirmed.
And you're an actor, so as long as you're doing some kind of comedy bit in front of an audience, you're technically fulfilling the terms of your community service, right?
Shortbus looked around, watching from an island of distance as everyone avoided getting close to him. The bright spark inside him provided both context to the current culture he was inside, as well as a foundation of the Earth culture he'd come from.
I'm going to need a set,
Shortbus began.
A desk, a suit, and a full staff. Camera people, sound, lighting, the works. It'll be called Late Night Swimming with Shortbus. I'm going to need guests to interview, and you've got the reach for that.
Later that day, Shortbus and Anna met, and the first late-night talk show in the history of the world was born. Chapter 22. Team Ben was stopped and staring at a modestly sized crystal spire jutting up from an ancient stony stump. It was about as tall as Shortbus, vaguely obelisk-like, and colored a pleasing blend of purple and iridescent blue. They were on the outskirts of the Overcavern forest, having been skirting the edge for nearly an hour. The massive gargantuan alien forest loomed overhead, practically a wall of living wood that stretched towards the barren sky of the world. Their true map had led them here, stubbornly insisting against both Vivi and Ghost Ear's insider knowledge that this was the only proper entrance point for hunting down the closest of the gremlins. "What is it?" Ben asked, perfectly content to both be the leader as well as the guy who didn't know things.
Obviously, it's some kind of crystal,
Vivi said, verbally capitalizing the word crystal, and making it obvious he was talking about an entire class of things, rather than simply being a pain.
They randomly spawn from ambient mana, but there's no way to know what it does for sure unless someone touches it, which they shouldn't, but I'd bet...
Shortbus immediately touched the crystal.
It's a wilderness crystal,
Shortbus said confidently, nodding his head.
And it made all the monsters we encountered today 25% stronger.
Then Ben got to watch what an Aeon Slug facepalm equivalent looked like. Vivi's eye stalks shot all the way up, total alertness, then snap fell forward, smacking his own face, hiding his eyes. Vivi held his eyes concealed for a few moments, muttering to himself. Then Vivi recovered and slugged his way over to Shortbus, grabbing his hand off the crystal with a telekinetic yank of his eye stalks.
And it could have been a random teleportation spire and yeeted...
Vivi said yeeted, and Ben immediately noticed that.
You straight into an active volcano, or worse, a violet core dungeon. I don't know why our maps are insisting that we head into one of the shifting parts of the Overcavern forest, but from this point on...
Vivi took a deep, sluggy breath, bodily forced Shortbus away from obsessively poking one of the sharp, jagged growths on the spire, and stood with it behind him. The point rose up behind the mountainous ridge of his body, creating what Ben felt must have been an unintentionally striking image.
Questors who I have involuntarily conscripted to my cause, I thank you, Vivi said, and gave a bow with all the parts of him that could bow. Though you are forced to be here on pain of death, I thank you again.
Did you just say yeet? Ben asked, interrupting the formal and somewhat forced atmosphere Vivi was strong-arming into existence.
Smartest phones are extremely popular in the Summoner's Tower,
Vivi said, then cast silence on the group.
We embark now on a dangerous mission into the shifting woods, an ever-changing swath of reality filled with danger, mystery, and treasure. No two trips into the shifting woods are ever the same.
Oh, everybody think really hard,
Shortbus telepathically said, excited.
He can silence our mouths, but he can't silence our minds.
Oh shit, Bus, you're right,
Ben telepathically said, delighted to find that Shortbus could host a telepathic Zoom meeting of sorts, acting as a router for mental communication.
This is a useful thing to know, Ghost Ears mused,
his voice louder than most of them were used to hearing from his extremely tiny body. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Red's thoughts were a broad-scale broadcast of violent images and disturbing sounds. Visions of an unending hellscape, torn by war becoming of it, flooded forth. Memories of a place which wasn't a place, of demons and darkness, unrealized in reality, yet always influencing it towards the worst. The murk and screams were unending, and so few seemed to stand at the threshold holding back the utter damnation of reality.
Red, your brain is acting up,
Shortbus said, while Vivi silently fumed, having not been included in the list of people allowed to speak. Asterisk, 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 pound sign, dollar sign, asterisk, asterisk, at sign, asterisk, dash, 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 dash. Oh, I think I figured it out. The visions cut out like a television channel being changed, replaced by Red's voice, which sounded completely normal. Yes, a fine skill to use, to kill those little wretches who pulled me from my duties in the beyond.
Could I finish, please?
Vivi said, sounding defeated. Team Ben, to their credit, then gave Vivi their full attention. Proceed, Royal Summoner, Ben graciously intoned, the crown resting light on his brow.
Thank you,
Vivi said, then continued with a bit less pomp.
I'll keep it brief. From here on out, just don't touch anything weird. This applies to all of you, but especially Shortbus,
Vivi said. And the group only then realized Shortbus had somehow snuck behind Vivi and was once again obsessively touching the wilderness crystal and muttering to himself. Quite a sneak for a practically deaf person of that size. Bus, come on, Ben said. And Shortbus stopped trying to break one of the evenly interspaced crystal growths off the wilderness crystal.
Especially Shortbus, Vivi repeated. At least until I've done some basic identification work. And I want all of us to keep some perspective on this trip. We aren't here to complete our quest in one go. We don't even need to kill a single elder gremlin to satisfy the quest and buy us another week. According to our rule lawyer and his team, all we've got to do is make a day trip at least once a week. We could keep that pace up for decades at least, not kill a single elder gremlin.
Vivi missed the sharp look Red directed at Ben, and also missed the subtle head shake Ben directed back at Red.
And not suffer any ill consequences. There's no need for us to put ourselves in danger, agreed?
Agreed, Lord Vivi,
Ghost Ear said, adopting the respectful tone he always used when talking with the Aeon Slug. All right, Ben said. Everyone move out! Light filtered down green through the dense, cavernous canopy that so characterized the over-cavern forest. Team Ben walked in careful silence, not wanting to add to the ambient sounds of distant buzzing, of the flapping of giant wings, of howls and clicks, and the cackles of distant monsters looking for something to fight. The gloom was oppressive, and the gigantic proportions of the forest confused the senses, leaving Ben unable to accurately gauge how far away everything was. Nobody wanted to speak, not even telepathically, unwilling to split their focus away from their assigned tasks. Red, keeping an ironclad overwatch of a short-distance sphere around them. Her eyes hovered overhead, missing nothing. Shortbus and Ghost Ears ranged ahead of the group, scouting for threats. Somehow, the smallest and largest member of the party were also the most stealthy. Shortbus in particular had the shocking ability to almost vanish if one took their eyes off of him.
After a while, Vivi started up a constant stream of defensive spells and trivia, alert and nerdy, ready to provide a prompt and concise answer about anything that looked remotely magical or dangerous should anyone ask. Ben had tried listening, but was now tuning him out as the information stream coming from Vivi was mostly nervous chatter, generally irrelevant, labyrinthine in nature, horribly bloated, badly formatted, and most importantly, pointless. Ben fully expected that Vivi would later be shocked that the group had failed to completely comprehend his gigantic info dump. At least Vivi was useful, Ben thought to himself, because he was luggage. Anything anyone needed, he had. Anything anyone found that looked remotely interesting went straight into the utility pocket. Ben fully acknowledged that until he evolved back into a full human and was able to get his class system fixed, he was dead weight. He had a lot of potential, but at the moment it was almost entirely untapped. To fend off the thoughts of his own uselessness, Ben mixed up another flavorless protein shake and downed the gritty, unpleasant mixture to speed along the process of rebuilding his physical body. He also reflected that Team Ben was definitely better suited to seeing a fight coming from literal miles away and deciding if it was worth the trouble, as opposed to taking on all comers in a straight-up brawl. Picking and choosing an easy fight, rather than taking on all comers. It was a nice way to say that their party composition was all utility and no DPS. Ben was hoping to fix that problem with nuclear bombs, but he didn't have those stocked in his utility pocket yet, so for now, Team Ben was all about sneaking. He also felt it was prudent to get everyone else in the party some healthy levels of explosive resistance before he started unleashing the cascading missile explosive properties of uranium all over the place. He was pulled from his thoughts when Vivi slugged his way over and handed him a screen displaying his true map, which was absolutely covered in red dots. Nobody had needed to explain to Ben that the red dots were monsters. Ben shook his head and put his finger to his lips, and Vivi nodded with his eye stalks, then pointed at a distant tree. Ben looked, and his entire magical body erupted in goosebumps. Crawling on a distant tree was a titanic insect, easily dwarfing the size of the bladed slayer, or indeed any living creature Ben had ever seen. The scale of it beggared belief, and it was surrounded by a swarm of insects that must have each been the size of a house. Plus player one-time tooltip. You are looking at a titanic skull cicada. Just one of the many types of titanic beings that can be found in the Overcavern Forest. Gaze upon its majesty, and know for a fact that the recommended raid size for fighting such a creature is 5,000 to 10,000 combat classes at the layer cap. Fully equipped in the best enchantments money can buy. Lucky for everyone that wandering titans are neutral monsters, and will remain neutral monsters for as long as the capital crystal doesn't fall to monsters. What an ominous statement! Ben shook his head and continued praying that his group could get through the day without getting into a fight they couldn't win. Ben looked at his own true map and shared it with Vivi, pointing at a golden dot on the northern edge. The dot represented the closest elder gremlin, and according to the map, they weren't even close yet. How much longer? Ben whispered as quietly as he could, which was still a bit louder than he felt he should dare to speak.
Just a little more, and we'll be off the hook,
Vivi whispered back, even more quietly than Ben. It didn't escape his notice that the Aeon slug was trembling. Fuck, Ben said, and they kept walking. Gradually, then abruptly, the forest had become more beautiful. The oppressive gloom and the many, many wandering titans had cleared up and given way to an area more peaceful. It shone with nearly rainbow light, and Ben spotted caves under the skyscraper-sized trees of the Overcavern Forest that led deeper with lights coming from them.
Dungeons,
Vivi whispered, pointing at the nearest one.
Extremely weak ones. That right there? That's the lowest grade of a violet core dungeon I've ever seen. Look at how it's just barely affecting the light.
Huh, Ben said, looking at the nearest cave. I guess that light is a little purple. What, do they all start as white?
Yeah,
Vivi said.
But I don't like this at all. This looks like a dungeon nursery,
and that means a mature violet core has got to be wandering around here somewhere.
Lord Vivi, Ghost Ear said respectfully, I believe you are correct. There are no monsters in this area, which means they've been driven off by a superior being of some kind. How much farther do we have to range? Vivi sighed.
Deeper,
was all he said, and the group started to feel uneasy. The murk had returned, and ominously purple lights danced in the air. Vivi, Red, of all people, hissed. We can't go further than this. I can practically see the danger in the air.
You don't need magic eyes to see that, sister,
Shortbus said, his eyes wide as he stared at the pillar of purple light in the distance. This place is seriously giving me the creeps, Ben said, rubbing his arms.
If we don't keep going,
Vivi said, his skin starting to ripple colors the way it always did when he was scared.
The quest will strike us dead the moment we turn back. The gremlin is this way, and we have to put in a good amount of effort to reach it, and we still haven't satisfied the requirements yet.
Deeper? Ghost Ears asked.
Deeper. We've got to put in a minimum amount of effort, and we haven't met that threshold yet.
They rounded a corner and saw a strange tree from behind, with purple light coming from it. With apprehension, they walked further to see the tree had been twisted to form a horrible face, with burning purple fire inside it. The empty eye sockets seemed to watch them, and Ben wasn't sure if the fear he felt was magically induced or completely genuine. The entire group looked to Vivi, their point of contact for the rule lawyers who were guiding them. Deeper, Vivi said in response, and the group started to feel real terror. It wasn't like assaulting the Citadel of Horrors or being in a fight. It was like swimming out into the ocean, farther and farther away from the shore, until you looked back and realized you couldn't see land anymore, and being told to keep going. To swim past the continental shelf into the deep ocean where even Shortbus would have been afraid to range. They continued deeper, and what was once a single-faced tree filled with purple fire soon became a full wood of them. Every tree, as far as the eye could see, leered and stared at them. Despite all the fire, the air was bitterly cold between the trees, and painfully hot near them. No in-between zone of comfort. Everywhere was only pain. With chattering teeth and desperate eyes, Ben looked to Vivi. Deeper, Vivi said. They kept walking, further into the cursed wood. Without warning, purple fire blasted out from the mouth of a nearby tree and nearly killed Ghost Ears in a consuming inferno nearly 100 times the size of his entire body. As the group tried to recover from the shock, a change came over the wood. Deeper. One of the trees intoned at them with a malevolent, deep voice, then cackled. Then all the face trees began laughing, fire belching out and scalding them with the heat. They endured the abuse. The malevolence projected from the trees so hateful it was an attack when they passed by a tree larger than all the others. Its mouth was wide and circular, its face fat, evil, and gleeful. The fires inside of it were purple, but seemed to reflect an inner place, like there was an entire world inside the tree. Oh my aeons, Vivi said, suddenly all intellectual. That's an actual portal to an actual hellscape. I didn't know those could form naturally. He was cheerfully cataloging the new information, and literally everyone in the party wanted to strangle him. Vivi, exceeding Ben's expectations for him, noticed the projected hostility of his friends and coughed. Well, whatever's twisting the forest must be, like, insanely powerful. Merciful aeons. Deeper. He paused. But we're almost done. Their walk through the cursed wood led them here, to the heart of it. They stood hidden and trembling at a distance, gripped by the deepest kind of terror each one of them was individually capable of feeling. Before them, a great violet pyramid rested in the forest, the stone lit from within by the sheer magical force of the violet dungeon core contained inside it. Ben knew with the deepest part of his being that the violet core boss monster was on the other side of the pyramid, and that even taking a single step forward would alert it to their presence. They stood no chance at all. Vivi? Ben managed to stutter out. Is this deep enough?
Yeah.
Vivi squeaked out.
Yeah, that's deep enough.
Guys,
Shortbus said, his eyes wide, his entire body forcefully trembling.
I think we should fuck that guy up.
Nope, Ben said, and that was all the group needed to hear. Team Ben ran from the Overcavern Forest like cowards. But, like cowards, they would survive another day. When they returned to their apartment, Ben felt struck by the fact that he was not as prepared as he thought he was. Next time we go in there, Ben promised himself, we're going to be fucking ready. And we aren't going to be fucking walking. Chapter 23. Several weeks had passed since their eye-opening trip into the Overcavern Forest, and the realization of their own powerlessness had been carved deep into their collective psyches. Rather than make them cower in fear, Team Ben had made it a priority to improve as much and as fast as possible. Their last trip into the Overcavern Forest had been entirely voluntary, and better, a complete and total victory. Well, except for that extra finger on Ben's hand. Fresh from their victory in the Overcavern Forest, Team Ben loitered around the used spaceship lot while Ben began the process of haggling to trade their spoils for a better mode of transportation. It was, to Ben's eyes, almost comically like a used car lot back on Earth. Extremely clean spaceships were parked in rows, some resting on the ground, some hovering above it, and each one of them was positively festooned with marketing stickers. They didn't help Ben in the slightest, being both in an alien language and referencing a system of commerce he had zero understanding of, but he at least recognized that relevant information was clearly displayed. It wasn't the first time Team Ben had been to this particular used spaceship lot, but as of yet they'd been unable to purchase a ship stymied by a clear and stubborn reluctance by any merchant type class in Solas to accept Vivi's VIP card and the 50% discount that came with it. Today, Ben was prepared to do whatever it took to get the issue sorted. With a glinty look in his eyes, Ben opened a utility pocket above his hand, playing with it and forcing it to open as slowly and as showily as possible in a successful attempt to impress the fat, colorful alien who'd come out to greet him when they'd arrived. A swirling purple vortex of frothing space-time gently formed, then reached some kind of critical mass, opening a gateway to the engineered space he kept all his stuff. While they had met before, it was the first time Ben had showed off. "Well, ain't that something?" the alien used spaceship salesman said, some skill of his no doubt making him either seem to be or actually be more charming. To Ben, this manifested as a deeply southern accent, which made him wonder if all charm skills would manifest that way, and decided he hoped they did. He could barely keep a straight face as the alien, who had rubbery skin and just defied Ben's ability to concisely describe, except to say that the only thing he and it had in common was a generally humanoid shape, spoke with the exaggerated mannerisms of a character from the American classic movie, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? "I can't say I've had a human customer yet, let alone seen any of them plus perks people have been talking about. Is that the, pocket dimension one?" "Utility pocket," Ben said.
and then unceremoniously began dumping dead bodies on the prearranged slabs used primarily for bartering with adventurers paying for things with corpses. Now, we've been going back and forth on this whole VIP card issue for weeks now, and my team needs a fucking ship today.
Yeah,
Vivi said, voice sounding tough, slugging his way forward intimidatingly, looming towards the salesperson.
we need a fucking ship. Don't make me start showing off my new skill, summon living fireball.
Vivi, Ben said, giving the Aeon slug a sideways glance. Thank you, but I've got this. Vivi gave the salesperson a scowl, then launched a spark-sized, screaming, hateful, kamikaze entity made of explosive fire straight into the sky. It said the most horrible, nihilistic, disturbing things as it streaked through the air looking for something to kill. Finding no real target, it screamed its way back towards Vivi, who, with wide eyes, began slugging away from it as fast as he possibly could while attempting to banish his own out-of-control summon. Summon Living Fireball was the summoner variant of the Mage and Wizard spell, Fireball. Whereas mages and wizards would merely conjure a ball of fire, summoners would summon a simple being of living fire directly from the beyond, a being which only possessed the simple desire to destroy everything and was extremely motivated to do so. Like everything a summoner did, it was both vastly more powerful and vastly more dangerous than the equivalent spells and skills from other magic users, who generally lived much longer than summoners did for obvious reasons. The used spaceship salesman, eyeballing the still-attacking living fireball, gulped and began making placating gestures with his weird alien hands. "Now everybody cool off here," he said, looking away from the now on fire Vivi and glancing at the large pile of strange, valuable monster bodies. "Everybody just cool off. Why don't you tell me what these things are first so I can get some idea of what they're worth? And I'm mighty curious as to why you've got 6 fingers. I distinctly remember reading in that there newsletter I borrowed from the owner of this here vehicle lot that you humans only had 5 fingers.
Oh man,
Short Bus said, butting his way into the conversation.
when that happened, Ben was so pissed. There was this little dude made all out of like wood spikes,
He exclaimed with a bit of an up at his sentences.
and they really blended in, and
Wood imp, Ben said simply, and the used spaceship salesman winced. That'd be a curse bolt, then. Nasty little things. Surprised you're still alive and not a twisted mass of, biology. It wasn't a direct hit, Ben said, unconsciously flexing the 6th finger as he remembered what had happened. Despite Short Bus and Ghost Ears scouting ahead, despite Vivi constantly scanning for magical threats, despite Red's near omniscient levels of awareness, they were ambushed. One moment, they'd been carefully creeping through the forest, just about ready to turn around and finish their trip, and the next, a single high-level wood imp launched a dizzyingly deadly bolt of black, sizzling energy directly at him. It had been casually sitting on a branch, perfectly still, perfectly blending in. Ben remembered how it had cackled, how his head had turned just in time to see the curse bolt coming straight at him, and the thrown-back head of the wood imp as it laughed. The high-level skill ate through all the defensive spells Vivi had cast on him, just barely hitting him the barest brush of a glancing blow. It had hurt in ways Ben couldn't comprehend, and when he'd become sensible again, he had a 6th finger and a very relieved Vivi telling him how lucky he was to still be alive. Vivi had been furiously studying more powerful defensive spells ever since, shame casting a scowl on his sluggy face whenever he did so. Vivi was a good dude, despite his flaws. At least that's what Ben thought.
Wood imps are extremely dangerous.
Vivi, no longer on fire and pretending it hadn't happened, explained to the used spaceship salesman.
Because they only have one skill. Curse bolt is deadly, but they can only use it once per day. Once they fire, they run. They are an absolute bane of adventuring parties in the Overcavern Forest. Monsters that just love to swoop in after a fight is done and kill the survivors with an overwhelming sneak attack. Lucky for everyone, they hate their own kind as much as they hate everyone else, because a swarm of wood imps would be a death sentence for pretty much anyone.
We're lucky to be alive,
Ben said simply. And we're doubly lucky we didn't have to go back to that violet core dungeon. Elder gremlins seem to lurk in very dangerous places, Ghost Ears said aloud. We should know that and keep it in mind for our quest. Enough about that. You wanted to know about these, right? Ben said, indicating the huge wooden worm-like monsters he'd brought for payment. Yeah, I've got a couple of skills telling me they're worth something, but the skills work better when I actually know what I'm looking at. Yeah, we picked these up yesterday, Ben said, looking over at Red and Ghost Ears, who were both touching and examining a new spaceship with barely concealed excitement. He already knew it was out of their price range. Everybody was wounded to some extent or another, and every single health potion the group had once possessed was gone, badly needing to be restocked. Ben started to tell the story. See, Vivi had figured out a new loophole to get Team Ben out of going into the shifting woods every week, an act that the group had quickly come to recognize as a death sentence. Namely, if they were undertaking meaningful and significant action to make themselves stronger and thus increase their odds of completing their quest, they could buy another week of life. Basically, instead of being forced to work on the quest, choosing to work on it instead. Vivi had interpreted that to mean that they needed to raid a nest of wood-fire brambles to find a bunch of fire cysts, which were apparently an extremely potent form of currency for negotiating with fire beings in the beyond. Vivi kept mumbling about forbidden summoning techniques and the word fireball. At this point in the story, everyone looked at Vivi, more specifically the burns all over his sluggy body from his living fireball. Vivi ignored them, unable to be shamed by mere looks. Ben continued telling the story. The wood-fire bramble nest was in a little patch of burned-up woods about a 2-hour flight from Solas. They'd rented a vehicle, which rankled Ben to no end because they should have had their own transportation by now and landed it some distance away. Mere minutes after landing, the fight had begun. The monster was weird-looking and defied Ben's ability to describe, except to say that they were spiky, viney, burny, and fast. It snaked across the ground and up and down the branches and trunks of trees, hunting for prey it could clamp down on and burn alive, consuming the ashes and smoke. Ghost Ears commented that it was a terrible way to go, because the monster produced a natural potion of lesser fire resistance, which it injected into prey to make them last longer. The fight had been okay. Ben, following some broken prompts from his broken class, had taken to altering the terrain around the party to give them an advantage in a fight. People could say whatever they wanted about his imagination, but it was fucking useful to be able to just deploy giant cubes of dirt at will. The Bramble had been a slippery and tough opponent, and in a feat of sheer testicular bravery that still sent a thrill of fear through his heart, Ben had won them the fight by luring the monster into a charge and then placing a huge block of stone from the mines directly in its path at the last moment. Like his fight with the axe beetle, he'd won via obstacle collision, which was quickly becoming one of his favorite ways to deal with oversized opponents.
Ben totally kicked its ass!
Short Bus shouted, punching the air in excitement. Ben felt an involuntary rush of joy at the praise because it had been the very first time he'd managed to kill a significant monster and feel like he knew what he was doing. Like it hadn't been an accident. Like he'd earned the win. The wood-fire bramble had crashed into the stone, rendering it both injured and stunned. Other adventurers could say whatever they wanted about Team Ben, but Team Ben knew how to beat a stunned, injured opponent. It was kind of their ideal situation, to be honest. The monster now lay dead and still resting on the table in front of him. Ben grinned at it, then scowled as he remembered the next part, when things had started flying off the handle. Yeah, I had kicked its ass, Ben said, and Short Bus blanched. Then you had to go and start stomping on the larva.
You don't leave baby orcas alive, Ben. We've already talked about this,
Short Bus grumbled. You told me you almost died doing that too. After the fight, Short Bus had been delighted to find a huge rotten tree packed full of, weirdly enough,
Woodfire bramble larvae, which Ben felt made them more insect than plant. Their bodies were valuable, Vivi had assured Ben while Shortbus gleefully stomped the screeching, burning things. After the vicious fight with the mature bramble, Ben conceded that killing the larva was probably prudent. Plus, after they were dead, they were loot. Ben loved loot. That had been going great until the keening cry of the larva had called 2 more woodfire brambles from deeper in the overcavern forest. Ben wasn't sure if it was that there were 2 of them, or if they were higher level, or more mature, or just pissed that they were killing their babies, but the 2 new woodfire brambles fought with a particularly deadly viciousness. Ben got the feeling that these monsters weren't trying to eat them, they were trying to kill them. Team Ben bunkered down the way they had when fighting an army of gremlins, backs to backs, weathering attacks of burning blasts and living wood that slashed and slithered fluidly by the sounds of deceptive creaks and pops and cracks. Vivi summoned a group of red-skinned demons, watched them be slaughtered, then summoned another pack, carefully conserving his mana and passionlessly sacrificing his cheap troops. Vivi treated his summoned fiends the way a mage treated their spells, using them strategically and disposably. Shortbus aimed with a bow, growling under his breath about the completely thoughtless, mindless monsters they were fighting. He finally managed to get a hold of one of them and paralyze it with a psychic flex, and the tide of the fight shifted after that. Ghost Ears buffed Ben, who charged armed with a simple metal spear Frankie had handed him like an obedient squire, while Red landed an impressive critical hit on the second monster with a pinpoint application of a fire hose blast of green and yellow acid. "So that's these 2, Ben said, indicating the 2 brambles laying next to the first. "So what's that big, scary-looking one?" the salesman asked, not even wanting to get close to the final body. Well, Ben managed to finish off the paralyzed woodfire bramble and managed to feel really good about the fight until the female woodfire bramble showed up. It walked somewhat slowly on 4 legs, swiveling about freely, its entire body radiating heat and flame. It was less made of wood and more a kind of crystalline, shining charcoal. Ben noted with dismay the stars next to its name, indicating that it was not a normal monster. "Oh no, an elite!" Vivi shouted, and Ben had resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Then, under its name, another ID tag appeared. It now read, "Female Woodfire Bramble. Apocalypse Event Monster. Bounty available." What had followed was one of the worst fights Ben had been involved with, including with the Axe Beetle or the Citadel boss. The elite monster was slow, but it didn't need to be fast when it was so fucking tough. Nothing they did to it could do more than stagger the damn thing, and every one of its attacks managed to land a minor injury on some member of the group. They would have died, everybody knew it. They all would have died out there if not for Red, who had extremely grudgingly pulled out a glowing bottle of flashing light. "Y'all gotta be kidding me. She had a bottle of lightning?" The salesman looked at a sulky Red who refused to say anything. "That thing was worth more than the damn spaceship you want, I'll tell you what." "Well, our lives are worth more," Ben said, throwing a reassuring, thankful glance at Red, who seemed mollified. Once she opened it, the fight was effectively over. The bolt conducted through the monster's crystal body and caused large portions of it to explode, leaving whatever was left exposed and vulnerable. In the post-mortem, Ben had grilled Red about why she hadn't used the items sooner, and she explained that it was her first rare drop she'd ever received from system looting. She only had the one and felt prudent to save it until a life-or-death situation. It was an acceptable answer, and the team thanked her for saving all their lives. Red, Ben noted, did not suffer from elixir syndrome, a gaming term for people who hoarded valuable items they ought to have been using, which usually resulted in their unnecessary deaths. Once the remnants of the monster's body had been collected, the group was free to collect the real spoils. Well, real spoils according to Vivi, that was. Scattered throughout the now vacant monster nest
Burning flowers of fire grew along long vines that twisted along and up the trunks of the massive trees of the over-cavern forest. Some had flowers, freshly blooming and jetting fire. Others contained pollinated flowers that had withered away and transformed into hard glowing nuggets of raw magical power. The fire cysts Vivi so desperately prized. They were covered in sharp thorns, highly poisonous, and were considered extremely difficult to harvest due to the abnormal toughness of the vines they grew along. Bzzz. Ben lazily pretended to use a skill, opening tiny utility pockets and cutting through the vine with one of the reciprocating saw blades he'd had Mice Labs fabricate for him, allowing him to mimic the function of a sawzall. The blade was made of some kind of futuristic space-age magical alloy, apparently qualitatively stronger than anything Earth had ever produced, but it wasn't really getting the job done. Different blade? Ben had asked himself, then switched to a blade with smaller teeth, more suitable for metal, and was pleased to see the fire cyst easily cut free. They picked the nest clean, Ben's utility pocket ensuring there was no good reason to leave anything behind. And now I have one of the most feared, dangerous, forbidden spells only available to royal summoners, Vivi chuckled darkly. Summon Living Fireball, which calls forth a spirit of pure hatred from the evil part of the elemental plane of fire. A living fireball who will viciously hunt down its targets and attack it where it is weakest. An intelligence spell forbidden by system law for all, but it's a really nasty attack spell. Ben cut Vivi off before he could give away more information about the party. And I've had these appraised. They're more than worth what that spaceship is after we apply our VIP discount, Ben said, his voice and face suddenly hard. Kid, we got profit margins. Y'all can't expect us to just honor some eons old promotional bullshit the system came up with to piss off the signatory races. It's not right. Do I need to go to a suggestion box? Ben said, knowing he'd just triggered the nuclear option for all negotiations in the world. Ben unleashed a dark smile and slow head nod, both at how the salesman seemed to shrink back from him in horror at the suggestion of getting the motherfucking system involved, and at the memory of the last message he'd gotten from Mice Labs. His bombs would be ready soon. Now, the salesman stuttered. Don't do that. That's right, motherfucker, Ben said, still smiling and nodding his head. Time to pull your head out of your ass or whatever part of you the shit comes out of. He'll take my side. Ben paused, then relented on the intimidation factor. It's his fucking promotion, dude. Come on. Are you still trying to save money here? Take the bodies and give us our spaceship now before this gets nasty. The idea to use the suggestion box had come to Ben while taking a shower, and in retrospect, it seemed like it should have been the most obvious solution in the world. Yeah. Boy, you humans don't hesitate to escalate things, do you? I write it off as a peculiarity of your short mortal lifespans. Come on inside, come on into the office here, and we'll get you all sorted out. Say, he said, suddenly brightening. Now, we've got some dealership add-ons that I just know you'll be wishing you had out there in that terrible dark forest you seem to like tromping around in. We've got protection plans, warranties, guarantees, and I guarantee you'll be able to afford them, especially at a 50% VIP discount. The alien chuckled and had the fucking audacity to wink at them, and then started to use his skills on the group, trying to recoup every bit of the loss he'd just suffered. And at the end of the day, Team Ben had a new ride. Chapter 24. A few more weeks had passed, and with the addition of the spaceship, their lives had gotten significantly easier. Vivi had paid the rules lawyers he'd been seeing weekly to use a few of their more powerful skills to bend the mechanics of the quest to permit the task of driving around the safe parts of the Overcavern Forest in the new spaceship and getting familiar with it as significant enough progress to keep them alive. That had been a welcome break for Team Ben, but the break was over now,
and even if they could have delayed for any longer, well, Ben had some new weapons to try out, and a reasonably nearby elder gremlin to try them out on. They'd been carefully flying for several hours when Ben's mind started to expand, the way a mind sometimes does when on a long road trip. Ben looked around and had to admit there was a kind of eerie beauty to the Overcavern Forest. It was a place with layers to it, with different rules for every band and segment. Flying above it was a bad idea, as the sky above the Overcavern Forest was ruled by powerful flying monsters that were simultaneously a hard fight and worthless as loot. Similarly, the ground and the trunks were also considered no-fly zones, as there were too many monsters both large enough and nimble enough to jump onto a vehicle and kill everyone inside. No, if someone wanted to navigate the Overcavern Forest, the only relatively safe way to do it would be through the moss. It was a strange corridor, a highway navigable only by those who could fly and did not ever need to land on anything to rest. Everything was covered in a thick carpet of deadly moss, the kind which a single brush against could spell certain death, the kind which just sat there completely neutral until provoked. It wasn't a safe place to be. Nowhere in the Overcavern Forest was. But for a group of adventurers in a new spaceship looking to cover some ground without putting themselves in undue danger, it was the right place to be. Ben alone sat in the cockpit, being both the only member of his party able to drive and the only member who would be any good at it. His view through the circular window wasn't that great, but between the screens off to his left and right, along with his true map, he found navigating to be absurdly easy. It helped that the true map integrated with the navigation system of the ship, which had been named the Frankie V1, much to the delight of the utility pocket elemental who was curled up on Ben's lap asleep. Ben had no idea where Frankie was getting all his accessories, but the elemental now sported a crown and a cape in addition to his cute bank robber sticker. Ben gave the little guy a fond pet, then focused on navigating once again. "This beats fucking walking so much," he said to himself. The rest of Team Ben was below him in the cabin, providing moral support, then mentally zoomed out his map and saw the ocean of red dots that represented hostile monsters. They were all outside the moss, which his true map represented as neutral-colored exclamation marks, environmental hazards at best. It was a good stroke of luck that brought them out this way. One of the Elder Gremlin quest targets, who had previously been too far away to reach on foot, was now within range. Even better, it wasn't surrounded by absurdly dangerous high-level monsters. It was just hidden really, really well, and that would have been enough to keep it safe if it hadn't been marked by red and tracked by the wish-powered true map. Ben made another note to himself that Team Ben was really, really good at hunting specific things down. Ben sipped some coffee-flavored stamina potion, a new product offered by Mice Labs, and smiled at the sweet flavor. It amused him to no end to imagine that sugar was such a destructive drug to all these aliens. Sugar! Ben grinned and took another drink, savoring the hardcore, illegal, illicit substance. He continued chuckling, imagining once again the looks of horror Vivi would give him whenever he acted like a sugar fiend, as the ship silently and stealthily navigated through the silent, gargantuan, and hostile alien forest around them. Ben carefully watched his map, then brought the ship to a stop. He started flipping switches to switch from stealth mode and get the weapons systems fired up. "Frankie," Ben said, and the utility pocket elemental looked up sleepily from Ben's lap to listen. "Did you know that most weapons systems in the world are magical?" Frankie intuited that he was supposed to shake his head no, so he did. "They are." "So you've got a machine gun, right?" "Well, the thing is, there aren't any bullets in it. That requires crafters and materials, and the general consensus is that it's both really expensive and really primitive. Instead, it fires mana bullets, which are pretty good, and best of all, they never run out. Plus, you can tweak the enchantment that generates the mana bullets and change their properties, so that's great. All you've got to do is keep feeding the gun mana, and it will keep firing." Frankie nodded his head slowly. This ship, however, does not fire mana bullets or mana missiles. There are no complex spell formations that generate powerful attack spells on this ship. No, sir. Ben patted the ship, which he had owned for exactly 1 week. This baby right here fires conventional weapons, which are shot for shot much more powerful than their spelled counterparts. Of course, carrying around conventional ammunition and potentially running out in the middle of a fight means that despite their rustic charm and advantages, conventional weapons aren't used anymore. A little ship like this couldn't hold very much ammo, let alone any heavy ordnance. Ben grinned and attached his utility pocket to the weapons system of the Frankie V1. That's not really a problem for us, is it? He said, and checked his map. There was a red crosshairs icon with a lock on it some distance away. Target is locked, Ben said casually, having spent almost literally all his free time the previous week training himself to operate the ship's new weapons system and use them effectively, his finger hovering over the big red button. Ben closed his eyes and remembered. Earlier that week, the interior of Mice Labs had the kind of aesthetic that appealed to science fiction readers like Ben specifically. Strange machines sat atop modular work tables lit up in peculiar ways. Everything was clean and set in its place, following a hidden order, a pattern only visible to those who worked there. Mice in lab coats, along with the occasional human and other earth animal, worked in sterile conditions, carefully creating things with purposes that Ben could only guess at. He was led through Mice Labs, the actual size of which Ben still didn't have a good grasp of, by Nick and Atomus. Nick was walking with a kind of excited zing, and Atomus was practically vibrating on Nick's shoulder, occasionally giving an excited squeak. Sketch was with Ben, who had come to Mice Labs alone.
These two's work's been all Swiss ever since you got them started on this project,
Sketch said casually.
Nothing but holes. Shitty work because of this side project.
Sorry? Ben asked, not sure if he was supposed to apologize.
Ignore him,
Atomus said, breathing hard.
He's a moron. Come this way. Come. Hurry up, Nick. Can't you walk any faster?
Just moderate your expectations, Nick said. We whipped these up as fast as we could, and the system classifies them as low grade, but...
We're here,
Atomus hissed, dark delight in his voice. They emerged into a new room, which was clearly some kind of holodeck, and looked up at the single missile on proud display. It stood straight up, resting on a circular platform, with lights shining on it to make it shine. The exterior of the missile being both shining glass and highly polished chrome. The holodeck was set to show an image of Earth. Ben felt a sense of vertigo that came from both feeling like he was standing midair and from seeing the familiar sky.
Isn't it magnificent?
Atomus said, the little mouse staring up at the low-grade nuclear missile with a nearly innocent delight in his eyes. The tiny creature filled to the brim with as much concentrated awe as his body could contain.
We've barely scratched the surface of what the technology of this new world can accomplish. Of the weapons that only we seem to be able to see, hiding in plain sight in front of their stupid blind eyes. They call to me in my dreams, these designs of devastation.
Thomas is really excited, Nick said, grinning and shaking his head. His mad scientist class comes with a few drawbacks, one of which is a tendency to launch into megalomaniacal rants both while he's working and after he's finished.
Oh, he'd get along great with Vivi then, Ben commented. Those two should team up sometime, that'd be fun. Do you mind if I... Ben pointed at the missile and Nick nodded.
It's yours, man. You paid for it and brought us the materials.
Ben walked up to the missile, which was much, much bigger than he was. He climbed atop the raised dais and reached up as high as he could, touching the cold and perfectly smooth metallic shell. His hand tingled at the touch, much the same way it would if he'd touched the hand of a beautiful woman. He felt it was weird that touching a nuclear missile that he owned was giving him the same tingles that a woman would, and resigned himself to Shortbus knowing about it the next time the man-shark saw him and read his mind. Ben nodded his head slightly, closed his eyes, and opened a utility pocket under the missile, feeding it into his inventory slowly, dramatically, like an archer carefully pulling back an arrow. When he opened his eyes, the missile was gone. "One missile! That's not bad," Ben said cheerfully, walking back over to the group. Thomas began chuckling, then cackling like a mad scientist. Nick said, "Yeah, buddy, we've got more than one. How many do you want?" Ben opened his eyes. Fire barrage. From the tiny, slightly humming ship floating in the middle of the air, missiles began pouring forth. They were the kinds of missiles that a ship of that size should only have about 4 of. The kinds of missiles that were stored under the wings and were comparable to the size of the ship itself. They never stopped firing, one after another, 2 or 3 at a time, precision missiles with primitive low-grade nuclear warheads at their tips. They ripped through the silence, propelled by rocket fuel and guided by both magic and technology, and to Ben, it was one of the most beautiful things he'd ever seen. The missiles had an incredible range to them, and they expertly weaved and navigated through the trees until they were out of sight. 5, Ben said, reading off of a little counter on his map. 4, 3, 2, 1. In the distance, the forest lit up, then lit up again and again, like a camera flash from a Polaroid the size of a building. Percussive waves of force followed, rippling through the moss and causing the living, hateful stuff to writhe and shift, looking for something to grab and eat. The ship rode the waves of force like a surfboard sitting atop the ocean. Ben, calmly watching, a pair of tinted protective glasses equipped to his face via utility pocket. One missile had detonated a little early, close enough that Ben could actually see the explosion. "Oh," Ben said, automatically shifting the ship into reverse. "That's our cue to go." Ben glanced at the true map and saw a skull where once there had been a target. "Quest update! You have killed an elder gremlin. Congratulations! 1 down, quite a few more to go. Quest achievement, overkill. That monster could have been killed by a baseball bat to the head, but you chose to execute it with 20+ low-grade nuclear missiles. Now that's what I call overkill. You have received an upgrade to your utility pocket. You have received the ammo bag upgrade. Mini pockets with only ammunition inside them no longer have a mana upkeep. Mini pockets attached to weapons that require ammunition will automatically dispense ammunition. Current utility pocket upgrades. Utility pocket elemental, inactive pocket of sanctuary, experience vault, anti-theft, and privacy upgrade maximum. Bank vault, edge piece, ammo bag. There are always more ways to upgrade your utility pocket. Ben took a deep breath. The impending sensation of death from the quest washed away by the notifications. He correctly felt like killing the elder gremlin had put them in a position where the quest would no longer be prodding them quite so hard, now that they'd made significant and concrete progress towards completing it. He exhaled, pressed a button, and started talking like a caricature of a pilot. This is your prince speaking. I hope you're all enjoying the maiden voyage of HMS Frankie V1, and we here at Ben Air apologize for the slight turbulence caused by the detonation of fissile nuclear materials. If you should be so fortunate as to be seated next to a window, you might just catch a glimpse of a gorgeous mushroom cloud filled with the vaporized ashes of an elder gremlin. As that has completed our quest objectives for the day, I'm happy to announce we've all got some free time to get some more training in, so it's my suggestion. From under the cockpit, someone hit the ceiling like an angry downstairs neighbor in an apartment complex. "All right, cool it," Ben said in a normal voice. "We're going home, geez. We're going back to the apartment. I was joking." From below, it sounded like his entire party was pounding on the ceiling, and he heard the muffled sound of cheering. Ben started to laugh, then stomp on the floor. Victory was sweet. Chapter 25. The weeks following the successful launch of Team Ben into the nuclear age were a happy, if repetitive, blur. The scenarios varied slightly, but in general they came, they saw, they nuked. As far as Ben was concerned, launching nuclear missiles at monsters who deserved it was pretty much the ultimate way to start a weekend, and he would never get tired of it. His skills as a pilot, actual human skills as opposed to system skills, grew by leaps and bounds. The spaceships he was using to learn those skills, however, tended to get totaled after 2 trips into the Overcavern Forest. The used spaceship salesman who allowed Ben to call him Chuck was more than happy to continually sell them as many spaceships as they wanted to buy. As a consequence, Team Ben was low on funds in a way they hadn't been since entering Solas. Plus, nuclear bombs tended to vaporize monster bodies, which was a loss, financially speaking. Still, this trip was different. 7 elder gremlins remained on his quest list, but only one of them was showing up on his true map. Ben had a feeling that after he took that one out, something would happen. He didn't know what, just something. He only realized his mind had wandered too far from the task at hand when his ship started screaming at him. He looked up at the nuke he'd just launched, and his eyes went wide. The bomb detonated in midair, and much to Ben's terror, he realized they were way too close. Shit! He bit out the word as he bodily leaned into the controls and started pressing panic buttons while simultaneously pumping a different kind of fuel into the vehicle via his utility pocket, boosting its speed immensely but practically guaranteeing that they would need to buy yet another new used ship after this outing. No time to think about finances. Focus on outrunning the nuclear fucking explosion! Ben was flying the HMS Frankie V8 because versions 1 through 7 were all totaled. Either the monsters of the Overcavern Forest got them, or the natural wear and tear that came from being a nuclear bomber did. The massive alien jungle was a blur of green and orange, and Ben realized in this moment that he was now an excellent driver. He dodged between the trees and branches, using a combination of his eyes and his true map to avoid the malevolent monsters of the Overcavern Forest, who, even in the face of nuclear fire, were determined to commit one last murder. Ben continued pumping different mixes of chemicals and solid fuels, swapping out energy cells meant to last for months that were being depleted in seconds, and generally overclocking the living shit out of his ride, all in real time. His skill at integrating himself inside the vehicle with his utility pocket had been growing by leaps and bounds, partly because of Frankie, partly because of hard work, but mostly because that was what the utility pocket was designed to do by the system. It could be trained, and it was a solid learner. Overclocking a spaceship was barely scratching the surface of what it could be taught to do. A shockwave hit the ship, and Ben swore again, redoubling his efforts to make his ship move faster than a nuclear explosion and riding the razor's edge between success and failure. Congratulations! You have killed yet another quest target and proven once and for all that human tactics have remained completely unchanged from the last time your species was here. 6 elder gremlins remain. Go away! Ben shouted, outraged as the ship rattled, not daring to even look behind him at the atomic blast. He felt the ship starting to heat up, then shook his head in disgust. Oh, fuck it, I've got a spare, he growled, then started juicing the ship via utility pocket way beyond what it was ever even remotely designed to handle. Forget getting back to Solas. This thing was going to fucking crash the second he stopped holding it together by sheer force of utility pocket and will. The G-force pulled him back in his seat, overpowering the cheap, inertial dampeners installed on the used fighter ship. Everything was rattling around him. All the dials and sensors were maxed out, every emergency warning light was flashing, and only a continual fire hose blast of post-space age magical coolant delivered via utility pocket on nearly every component of the ship was keeping it from exploding. Ben dared to take a moment to look behind him and saw, to his relief, that he'd outpaced the blast. The endless green of the over-cavern forest had sprouted a new growth, a mushroom of radioactive fire growing upward, casting a shadow of orange and burning dust on the ground from which it rose. His heart was pounding in his chest, and the thrill of it made him want to double over, like there was a live wire of pure excitement stretching from his stomach all the way up to his throat. He was sweating, and his hands were shaking, and his pupils were totally dilated, and...
It's just such a crude weapon,
Vivi loungefully said, cutting through the mood with a single sentence. He was lounging on a large Aeon Slug couch he'd expertly secured to the floor with magic, and smoking from a replica of the hookah-esque contraption he'd had when Ben had first met the damn slug. The rest of the crew was sitting comfortably inside the emergency escape podket, which was just an open utility pocket portal Ben could jump inside if the ship exploded. The entrance would then close to a pinhole in size, and Vivi would block whatever came through the pinhole, usually fire, with a magical barrier. It wasn't just theory either. They'd unfortunately made use of the tactic multiple times.
"Red!"
Short Bus called out.
"Ben broke the spaceship again! Red!"
He paused, then shouted at Ben.
"Ben! Red's being weird again! Go get her!"
Then he laughed at Ben's unenviable chore and went back to sleep. Ben groaned, because Red had a somewhat disturbing tendency to wander out into the seemingly infinite darkness of the utility pocket and just be in the darkness. Rousing her was often difficult.
Prince Ben, Ghost Ears this time. I know you are enamored with these nuclear missiles of yours, but they leave nothing behind in terms of, shall I say, loot. And you have a financially liberal tendency to utterly destroy every vehicle you pilot, vehicles which are very expensive.
"Oh, come on," Ben said, nosing the ship down and following a path set out by his true map to a safe clearing he could crash land into. "We'll just go back to the Citadel of Horrors and whap a few more of those depressed bug monsters that are always moping about after we killed their king. Brace for impact, everyone," Ben said, setting up his autopilot and preparing to jump into the emergency escape podket.
I still say we sell the location,
Vivi commented through another cloud of smoke.
A practically untouched, already pacified citadel is pretty much the ultimate loot farm.
"Brace!" Ben shouted, then jumped back to safety, closing the entrance behind him. Vivi, with a practiced gesture, set up a sturdy barrier spell, and an instant later, a jet of fire and noise came through the entrance and was deflected by the defenses. "No fucking way," Ben said, giving Vivi a good-natured punch, "am I ever going to give away the location of that citadel. As far as I'm concerned, it's my private property, and as soon as I get my class back, I'm going to officially annex it."
Counterpoint, if we sold it, we'd be rich, and not in the kind of way that would get us killed.
"What do you need money for, Viv?"
Better attack spells and equipment?
Vivi said it like it was obvious. Ben blew a raspberry. "I've got nukes, and they aren't good enough for you. I don't see you with spells this strong." Vivi blew a raspberry back.
Give it time, stupid.
"How much time?"
Couple thousand years.
"Well, I can bang some glowing rocks together and do it in like 3 weeks.
It's primitive.
It's effective."
Can we please get out of here?
Ghost Ear said, sounding exasperated.
Short Bus is snoring loud enough to vibrate my entire body, and Red is muttering in some infernal tongue out in the darkness. I've had quite enough of this place, thank you.
Yeah, she'll be clear by now," Ben said, letting the emergency escape podket's entrance open wide enough for all of them to get out. "Out you all go! Out! Mind the wreckage!" Ben shouted, and he was pretty sure they all would. Ghost Ears flew out with an audible sound of relief, followed shortly after by Vivi, who was slugging fast and doing Aeon Slug zoomies around the safe clearing. Ben noted with some degree of amusement pockets of magical fire burning all around the crashed ship, but other than that, they'd gotten off pretty good. "Hey, boss! Come on, get out of there!" No response. Ben peeked through the betentacled portal and saw Short Bus laid out on the ground, his massive body sprawled out and taking up as much space as it physically could, his enormous mouth hanging open, his black shark eyes wide open as he snored, completely asleep. He was practically begging to be fucked with. "Drop," Ben said, shaking his head and dropping about a pound of Mice Labs pop rocks directly into Short Bus's open mouth. Unlike the Earth candy, Mice Labs' version was less of a pleasant crackling and more like a series of mouth-vibrating impacts. Short Bus startled awake instantly, nearly jumping to his feet, howling as he started spitting the potent candy out of his mouth. He recovered almost instantly and acted like it hadn't happened at all.
"Oh man, that was crazy,"
he said. And Ben felt him rummaging about in his head, reliving the memories of recent events.
"Oh man, that was close! You were like a human surfer, except instead of waves, you were surfing a nuclear blast. Did I ever tell you about the time I started scaring surfers whenever they caught a big wave? I'd just swim right next to them and make sure they saw me inside the wave. Oh, man. They didn't like that."
"No shit," Ben said in genuine astonishment. "You ever eat any of them?"
"No."
Short Bus said. "Oh, good."
"Comment."
Short Bus finished. Then gave Ben a shark-toothed grin and slapped him on the back as he walked out of the podcast.
"Good luck in there,"
he said, pointing a thumb at the darkness where red was obscured.
"You're gonna need it."
Then he walked off, leaving Ben to do the job alone. That fucking guy, Ben muttered to himself about his best friend, then cautiously went into his utility pocket, a place he should never feel unsafe. But he did feel unsafe. Because Red got weird if she stayed in his utility pocket for too long, and by weird Ben meant violent. He was honestly getting sick of it. "Red," he yelled, "stop being fucking weird and get out of here already! Come on! I know you can see—" "Ah!" Ben yelled, realizing Red had somehow snuck up behind him and was really, really close to his back. She was like something from an unfortunately erotic nightmare. Her lithe body, her green skin, and eyeless face paired with her enormous horn antlers with those fucking enormous eyes made of pure, eye-searingly fuchsia energy inside them. He felt that his fear of her was somewhat fueled by the fact that the first time he'd met her, he had been an extremely tiny, naked ferryman, and she had been a titanic, naked demon woman. "My life is so fucking weird now," Ben muttered to himself, already over his statement. "Red, come on, let's go." "This place reminds me of home," Red said, obediently walking behind him as he led her out. "Of hell?" Ben probed. "No, of the beyond. Not of any particular part, but of its substance, such as it was. I wonder if these utility pockets are related to the Edgelands at all. No, I suppose not." "Edgelands? The fuck are those?" Ben asked as they exited the utility pocket. Vivi, as though summoned by the opportunity to explain something, was suddenly right there next to them.
"Edgelands? Ha! Those aren't real."
"They're real," Red said.
"Is that what all the fools at the Summoner's Tower believe?"
Vivi pivoted his entire belief system on a dime without even missing a sluggy stride.
"All the true pursuers of forbidden knowledge know about the Edgelands. Red, I won't bore you with all our petty legends. Go ahead and tell us what you know about the Edgelands."
Vivi's bluster ran out right around the end of his statement, causing his question to come out as something of a desperate whine. "There's nothing much to say. They're the place where the beyond and reality meet. Everything summoned must by definition pass through the Edgelands. They're a place where even those summoners call impossible can freely exist. A place which blends the beyond and reality freely." Vivi had a magical notebook floating in front of him and was taking furiously annotated notes as Red spoke. They were filled with arcane and convoluted symbols, the only one of which Ben recognized was a golden triangle. "What's that?" Ben asked.
"An edge piece," Vivi said. "Or at least what we think an edge piece looks like."
"Edge piece? Oh, I think I've got one of those," Ben said. And Vivi rolled his eyes at Ben so hard that he immediately backpedaled from the statement. "Never mind. Couldn't be that. That sounds really rare. Okay," he said, clapping his hands and pointing to somewhere in the distance. "You two go that way. I need to calm down," Ben said, realizing that he still hadn't quite purged the adrenaline from his system. Red and Vivi went away, Vivi excitedly asking questions and Red blandly answering them. Short Bus and Ghost Ears were together, chatting, and it made Ben happy to see his entire group getting along well. He walked away from them, not so far as to be out of sight, but far enough to be somewhat alone. "Summon spaceship," Ben said aloud, pretending he'd used a skill as he pulled another used spaceship from his utility pocket. There was nothing quite like being able to carry a spare everything. This one was, to Ben, one of the more aesthetically pleasing ships he'd purchased. It resembled a pearl in some ways, being bright white and somewhat spherical, but with pale bands of blue light running across the surface, illuminated from the inside. It floated high in the air and gave off a bright light, causing Ben to cast a long shadow behind him. For a little while he just stood there and stared up at it. Then, when he was calm, he reviewed the system notification he'd gotten while fleeing the premature detonation of his bomb. "Only 6 left," Ben said, summoning a bit of tough, flavorless plant material from his utility pocket directly into his mouth so he had something to chew on with his incisors. Huh. He pulled up his true map and searched for them, expecting they would have been revealed, and felt a mild sense of alarm when they didn't show up. Still nothing? Why the fuck won't they show up? Where the fuck are they? He looked harder, then noticed a brand new flashing exclamation point. He selected it, and a notification appeared. "Quest update! Your quest targets are obscured by an extremely powerful reality distortion field. In order to find them, you will need to activate your own reality distortion field. Quest update! In order to complete your quest in the most efficient manner, you must evolve from a leprechaun into a human. You are no longer obligated to search for the Elder Gremlins until such time as you are able to track them on your true map once again." Ben let out a long sigh of relief, sagging to the ground. Fucking finally. "Guys!" Ben shouted. "Guys, get over here! Group huddle! I've got a quest update!" Chapter 26. Weeks had passed, weeks dedicated to a single, terrible task: eating. It was the only way to get his body back, and had become the singular focus of his life. Ben had grown to hate eating, to hate stuffing his stomach as full as it could be and maintaining that stuffed feeling perpetually. It was by far the least pleasant task he'd ever embarked upon, but now, finally, all his hard work was about to pay off. Though it was a special day, it had started like any other. "You son of a bitch," Ben said, glaring at his hated enemy. "You think you're better than me? You think you've got what it takes to beat me, huh?" The bland, gritty, flavorless protein shake loomed in front of Ben. Glaring at him with a crude, angry face, Ben had drawn onto the cup directly with his utility pocket. He'd felt like an inkjet printer, merely looking at the cup and willing the ink to be applied, and it was done. Really, Ben was finding that the utility pocket was superb when it came to any kind of manufacturing work, like making little googly eyes to put on his cup that shook when Ben picked it up and began pretending it was talking back. "You like being a magical leprechaun, don't ya, you naked fucker?" the hostile beverage container said. "You don't want to get your human body back." "Yes, I do," Ben said. Then, having psyched himself up suitably, took off the lid and began chugging. He looked at his hands as he drank from the silly cup, slightly glowing, almost holographic-looking hands that sometimes made him feel like his body was made of CGI. He hated being magical, hated how dry he always felt, hated how frictionless he was. He hated how clothing rubbed against him like slippery silk against slippery silk. How it all felt like it was about to fall off, no matter how tight it was. He finished with the drink and immediately washed it down with some highly illegal soda, brewed in mice labs, securely stored in his utility pocket, where not even skills could detect its existence. "Any day now," Ben said, feeling the shake settle in his stomach and willing it to digest faster. He confirmed his statement against his calendar, which had the current date circled with exclamation points around it and the words "back to normal" written on it. Nick and Thomas had been quite specific. They'd scanned him with lasers and shit and scientifically deduced that he would generate a brand new flesh body any day now. He'd eaten enough biomass. He'd avoided every bit of magical food in Solas, which sucked because 99% of the food in Solas was magical in nature, allowing aliens with extremely specific digestive systems to eat pretty much anything. He was ready. His utility vault was flush with stored experience, ready to be deployed to charge his body with enough experience to bring him directly to level 20, which should trigger the evolution racial ability, which should transform him into a full human being, which should fix all the problems with his level system. The problem was, any day now could mean sometime today or sometime within the next 30 days. Not even scientific instruments could get him a more specific range of days than that, not unless he wanted to pay out the nose for some kind of diagnostic specialist. And Team Ben was kind of broke right now, and Ben didn't want to start sponging off his friends and allies for a loan. The uncertainty had spawned a particularly vivid fantasy of him in the mines, being gleefully pinballed around by explosions, looting literal tons of mundane and semi-magical ore, when all of a sudden he'd be stuck in place while he grew a new body and evolved. The wall of instant death would touch him, and then he'd be dead before he really had a chance to start his new life. Or at least he'd lose his brand spanking new body. He wasn't really clear on how magical interacted with things like the mines. Like, if he died down there with a flesh body, would he just once again become a mana ghost and be free to roam around the mines for as long as he wished? That was a question he'd rather not have the answer to, but Ben admitted that it would be pretty sick if he could survive the wall of instant death. Ben's thoughts were interrupted by the melodic sound of wind chimes ringing, which meant someone was at the door. The lightly enchanted wind chimes had been a gift from Dubdella, Drist's sister, who was also Anna's BFF. They were a somewhat inappropriate gift, a bit suggestive considering how music elementals reproduced, which Ben had learned about firsthand during his stint in a time loop, but he used them anyway because Ben had always enjoyed wind chimes. He made it to the door and opened it. "Anna!" Ben said, pleasantly surprised by the sight of his first wife from another timeline. "Nice to see you. I was just thinking about you. Come in. I was just finishing up for the morning. Normally we'd be out in the Overcavern Forest doing quest stuff, but right now our main priority is getting me my body back. You want anything to eat, drink? We've got all kinds of conjured foods in the fridge. From what I've heard, they're delicious." "Nah, babe," Anna said, reaching down and giving Ben a fond pat on the cheek with her crystal hand. "I already ate. How's the whole getting your body back thing going?" She seemed nervous was the wrong word. Excited? "It's going good. Any day now," Ben said, giving a weak laugh, pointing at the calendar. It wasn't awkward being near Anna, but they hadn't really talked about what had happened, what she'd done for him. "Good, get to hair. Think you'll be taller than me?" Anna was looking around the sparsely decorated studio apartment, looking around the embarrassingly trashed studio apartment looking for a place to sit. Probably," Ben said, giving Anna's short stature a quick glance, then walking over to the eating table and clearing some stuff off of one of the chairs. Ben noticed that the floor was covered in food and that there was a smell coming from somewhere. "Well, even if you're not," she said, then trailed off. She was definitely thinking about the wedding and about Dubdella and about everything that Shortbus fucking recorded on that stupid time loop app on her smartest phone. But anyways, enough chit-chat. Ben noticed, belatedly, that Anna was dressed up like the cosplay love child between a PI and a reporter. It looked like a Halloween costume on her, but Ben kept his opinion to himself. "Oh yeah, what's up?" "This is all hush-hush," she said, putting a perfect crystal finger to her perfect crystal lips, her eyes literally sparkling with excitement. "Like nobody is supposed to know about this, but apparently the Bank of the Sun's been robbed." "Really?" "Oh, hey, Frankie," Ben said with fond surprise as the utility pocket elemental happily appeared and leaped into Anna's lap. She squealed in delight and began playing with the little scamp, talking in a happy voice. "Oh, yes, it was. Oh, yes, it was robbed." She was making little kissy faces at the elemental, who was gleefully soaking in the attention. "Was it you? Did you rob the bank?" Frankie started nodding his head, prompting peals of laughter from both Ben and Anna. "He's nodding his head," Ben said, warm joy in his chest. "Oh my God, Frankie's the best. You're the best, little guy."
He is the best,
Anna cooed, then took a moment to compose herself.
Anyways, it was Vivi's uncle, Duke fucking Sluggington. Nobody knows how he did it or why. Like, why? But he's a legend. Like a bad legend. Everywhere outside of Frazrazzle Mountain.
Ben suppressed any questions about Frazrazzle Mountain and its stupid fucking whimsical name. "How do you know it was him?"
"Because he's a fucking legend,"
Anna replied.
Duke Sluggington is like one of the Aeon Slug powerhouses. A battle wizard, one of the most powerful in the world. He's also notoriously aggressive, constantly patrolling the first 7 layers, reaching max level over and over again just to fuck with everyone. Did you know his very identity is a class? Duke Sluggington, she said with the same strange, silent inflection everyone used when speaking of system terms. It wasn't something heard, but something known, like the S in island, or the K in no, or how the beyond always seemed to silently echo and send goosebumps running up his arms. "He'll give it back," Anna said, reassuring herself. "This is all part of some stupid ploy, some game he's playing to leverage Solas into doing something for him. He shut down our capital crystal once. That's supposed to be impossible, but he did it. And he wouldn't turn it back on until Solas let the Aeon Slugs build a summoner's tower within the city. Or how he established the Hall of Aeon Slug Studies down in the College of Eternal Life."
Wait a minute, Ben thought, as Anna continued listing the many super-villainous plots hatched by Duke Sluggington, who Ben was seriously starting to consider for his position of prime role model in life. He had a thought, and interrupted Anna. "Wait, did your family bank there?"
"Oh yeah," Anna said. "Like our entire family fortune is in there, but it's MBD.
"No big deal. I can spot you some money if you need it," Ben said, fully willing to just give Anna whatever. He only remembered he was completely fucking broke after he'd opened his mouth.
"That's so sweet," Anna said, smiling at him. "But no, bitch, I don't need a loan. But I do need a big payday, and there's a massive reward for finding what was stolen and letting the bank know where it is."
"How big?" Ben asked, feeling the distant heat of excitement.
"Big enough that Solas will never be able to push you around again. We're talking wishes. A full set of 72 wishes bonded to a genie, an already practically unstoppable summoned creature before it's empowered by the wishes. You could go all the way down to the 7th layer with a servant like that. Nobody has something like that. But the bank is willing to dig deep into their pockets, so deep it hurts, to get back whatever he took. Honestly, it fucking scares me how much they're offering as a reward."
"Fuck," Ben said, and the distant excitement was closer now, warming his thoughts. "Is it really that good of a reward?"
"Yes," Anna said emphatically. "The Bank of the Sun is the only organization in the world that knows how to even summon a genie, let alone control it, or bind the wishes to it. There are only 3 of them in the entire world."
"Were they guarding this vault?" Ben asked. "The genies, I mean."
"Yeah," Anna said, her eyes wide. "Right? Daddy always said the genies were rebellious, that they really, really hated the bank. But they were bound to defend it if anyone tripped the wards. The only way to get past them would be to, just swallow the entire thing whole or something? Anyways, doesn't matter. They're going to give one of them away to whoever finds either the vault or the ones who stole it. My stars," she said, shuddering. "With a reward like that, I don't know what they plan to do to whoever stole it."
She shuddered again, looking genuinely afraid.
"Actually, I don't want to know."
Don't need the nightmares, Ben joked, feeling relaxed. No, but seriously, that's actually a really good plan. Not many people know about this.
Almost nobody, Anna confirmed. They're going to keep looking on their own, but the quest reward is already official. I think the only reason they haven't sent out a global message is that the bank employees are trying to get a crack at getting the reward before anyone else can. But they're all idiots, Anna said smugly. Half of them don't even know about utility pockets. And even if they did, they wouldn't have access to Duke Sluggington's chatty nephew. Vivi recently confided in me that Duke Sluggington had spent a considerable portion of his vast personal wealth to purchase
a utility pocket, Ben said, momentarily awestruck. No kidding, huh? Yeah, that would work. My utility pocket has, like, some kind of maximum security upgrade on it. During the time loop? Yeah, like everybody was trying to get inside its... Ben trailed off, not wanting to mention the pure beast.
Yeah, Anna waved his thought away. We're on the same page. Everybody thinks he took it, but nobody can prove it. And without proof, there's really nothing they can do. They don't even want to admit that it's missing, because honestly, that's the most embarrassing shit ever. Whatever Duke Slug wants, it must be huge, because we, she said, and Ben knew she was talking about her race, the Sunlets, are never going to forget this. At least our leaders won't. I personally couldn't give a shit.
Well, Ben said, mind racing ahead, what if it wasn't him?
It has to be him, Anna said, a hint of worry entering her voice.
Right? Who else could pull something like this off?
Frankie started purring. Aw, Ben said. He knows you're worried and he's purring to make you feel better.
Frankie!
Anna said, sounding touched.
That's so sweet.
She hugged him again, then sighed when she was done, calmed.
Well, now you know the situation. You in?
Sleuthing around Solas to find the missing... What was stolen?
The deepest vault.
To find the missing deepest vault? Count me in! So we know for sure, Ben said, diving straight into the investigation, that whoever took it needed to have a utility pocket, right?
There's no other way it wouldn't have been found by now. The utility pocket was designed by the system himself to be theft-proof. And if it can keep anyone from detecting the deepest vault inside it, then it must be theft-proof.
Ben said, rubbing his chin. You know, I don't think it was Duke Sluggington who took the deepest vault. He hadn't planned on coming here. He was summoned by my wish for the Parade of Wonders. Stealing the deepest vault must have been complicated, right? Someone would have had to plan how to do it for a long time. I bet they timed their theft with Duke Sluggington's arrival, Ben said, practically gasping.
Oh, my stars! Because they would know that everyone would blame him and not even look for the real thief, like a crime of opportunity. Ben, I'm a reporter now, which is apparently a valid class evolution from brawler. I've got special investigative skills that can help us find the deepest vault, but they only work when I'm following a solid lead. I just used one of my skills, detect lead, and it told me this was worth investigating.
Well, shit, Ben said. Let's investigate then.
Yeah!
Anna cheered. And they began discussing who might have stolen the deepest vault. Their conversation was spirited and energetic, full of laughter and brilliant streams of logic. When the rest of Ben's party returned from all their various chores and obligations, they enthusiastically agreed to assist in the investigation, committing their full range of expertise and will to solving this terrible crime. An instance of the system who, despite having the appearance of a red-skinned, cloven-hooved, horned being, was not the devil, watched as Ben's party put forth 100% effort to destroy themselves and snorted in laughter. The first thing he did was make a meme and share it with all the other instances of the system. It was well received. Next, he filled out an exploit report, held it in the air, and watched it vanish. He'd submitted it to see if Frankie was an exploit or not. He remembered designing the utility pocket and balancing it against the other plus perks, but Frankie had snuck past 3 fully empowered genies and stolen the greatest treasures of the entire Sunlit race, under level 20. He just needed an unbiased opinion, and he promptly received one. His form reappeared on his desk, and the system looked it over, then cringed back from the scathing comments on his form. What a drama queen, the system muttered about the other instance of the system as he scanned the form. My creation is perfect, blah, 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 balanced against the other plus perks, blah, blah, blah. Oh, insulting our mother now. Very classy. Ahem, he said, skipping to the end. In conclusion, the utility pocket and the utility pocket elemental are functioning as intended and designed. Though the utility pocket elemental was not explicitly foreseen, it is well in line with the utility pocket's intended purpose. Stealing the deepest vault barely even scratches the surface of what the utility pocket was. Infinite void, the system said, crumpling up the paper and throwing it away in his perfectly ordinary waste bin. All I wanted was a yes or no answer. He composed himself, now guilt-free, and got ready to watch the show. Chapter 27. "Whodunit?" Ben asked, casually swinging his pickaxe into a particularly potent chunk of uranium ore, glancing straight up to see the wall of instant death slowly, dramatically descend from an extremely comfortable distance. He was deep in the mines, idly pondering who could have possibly stolen the deepest vault from the bank of the sun. He knew next to nothing about the world and its famous inhabitants, but rightly felt that if anyone was capable of stealing the treasures of the sunlets, they probably would have already done it. "Bah," Ben said, backhanding the air in front of him and watching as Frankie gleefully hoovered up the chunks of useful ore Ben had blasted loose. He took a moment, but not too long, to look around. The complexity and depth of the mines were almost depressing to him, because he'd never have the opportunity to fully explore them. Shafts and seams, tunnels and corridors, the place was endless, as were the possibilities of the identity of the thief. Ben was hoping it wasn't Duke Sluggington. He hadn't interacted with the gargantuan slug much outside the trial. The dude was busy doing high-level diplomatic/supervillain stuff, apparently, but he'd helped save Ben's life, so he was automatically given the benefit of the doubt. "Fuck that, I'm here to relax," Ben said, physically shaking his head to dislodge the thoughts, then striking a theatrical pose before dramatically striking the rock below him with his summoned pickaxe. "I am become death!" Ben shouted into the safe privacy of the mines, depositing a shaped nuclear bomb into the newly created cavity. "The destroyer of worlds!" To say that the miniature nuclear bomb only exploded in the direction it was supposed to would be an outrageous lie. Ben was gleefully blasted back by a wall of nuclear fire, protected by his amulet of explosion immunity, an item which had yet to fail to protect him from his own explosive damage. Despite the splash damage, the shaped charge did work, and worked spectacularly well. A solid bar of atomic plasma blasted straight down, piercing deep into the criss-crossy mixture of natural cave and outright engineered mine. Layer after layer was instantly evaporated away in moments, leaving Ben once again outright amazed that nukes could be enchanted. It wasn't even particularly complicated. The shape's charges had been enchanted to give them additional piercing damage, allowing the column of absolute destruction to retain coherence and shape far longer than a mundane explosion could. Ben couldn't hear a fucking thing, but he imagined he could hear the numerous monsters that infested the mines keening and screaming as they were cooked alive by the heat and pressure. He, rather smugly, reflected on the fact that he had never even once engaged in a remotely fair fight with these monsters. He'd never even really gotten a good look at them, opting to explode the monsters before they could get anywhere close to him. The shaped charge, after a few more satisfying moments, expended its energy. Ben looked up once again. The wall of instant death was still a good distance away. Excellent. When he felt a rumbly in his tumbly, he laughed good-naturedly and patted his tiny, magical leprechaun belly. "Time for a snack," Ben said, feeling a bit like Winnie the Pooh, then grimacing when he realized he didn't have any honey. All he had was disgusting protein slurry.
and he was just about fucking done eating that shit. "Wait just a second," Ben said, his eyes and brain alight with sudden realization. He began for the first time in a long time actually rifling through the contents of his utility pocket, bypassing Frankie in his excitement. "I know it's in here somewhere, and also, wow, I have a lot of shit in here. Where did I get all this shiny shit? Oh!" All thoughts of shiny shit were forgotten as Ben mentally reached the approximately gallon-sized blob of wasp honey he'd siphoned up from Vivi's lair. Briefly, Ben determined if the honey would screw up his diet and cause him to lose all progress towards getting a real physical body back. Luckily for him, this honey wasn't magical, just extremely sugary. Sugar, though highly illegal, was A-OK. With that happy thought, Ben began humming the Rumbly in My Tumbly song from Winnie the Pooh, pulled straight from his childhood with a shocking level of fidelity. He danced around the hole and then reached the end. Time for something sweet. Ben punctuated the end of the song by decadently injecting a stream of the sweetest, most delicious, most utterly decadent honey he'd ever tasted directly into his mouth. As he ate, and just loved every second of eating, he had two thoughts. First, he would never tell this story to anyone, and he was so glad nobody had been around to witness that. Second, and he wasn't sure if he'd thought this before, but if he could inject food directly into his mouth, he could also inject it directly into his stomach. So why the fuck had he ever been eating that nasty shit with his mouth? "Oh my God," Ben said, about to say, "I'm so stupid," when he felt a distinctly different kind of rumbly in his tumbly. It was like the worst gas he'd ever had, mixed with a sudden desire to vomit, but rather than being localized in his stomach, it was generalized across every cubic centimeter of his body. "Oh no," Ben said, eyes wide and glancing up at the now much closer wall of instant death. "Oh fucking no," Ben said, realizing his worst nightmare was about to come true. He was growing his body back, in the mines, and would be completely paralyzed, helplessly watching his doom descend from above. His body was already beginning to shut down, and in a move of both utter stupidity and brilliance, he let himself fall forward, down into the still red-hot hole his shaped nuclear bomb had blasted into the floor. All levity had died. Ben fell headfirst, feeling his body growing heavier by the moment as the air rushed around him. He was reminded of his first birth into the world, falling into the ocean, into the crushing depths. He soared, passing through rings of dripping red-hot stone, his new body growing and being seared from the heat immediately. His amulet was no help, and his clothes began to burn. Ben screamed, watching the ashes of his beautiful clothes be sucked into the updraft of the heat as he fell. He was no longer spirit. No, once again, Ben was clothed in a body of flesh. He felt the system notification begin, then fade away, realizing it was unneeded and unwanted. Ben screamed from the agony of burning skin, but his transmutation continued, and with it came a pain born of being fundamentally altered on a basic level. System notification. Ring of Sacrifice accelerated evolution. Due to extreme physical danger, you will undergo a 12-hour evolution process in under a minute. This acceleration will not affect the quality of your final evolution, however, it will sting a bit. Ben couldn't even scream because his entire body tore with the force of his growth. Both arms burst forward, doubling in length and tearing his skin. In an instant, his legs did the same, causing the ripping agony to intensify. His torso expanded and grew at the same time, along with his neck and his skull. Every muscle screamed in agony as they surged in size, every bone experiencing the pain of a break all at once. Ben heaved in the first breath of his new body and exhaled blood. He finally hit the ground, feeling himself break, his new back instantly seared to the pool of barely cooled magma that cushioned his fall. He took deep, wheezing breaths, unable to move as his flesh was torn apart piece by piece. With a moment of mental clarity born of experience, Ben knew he was dying. He died enough in his last time loop to know that for sure. Though his muscle, nerve, and sinew had failed, Ben pushed through with sheer will to bring forth his pocket watch of time loop, which he had set before entering the mines to prevent this very situation from killing him. Warning! You have exited the confines of your time loop. Your time loop has been broken! Ben chuckled madly and put the thing away. Clearly, entering whatever dimension or plane the mines were located in had broken the loop he was supposed to be in. He tried to get up, but his skin was seared stuck to the stone, and he didn't have the strength of body for the grisly task of tearing himself free. With a scream of effort, Ben tried anyways, utter animal desire to live propelling him to ghastly lengths. His muscles were as weak as a newborn's, and all he succeeded in doing was hurting himself. He struggled until he could no longer move, then a bit longer after that. Finally, he accepted the end had really come for him. Ben looked up at the green wall of instant death. The dancing skulls of glowing emerald smoke lazily getting closer, seeming to stare at him like it knew what was going to happen. Ben glared at the wall, feeling a deep, simmering resentment that this was how he was going to die. After everything he'd survived, he felt in that moment both a deep love of his friends and a burning desire to fucking destroy Solas. They were the ones who put him in this fucked up mine in the first place. How many times would these cocksuckers kill him? Ben began screaming in inarticulate rage at the wall as it got closer, letting all the limiters civilization had put on him melt away, safe in the knowledge that he would not survive this. He was free to rage and hate and simmer in the vengeance he so desperately desired. With wild, wide-open, unblinking eyes, Ben stared down his death until it touched him. Instantaneous death lived up to its name, bringing an abrupt end to his agony, plunging him into darkness. Epilogue. Ben was then overcome with the sensation of being buried deep in a pile of stinking, disgusting, utterly soaked towels. An unfortunately and blessedly familiar sensation. With a laugh, Ben began to push and wriggle before bursting from his corpse for the second time in his life. Ben began laughing in earnest, watching as the wall of instantaneous death continued its lazy descent from above it. "Yes!" he shouted, jumping into the air and then pointing both of his completely human middle phalanges at the descending wall that had just killed him. "Fuck you, motherfucker! I'm a magical-ass human being! Yes!" System notification. Congratulations! Your class system has been successfully reset. You are now a level 1 prince. All skills have been reset. Congratulations! You have evolved into a human. You have gained the racial trait Eternal Youth. 500 years of youth you shall live, and not a day longer. Exceptions to this rule do exist, and they are yours to discover. You have gained the racial trait Instant Digestion. Instantly converts all food eaten into pure energy. Food can be eaten to restore health, mana, stamina, and other specialized resource pools. Anything eaten in excess of restoring resource pools will strengthen and heal the body. Anyone who petitions me further about regaining the ability to defecate shall now immediately have their request granted and the disgusting results broadcasted on my official YouTube channel. You have gained the racial trait Titanic Physique. Titanic Physique is a unique and exclusive upgrade on the Ultimate Soldier passive ability. Titanic Physique provides an ever-increasing buff to all attributes the longer a fight rages. This buff wears off at the same speed at which it was gained. Unlike the Ultimate Soldier passive ability, there is no cap on the buff. Out of combat, this ability greatly increases the rate at which all basic physical skills can be mastered. You have gained the racial trait Reality Distortion Field. The human aptitude for magic is legendary because of how bad you are as a species at doing it. However, humans don't need magic because they are constantly warping the fabric of reality around them without even being aware of it. This ability manifests differently for every individual human. You have gained the racial trait Bottomless Well. The human mana pool is legendary due to how useless it is. As a human being, you can absorb and store a functionally infinite amount of mana. The rate at which your body generates mana is similarly enhanced. The real benefit of this skill is how angry you will make every Aeon Slug for having more mana than they do. You have lost the Leprechaun racial traits. Yes, 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 fuck yes! Ben shouted again, now riding both the high of still being alive and now being very powerful. Oh, fuck yes, he said, his mind instantly coming up with an immediately useful exploit. Ben opened a utility pocket directly into his fully human, magical stomach and began pumping disgusting protein slurry directly into it. His body began vibrating with energy as instant digestion made the food vanish, turned directly into energy. Ben began upping the pace of injecting liquid food, literally vibrating on the spot. He could feel the physical matter suffusing his magical body. It was working. He had time, and he was safe. Ben sat down and worked for hours straight. Hours of being uncomfortably energetic as he pursued his line of thought, feeling it work. Then, after eating months' worth of food in mere hours, Ben felt a cramp throughout his entire magical body. The pain? Ben was practically leering like a maniac as the profoundly uncomfortable sensation of growing a new body was upon him. He screamed, and the pain did not touch the scream. Only triumph. Only victory. A new human being had been born into the world, and it trembled.